This greedy fat prince can easily shovel down dozens of pounds of meat in a single sitting. He is completely insufferable, spending every single day indulging in luxury while brutally beating his own servants without an ounce of mercy. He is so useless he cannot even awaken a single magic circle, yet nobody dares to complain. His mother happens to be the queen of the realm. Even his dad, the actual king, is completely powerless to stop his spoiled brat. But then, during a random sword-playing session, this idiot somehow slips and literally stabs himself. Talk about instant karma. But here is the crazy part: his dying body gets possessed by the legendary soul of the holy sword Gruon. It starts with the internal monologue of the legendary weapon. Across endless centuries, I have served countless masters, helping them fight and carve their names deep into the history books as absolute legends. Eventually, I found my true comrade for that era. He was a simple young man from a remote village called Leon Beck. Together, we traveled the entire world, overcoming impossible trials. My master and I created unprecedented miracles, tearing through any monster foolish enough to stand in our way, undefeated wherever our journey took us. But our final journey eventually led us to a freezing, snow-covered mountain peak, where an earth-shattering battle broke out. My master was brought to his knees in the endless white wasteland, coughing up blood, his body completely battered and broken, barely holding onto my hilt just to stay upright. Looming right in front of him was a massive black dragon, covered in razor-sharp armor scales with glowing red eyes. The beast let out an earth-shattering roar, raining down waves of highly destructive red lightning. That terrifying power drained the last of my master's strength, leaving him completely helpless in the freezing snow. Yet his will never wavered. His armored hand gripped my hilt with everything he had, awakening a blazing blue fire from deep within the holy blade of Gruon. Standing up as brilliant light shattered the darkness, he flashed his familiar arrogant smile. "Let's go, my friend." He leaped into the air like a streak of lightning, delivering a devastating fatal strike directly to the massive beast. That single decisive strike ended the legendary dragon's life. Following that victory, my dear friend went on to become the king of the entire nation. Long after our glorious victories together, my soul remained bound to the holy sword Gruon. I was carefully enshrined and worshipped deep within the royal palace, passed down through many generations of my companion's bloodline to fulfill my vow to protect his descendants. But my long era of peaceful slumber was suddenly shattered by loud chaotic noises echoing through the chamber. My physical blade was shaken violently, which deeply annoyed me. Waking up, I heard the arrogant screaming of a fat, blonde guy trying to drag me out. "From now on, I am the owner of this sword." The surrounding guards frantically rushed in to stop him, begging him to put the king's treasure back. Hearing them address him as a prince left me completely stunned. Wait, a prince? This pig? He ignores the warnings, barking out, "Shut up, there is absolutely nothing in this kingdom that I cannot touch." Disgusted by the sight, I activated my appraisal skill to inspect the idiot holding my hilt. The status window that popped up left me completely speechless. Andreon Leon Beck, 16 years old, talent, completely worthless. He has a laundry list of terrible traits: arrogant, bloated, clumsy, lazy, and completely lacking any mana sensitivity. I simply could not believe that a descendant of my legendary master could ever be this pathetic. Meanwhile, the fat prince is giving it everything he's got, huffing and puffing as he struggles to pull me out. He genuinely thinks that with this blade, the king and the nobles will finally respect him. To my legendary soul, this spoiled kid is nothing but a complete joke. Watching him strain his entire body just to drag me out of my pedestal, I could only laugh at his sheer delusional arrogance. But Andreon is completely clueless. He raises me high, screaming at the top of his lungs, "O great dragon slayer, grant me your power." Listening to his nonsense, I was totally done.
Are you insane? I thought, would I ever help a fool like you?
Ignoring my silent rejection, he keeps screaming my name while swinging me around wildly. The absolute chaos has the guards and maids ducking for cover. They scream out in panic, "Your Highness, please stop." Drawing a weapon inside the palace is strictly forbidden, but their desperate pleas only make him angrier. He violently slashes at the empty air, roaring threats at everyone in the room. "Shut up, all of you. You dare order me around, do you want to die?" Once I have Gruon's absolute power, trash like you will, but before he can even finish his threat, he completely loses his footing and slips forward. Tipping forward, his eyes go wide as he sees the razor-sharp blade pointing directly at his own chest. Everything happens way too fast, leaving the entire room completely frozen in absolute horror. The holy sword Gruon has impaled him straight through. Panic instantly erupts as the guards rush over, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Your Highness, quickly, summon the royal doctor." As the palace descends into utter madness, my own soul inside the blade is left completely dazed. Wait, what? This idiot actually managed to stab himself? Feeling his life force rapidly draining away, my own vision starts to blur and fade to black. At this rate, I might actually pass out for the first time in my long history as a weapon. During those hazy moments, a chilling prophecy echoes in my mind. If the golden-haired Prince Andreon remains alive, this entire kingdom has absolutely no future. To be completely honest, Prince Andreon had inherited absolutely zero talent from his ancestors, but his arrogance was legendary. He was utterly useless yet possessed massive ambition, a lazy, cruel, and foolish pig who acted like a dark cloud blotting out the kingdom's future. But after the severely wounded prince miraculously woke up from the brink of death, highly bizarre rumors started spreading like wildfire across the palace. The maids began whispering that the prince seemed completely different lately. He stopped throwing violent tantrums or hanging out with his usual gang of troublemakers. Getting stabbed must have scared the living soul right out of him. One curious maid wondered if the notorious prince had actually learned some shame or if he was just temporarily laying low out of pure fear. Either way, they all believed he would go back to his old habits soon enough. Meanwhile, our main character, who now carries the legendary soul of the Holy Sword inside Prince Andreon's body, could not care less about those idle whispers. Slouched in a highly luxurious armchair, he is swallowed by overwhelming guilt. He had accidentally ended the life of his old companion's direct descendant, and now he was literally living in the poor boy's stolen body. Right then, a servant bursts into the room with urgent news: the king has arrived, and the prince needs to make himself presentable immediately. Hearing this, Andreon just crosses his arms with supreme indifference. He mutters that the old man did not even bother visiting, he was dying. So I show up now, probably to check if I am dead. The terrified servant quickly warns him to watch his tongue since the royal guard is right outside. Suddenly, the door swings open to reveal a stern, middle-aged man with gray hair and a massive scar running down his left eye. Meet the prince's personal instructor. He stares coldly at Andreon, sighing in disappointment that the boy's rotten attitude hasn't changed a bit despite his near-death experience, before ordering the servants out since he expects absolutely nothing from his worst student. Staring blankly at this stern stranger, the prince can only wonder who this guy even is. Well, being a sword for centuries means he has zero palace memories. Stepping closer, the teacher demands to know why he is suddenly pretending to be a complete stranger to his own mentor. Realizing this man is the prince's actual teacher, Andreon quickly scrambles for an excuse to protect his secret identity. He mutters that his mind is still completely scrambled from the accident. As the tension reaches its peak, a loud shout echoes from the hallway announcing the arrival of His Majesty. Glancing toward the door, Andreon realizes that the powerful man about to step inside is actually this brat's father. Watching the king majestic figure walking over, Andreon narrows his eyes to study him. He quietly notes that this ruler is actually quite a bit more impressive than he expected. He figured the kingdom-proud lion bloodline would have diluted over generations, but the sheer presence of the man in front of him proves otherwise. Fortunately, the king still carries some of that fierce ancestral spirit. But as soon as the king arrives, he drops a cold remark about how his son did not even bother greeting him. It seems surviving a close brush with death still did not do anything to change your miserable character. Instantly, the tension in the room skyrockets. Seeing this, the Count and Lahart step in to defuse the situation, quickly informing the king that the prince's memories are currently not fully intact. This shocking news sends the onlookers into an absolute panic. They start frantically blaming the royal doctor, demanding to know why such a serious matter was not reported to His Majesty immediately. An immediate order is issued to summon the royal doctor to examine the prince. After a long, pretty thorough checkup, the old physician with glasses reports with hesitation. He cannot find a single thing wrong with His Highness' imperial body. However, there is a chance this is a temporary condition brought on by severe mental shock, causing temporary memory loss. Hearing this, the king falls silent in deep thought. Sitting on his bed, Andreon breaks into a pretty heavy sweat, anxiously wondering if this ruler is going to spot anything out of the ordinary. But the king just sneers, throwing out a deeply sarcastic remark about how incredibly convenient it all is. Honestly, the family love here is absolutely freezing cold, guys. The king looks straight at his son and continues in a voice dripping with pure disappointment. If you say you remember nothing now, does that somehow mean everything you have done until this day never actually happened? That sharp question leaves Andreon completely speechless. The king lowers his voice, lecturing that everyone makes wrong choices at times, even committing acts that are deeply condemned by the entire world. But realizing those mistakes and never repeating them is how a person actually learns and grows. His face hardens with intense anger as he adds that the prince has gone and forgotten all of it. Since everything is treated as if it never happened, you will not take a single step forward from your past mistakes. And honestly, you will never make any real progress in the future either. The king, absolute fury, completely freezes the air in the room. The count and Lahart have to rush forward, urging him to calm his anger, while Andreon can only grimace and try to endure the onslaught. He quietly thinks to himself that the king is insulting him straight to his face without holding back. Talk about bad luck, forget about being treated like royalty. It seems this body is not even viewed as a normal human. He cannot help but wonder how on earth this kid Andreon lived his life to end up hated to this extreme degree. Right as Andreon is lost in thought, a very gentle voice suddenly calls out Ian. The woman who rushes in and tightly hugs Andreon is none other than the queen. Sobbing heavily, she choked out that she heard everything and knows he is confused, but assures him his memory will return very soon. Suffocating from the tight embrace, Andreon struggles to gently push her away, thinking that forgetting the pathetic past of this useless prince is not really a big loss anyway. The queen lovingly pinches her son's chubby cheeks, lamenting how his handsome face has gotten so incredibly thin. Andreon is utterly speechless, thinking to himself that this body is still about as fat as a massive sow. Even so, the queen smiles warmly, showing immense happiness just to see her boy awake. She holds him close, gently pleading with him never to touch dangerous weapons like that sword again, because she cannot bear the thought of losing him forever. Staring at the deeply worried mother, Andreon breaks into another cold sweat. A heavy wave of guilt washes over him, remembering the dark truth that her actual son died right by his own blade. He feels like this is an incredibly heavy burden to carry. By nightfall, after gently telling Andreon to get some rest and stay healthy, the queen smiles and finally leaves the room. As the door shuts, leaving the room in absolute silence, Andreon slumps back in his armchair with a heavy sigh. He recalls his old comrade plea to protect his descendant, yet here he is, having accidentally taken the young prince's life. But since things have already turned out this way, Andreon tells himself he must live a good life, carrying the weight of the deceased boy as well. After all, in his long past life as a sword, he got pretty used to cleaning up other people's messes, so doing it one more time is no big deal. Even though this current body is chubby and has zero talent, Andreon refuses to feel discouraged. Clenching his fist with ultimate confidence, he tells himself that all he needs to do is rebuild his power from scratch. In the past, he trained and raised countless young kids to become absolute legends. To start, Andreon decides to forge a new mana heart. Watch closely. This is where the real grind begins. He takes a deep breath and starts gathering mana. Instantly, a brilliant blue energy erupts, completely wrapping around his body. But the excitement is very short-lived. The gathered mana immediately scatters and leaks right back out into the air. Andreon realizes with shock that this useless body cannot hold on to mana at all. Refusing to back down in the face of this harsh reality, he grits his teeth, determined to try again. The blue flame ignites even stronger. Andreon uses every ounce of his strength trying to force the energy back into his body. Honestly, at this rate, I am worried he is just going to squeeze out fat instead of mana. But his efforts instantly vanish into thin air. The blue light dies out, and the prince's fragile body is so exhausted he collapses onto the floor, gasping for breath, shaking in anger. Andreon groans, "What kind of garbage body is this?" Lying defeated on the cold floor, covered in sweat, Andreon feels completely helpless against his weak flesh. If this were his original form, he could have easily forced the mana inside, unlike the painful struggle he is facing now. Right then, a knock at the door cuts off his thoughts. A maid enters the room, respectfully presenting a steaming bowl of medicine while asking the prince to pardon her sudden intrusion. She explains that this tonic is sent directly from the queen, and though it is quite bitter, it is excellent for his health. She pleads with him to drink it for his mother's sake. Looking at the bowl, the maid cannot help but feel terrified. She desperately prays that this time, the prince will not just smash it against the wall like he used to. But to her utter shock, Andreon simply stares intently at the liquid. He is amazed to see a soft, glowing blue energy radiating from the bowl. There is actual mana hidden inside this medicine. Without a single second of hesitation, Andreon snatches the bowl from her hands and downs it in one gulp. The prince's sudden and decisive action leaves the poor maid utterly frozen. She genuinely thinks she has seen a ghost. Slamming the empty bowl back onto the tray, Andreon coldly orders her to leave. The flustered maid quickly bows and rushes out. The moment the door clicks shut, Andreon immediately refocuses to try the process again. The soft blue mana from the swallowed medicine starts surging, wrapping itself around him. Andreon slowly opens his eyes, thinking that while the medicine fortunately worked, the mana gathered is still far too little. Staring at the tiny spark hovering on his palm, he quickly calls back the maid just as she is leaving. Seeing her turn around trembling, he points at the empty bowl and demands to know if there is any more left. A few days later, a bright blazing blue mana flame is dancing strongly right on Andreon's hand. He lets out a highly satisfied smirk. Now here is the moment we have been waiting for. Harnessing his built-up mana, Andreon confidently prepares to form his brand new mana heart. For a soul that was once a legendary divine sword, forging a mana heart is something he has done countless times before. He is fully confident he could do it with his eyes closed. But the second the energy begins to cycle, an agonizing pain suddenly strikes. Catching Andreon off guard, he drops to the floor, clutching his chest in absolute agony. When he thinks about it, creating a mana heart is a brutally agonizing process. Old memories flash back of his former masters experiencing this same excruciating pain, feeling as if their bodies were on fire and their chests were about to explode. It turns out that forging a mana heart through human eyes is just shockingly painful. Now that he is experiencing it firsthand inside a fragile mortal body, Andreon finally understands. Gritting his teeth, he desperately forces himself to stay awake, because passing out now means the chaotic mana will backflow, instantly ending his life. Andreon tries his absolute best to keep his focus, channeling every ounce of his willpower to control the wild mana threatening to tear his soul apart. Knowing he cannot rush this, he slowly guides the raging energy along his pathways, steering it from his heart to the right. Step by step, with extreme care, he balances the forces so they can finally merge. Cool, soothing blue mana begins to spread like pure water droplets rippling across a calm lake, completely washing away the agonizing pain. As the light dims down, Andreon opens his eyes and lets out a massive sigh of relief. Kneeling on the floor, he whispers to himself that it is finally done. This isn't a power he crafted for others like in his past life, but a mana heart that belongs entirely to him. Feeling this brand new power surging inside his chest, the chubby prince leaps up in pure excitement, laughing like a maniac. It is done. He roars, "I finally have a mana heart," and this feeling is absolutely legendary. The moment his mana heart stabilizes, a sharp beep echoes, and a glowing blue screen suddenly materializes right before his eyes. Andreon stares in shock, muttering to himself if this is actually a status window. Bright golden text confirms that his mana heart has been successfully forged. He is completely stunned, realizing this is the exact same support system he used to help his old companions back when he was still a holy sword. Why on earth is this showing up now? But get this, before he can even think, the system screen starts flashing like crazy. A prompt says it is reconnecting to his origin. Andreon barely manages to stammer, "What on earth? Wait a minute." Suddenly, a barrage of new alerts pop up, stating the connection is back but extremely weak and unstable. Because of this, most of his former godlike authorities are completely locked. He only gets limited access to basic functions, which makes him grumble about what the point of a restricted system even is. First up is the appraisal skill, letting him check anyone with a level equal to or lower than his. Then there are the enhanced vision and hearing sub-skills, basically giving his senses a massive upgrade. Curious, looks out the window to test his new abilities. Instantly, his vision shifts. Every single leaf and tiny detail on the garden plants outside appears before him with crystal clear sharpness. Andreon nods to himself, admitting that things are way clearer now. But it is not just his eyes. His hearing gets a massive boost too, allowing him to catch the hushed whispers of the maids gossiping right outside his door. They are whispering about the prince's sudden change, wondering if his recent near-death shock is the reason he has stopped throwing his usual spoiled tantrums. He thinks to himself that his senses are definitely working as promised. However, before he can fully enjoy this supersensory experience, everything suddenly goes pitch black right before his eyes. Andreon gasps as a bright red warning screen flashes. It informs him that his mana has been entirely drained, forcing the system to shut down his newly activated abilities instantly. Holding his head, Andreon pants heavily, muttering that these extreme restrictions really are no joke. A wave of disappointment hits him as he recalls his days as a divine sword. Back then, his senses were absolute, letting him perceive everything in all directions with absolutely zero blind spots. But now, trapped in this mortal body, he can only squeeze out a tiny droplet of mana, barely enough to eavesdrop on some idle gossip or peer a bit farther. Still, Andreon does not lose hope. Clenching his fists with a confident smile, he tells himself that once he expands his mana pool, everything will change. Right when his motivation is peaking, a long, loud growl erupts from his chubby stomach, completely ruining the cool and serious vibe. The growl is so loud that the maid outside hears it clearly. She quickly calls out, promising to bring food right away. Watching her leave, Andreon sighs, telling himself he needs to focus on adapting to this chubby pig of a body first. Meanwhile, in another lavish wing of the palace, the queen is absolutely beaming with joy. Spreading her arms wide, she laughs in excitement and praises her son, saying he did an amazing job. Pinching his chubby cheeks, she happily remarks that she heard he drank every single drop of the medicine she sent. It seems he finally learned to care for his own body. Andreon can only let out a soft, awkward sigh. Just then, she turns toward a stern, gray-haired man standing nearby and asks her son if he recognizes him. Faced with her question, Andreon simply shakes his head and admits he has no idea. Staring coldly at his nephew, the man mutters that the kid really seems to have lost his memories. The queen quickly steps forward, pleading with him that he absolutely must help the poor boy. She asks her younger brother if he will really turn his back on his only nephew. Hearing this, everything finally clicks for Andreon. It turns out this intimidating, scar-faced man is actually his uncle. The uncle lets out a heavy, annoyed sigh, muttering that it is not like the kid lost anything precious, since his past was nothing to be proud of anyway. Seeing this attitude, Andreon knows his uncle deeply dislikes him. Stepping closer, his uncle bluntly states that the only thing he is willing to help with is getting rid of all that useless body fat. Looking down at his round stomach, Andreon can only gasp in pure confusion. Before the boy can even react, his uncle warns him not to get any foolish expectations. Still, the queen sighs with relief, thanking her brother and saying that even that much is more than enough. She tells her son to remember this chance, leaving Andreon standing there completely baffled with a million questions. Almost immediately, the poor prince gets straight into a brutal and unforgiving training regime. Under his uncle's cold gaze, Andreon is swept off his feet, hitting the dirt with a painful groan. The man warns him that from now on, everything he eats, drinks, and even breathes is under his direct control. He tells Andreon to forget about royal treatment if he plans to just eat and cause trouble. Smirking at the struggling Chaiste, his uncle challenges him to give it everything he has. He adds that if the boy behaves, he might actually teach him a single move from the family's secret swordsmanship. To Andreon, this arrogant provocation is honestly nothing but a joke. He laughs internally, wondering why someone who once trained undefeated knights and the founding king of this very nation would ever need sword lessons from a mere mortal. Seeing the prince trembling with rage, his uncle mocks him further. He jokes that Andreon's jiggling fat is a clear sign of his anger. Ignoring the insult, Andreon pushes himself up, looks his uncle dead in the eye, and boldly proposes a bet to make the man acknowledge him within 6 months. He tells himself he needs to wipe that smug, arrogant look off his uncle's face at least once. Andreon flashes a confident grin and sets the ultimate terms of the wager. If he fails, he will obey any order. But if he wins, his uncle must do him one favor. Hearing this bold proposal, the uncle smirks with genuine amusement, calling it highly entertaining. He accepts the challenge, laughing that it should at least make this boring training a bit more dramatic. However, when the actual practice begins, Andreon realizes it is not going to be easy. After running for just a short while, Andreon is completely out of breath, drenched in sweat. Gasping for air, he curses his morbidly obese body. To keep pushing forward, he channels his blue mana into his feet, using it to rapidly burn away his stubborn body fat. Watching this unfold from behind, his uncle is utterly dumbfounded. He instantly dashes forward with blinding speed, grabbing the prince by the shoulders, and trembles as he asks if Andreon really managed to form a mana heart. Andreon smirks smugly, asking his uncle if he is already regretting their little wager, casually mentioning that he created the mana heart quite a while ago. But instead of being impressed, his uncle's expression turns deadly serious. He demands to know what the prince was thinking, asking where on earth he learned such a reckless refinement method. He sighs, seeing that the prince does not even realize his massive blunder. As Andreon stands there clueless, his uncle bluntly shouts that a basic mana heart is actually a garbage, low-grade technique only used by cheap B-rank mercenaries. Wait, did he really just say that? Talk about a brutal reality check. Andreon is completely frozen in utter disbelief right now. His horrified scream echoes loudly throughout the entire castle, sending nearby birds scattering into the sky. Utterly panicked, Andreon breaks out into a cold sweat as his mind desperately tries to process those shocking words. He silently realizes this is truly the end of an era. The shocking news leaves Andreon totally stunned, making him shout, "What do you even mean by that?" Without wasting words, his uncle says in a low voice, "Let me show you directly, your highness. Watch closely." Right away, his entire arm starts glowing with a brilliant blue mana wrapping him in raw power. Watching the energy flow, Andreon narrows his eyes and spots something bizarre. The mana is automatically forming concentric circles. Before he can even process it, the Count swings his hand, unleashing a devastating wave of pressure right in front of them. The sheer impact triggers a massive blast. Check this out. As the glowing shards fade, Andreon finally realizes a terrifying truth. This new magic power completely suppresses the aura generated by a classic mana heart. Standing tall before the prince, the Count calmly explains that this technique is not just stronger, but way more stable and easier to control. He goes on to explain how even the legendary Count Lee family who stubbornly clung to the ancient mana heart style completely faded into history over a century ago. Nowadays, absolutely nobody on the continent even bothers with the mana heart. To verify this himself, Andreon digs up some ancient records. Holding a basic theory book on magic, he carefully reads every line about where this strange technique came from. From its founder Ernest Shingen down to the modern successors, Andreon lets out a quiet sigh, forced to accept a pretty harsh reality. Times have changed, and his old abilities are completely obsolete. Andreon begins to grasp the power system of this new era. Unlike mages who rely on complex magic circles, modern knights weave mana into chains to concentrate their raw strength. A knight's rank is now decided entirely by the number of mana chains they can weave, starting from 1 chain, all the way up to the ultimate tier of 5 chains. Closing the book with a sharp snap, the chubby prince falls deep into thought. He realizes his uncle's warnings were actually far from meaningless nonsense. Staring at the name written on the page, Andreon murmurs to himself in thought. This name, Erneston Shingon, sounds incredibly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere a very long time ago. Distant memories suddenly flood the mind of the ancient holy sword soul. Back then, when he was still a legendary, proud sword, a silver-haired guy in a black cloak had come to challenge him to a duel. The guy called himself Erneston Shingen, arrogantly declaring he wanted a showdown to see who was truly worthy of the holy sword title. He used some bizarre techniques back then, definitely not normal swordsmanship, and not magic either. Andreon smiles to himself, realizing this familiar name belonged to that very same weirdo from his past. He wonders whatever happened to that eccentric guy. He must have been pretty legendary to actually write a textbook like this. The next morning, as Andreon is stretching out in the yard, his imposing uncle suddenly looms right behind him. Crossing his arms, he asks if the prince finished the book last night. "So, does your highness finally understand the situation now, and see just how foolish your previous choice really was?" But Andreon just smirks. He crosses his arms with complete confidence, boldly replying that he does not feel like he made a single mistake. His nephew's stubborn attitude makes the Count sigh in disappointment. He wonders if the prince is simply too proud to admit he is wrong, or if he genuinely fails to understand the problem. Suddenly, Andreon claims that not all mana hearts are created equal, unleashing a massive surge of mana around his body. He mentions a difference in tier. "Have you ever heard of that?" Looking at Andreon with a stern gaze, the Count immediately shuts down his childish excuses. He says that plenty of mercenaries occasionally play the hero, dreaming of ancient legends just like the prince. But their endings are always miserable, none of them can ever break past the two-chain level, and they quickly meet a grim end. Facing the silent, chubby prince, the Count throws down a direct, provocative challenge. If your highness is truly different from those failures, then prove it by defeating a two-chain knight in combat. If Andreon succeeds, the Count will officially become his guardian, fulfilling the queen's final wish. Hearing this, Andreon chuckles, mockingly wondering if having an uncle like this as a guardian is actually a good thing. That arrogant attitude clearly annoys the Count. Stepping forward, a violent surge of blue mana erupts around his body as he proudly claims his true authority. He is a Count of the Kingdom and commander of the Northern Legion, leader of the Black Spear Knights, one of the 5 Grand Masters serving the Emperor. His blazing blue mana instantly forms 4 massive chains of raw power. This is Count Velar H, a legendary 4-chain knight who will eventually support the prince. Facing the suffocating pressure of these 4 massive mana chains, Andreon grits his teeth, sweating but refusing to back down. Right then, the royal guards suddenly burst in, swords drawn, ready to protect the prince from that killer intent. But Andreon immediately orders them to stand down, wanting no interference in this clash. Seeing his nephew's fierce resolve, Velar H chuckles in amusement and retracts his power. Andreon looks back with a smug smile, warning his uncle not to break his promise. The brutal training session that follows completely drains every bit of the chubby prince's energy. Seriously. With a body like this, you have to wonder how many herds of pigs he ate. Once it's over, Andreon collapses onto the floor, gasping for air, completely wiped out. As Velar H finally ends the session, the prince barely drags himself back to his room, trembling at his desk that almost killed me. Count Velar H scoffed at his nephew's blind confidence, quickly pouring cold water on his pride. Your highness, did you really think that pathetic level of resolve would earn my respect? Two-chain knight is a pipe dream when you can barely defeat a single chain opponent. Trudging down the palace corridor with his aching, heavy body, Andreon keeps muttering curses that miserable old devil. Opening his bedroom door, he finds the royal physician already waiting inside. Spotting Andreon, the elderly doctor bows deeply in respect. Surprised, Andreon demands to know why the doctor is here. The physician smiles warmly, expressing his honor to be remembered, and explains he was sent directly by the queen to cast healing magic. The moment he sees the glowing green healing magic, Andreon panics and shouts, "No, I do not need that. Get out now." Leaving the poor doctor completely baffled, the prince shoves him into the hallway and slams the door shut. Standing alone, Andreon gasps for breath. He realizes that if he uses magic to easily wipe away his fatigue, all the intense pain and effort from today's muscle training would be completely wasted. At dinner time, as Andreon is enjoying his meal, the doors suddenly burst open, and here we go, a highly annoying, smug voice echoes through the room, calling out, "Dear brother, are you actually in here?" A smug youth with brown hair steps inside, wearing luxurious red royal robes and looking incredibly arrogant. Andreon freezes mid-bite, chewing blankly while wondering who this guy is. Spotting his confusion, the guard leans in to whisper that this is the third prince. He casually approaches the table, dropping a highly provocative smirk. "I heard about your little accident and honestly thought you had passed away. What a pity." Ignoring the blatant disrespect, Andreon keeps chewing and coldly asks, "Are you here to actually say something or just cause trouble? Is the sword prince really this free?" The sharp comeback hits a nerve, making the third prince glare in fury, secretly mocking this idiot who previously stabbed himself with his own sword. However, he quickly regains his wicked smirk and slowly speaks, "I heard a rather interesting rumor that you made a bet with Count Velar H to fight a two-chain knight in a duel." Leaning in close to Andreon, the third prince flashes a challenging grin. "If that is the case, why not let me be your opponent the moment he leaves?" Andreon turns to his guard, asking who that guy even was. He silently wonders how any descendant of the great Leon B bloodline could look so incredibly smug and punchable. The knight calmly explains that the third prince, Julian, has been renowned as a genius swordsman ever since he was a little kid. Hearing this, Andreon raises an eyebrow in disbelief. "Wait, who are we talking about here?" According to the knight, Julian even formed 2 mana chains at only 14 years old, a pretty mind-blowing rate of progress. Andreon merely scoffs, thinking, wow, is that so? No wonder he always walks around with his nose in the clouds. Suddenly, the dining room door bursts open. A panicked maid rushes inside, carrying a massive, towering stack of mail, trembling as she apologizes for the sudden interruption. Andreon stares blankly at the pile. You have to wonder, why would the people who used to ignore this trash prince suddenly spam him with mail? Intrigued, he pulls one out to read. It turns out every single letter is a direct challenge. Some beg to duel him, while others offer to spar. Ultimately, they all want a convenient excuse to beat down the fat prince and teach him a lesson. Reading right through their pathetic scheme, Andreon flashes a rather wicked smile. He hands the letters back to the maid and orders her to write down every single name of those who sent them. They will pay. Early the next morning, a dry thud echoes as a wooden sword is tossed right onto the dirt in front of Andreon. Standing right across from him, Uncle Bevan coldly commands him to pick up the sword. He says Andreon must master basic swordsmanship for their bet to count, refusing to hear any lazy excuses about losing later. Andreon secretly groans at his uncle's annoying attitude, wishing the man would just shut up and teach. However, the moment he bends down and grips the hilt, an excruciating pain shoots straight through his entire body. The brutal muscle soreness from yesterday's heavy workout is so intense he screams in sheer agony. Seeing the chubby prince cry out the instant his hand even brushes the wood, his uncle is utterly speechless. Wait. Seeing Andreon's agonizing pain, his uncle asks in absolute shock if he did not receive recovery magic. Pushing through the torment, Andreon answers him bluntly. As a knight, you should know better. If I use healing magic, my muscles will just reset to their original state and won't grow. All that exhausting effort would literally be thrown down the drain, uncle. That surprisingly smart response completely freezes his uncle in his tracks. He scoffs in quiet agreement before turning away, coldly stating that his recovery routine is not the main issue here today. Watch closely. Drawing his sharp steel sword, the Count warns him that he will not repeat this demonstration again. Under Andreon's focused gaze, he channels his energy. A brilliant blue light of mana instantly flares up, wrapping around both his body and his blade. He explains that this is the kingdom's foundation swordsmanship, taught to royal knights to build their core. With sudden speed, he swings his blade in a sequence of fluid yet devastating moves. The explosive raw force and velocity unleash a violent gale that sweeps across the entire training field. His final strike slams down, creating an absolute explosion of wind pressure that blasts away the surrounding dust.
Witnessing this top-tier demonstration,
Andreon is left completely dumbfounded, completely dazed. He stands there frozen as the heavy wind blows his messy hair everywhere while his uncle quietly sheathes his sword. Gripping the wooden hilt tightly, Andreon asks in utter disbelief if this crazy display was really just foundation swordsmanship for basic knights. In response to his nephew's shock, the Count merely clicks his tongue, throwing him a cold and knowing stare. He slowly sheathes his weapon, explaining that although this style lacks some raw offensive edge, it remains perfectly loyal to the absolute fundamentals. And given your completely trash talent, he says, this basic training is already way more than you deserve. At this, Andreon covers his face and bursts into a hearty laugh, leaving his uncle utterly confused as ancient memories spark in his mind. How utterly hilarious. The legendary dragon-slaying sword art that literally slaughtered the ancient mad dragon is now looked down upon by people as a simple, low-tier training exercise. Seeing his nephew's bizarre laughter, his uncle notes that relying solely on this won't be enough to win their high-stakes bet. Once he finishes the basics, he should ask his mother to find him a proper master. But Andreon immediately cuts him off, declaring he doesn't need to learn anything else because this is more than enough. Faced with the prince's sheer stubbornness, the Count just gives him a highly suspicious look and tells him to suit himself. He grips it. Andreon silently squeezes the wooden handle until it creaks under his sheer pressure. Andreon suddenly swings with a massive, powerful strike that generates a heavy gust of wind, but his fat, aching body instantly gives out, forcing him to lean on his sword, gasping. He tells himself it's actually natural for people to see the dragon-slaying technique as a basic exercise, even if he hates admitting it. Because over the centuries, the version passed down has completely lost its original dragon-killing intent, ending up totally watered down and corrupted at its core. For those who discarded their mental focus and forgot how to breathe actual spirit into the steel, they would never have the eyes to recognize the true worth of the dragon-slaying sword. While Andreon is lost in deep thought, a loud smack echoes. His uncle strikes him with a wooden sword to fix his poor posture, sternly reminding him that simply using his arms won't transfer any force. Did you already forget the basics I just showed you? Drive power from your core and your legs too. His uncle's booming shouts are accompanied by a painful shower of wooden sword strikes landing all over Andreon's body. The chubby prince barely gasps out in pain before collapsing flat onto the ground. Standing tall above him, his uncle continues lecturing that he must distribute force properly through his whole body to swing. Gasping for air, Andreon silently vows that even if his current clumsy, weak body struggles to mimic a watered-down imitation of the Dragon Slayer arts, he will still prove it isn't some rusty, discarded garbage. There's no way he'll let these modern descendants look down on his legacy. Pure grit. That determination becomes the spark that ignites his next days of brutal, crazy training. A week flies by, under his uncle's cold and watchful gaze. Andreon is constantly running and swinging his blade under the scorching heat, with sweat dripping like pouring rain. At night, he sits cross-legged, focusing on circulating a gentle, blue mana to envelop his entire body. Soon a full month passes and his extreme dedication finally starts to show real results. Now watch this. The system window suddenly flashes with congratulations, noting that he has successfully improved his physical constitution through extremes training. His morbid obesity trait is officially downgraded to standard overweight. His metabolic rate also becomes much more active, helping him adapt to his own physical frame. Best of all, the clumsiness trait is totally gone, significantly boosting his training efficiency. And the upgrades keep coming. Thanks to his steadily accumulated magic power, his annoying mana sensing disorder is completely cured, replaced by a perfectly normal mana sensitivity. Feeling this refreshing surge of raw strength, Andreon flushes an excited grin. He repeatedly swings his sword, his forms looking far more natural and fluid than they did a month ago. Despite being completely drenched and exhausted, he keeps pushing his limits, telling himself to be better than before. "Didn't you hear me tell you to stop?" His uncle roars through the pouring rain. On the training ground, the wooden sword in Andreon's hand literally shatters into pieces under the intense pressure. As wind howls and lightning rips through the sky, the young prince stands motionless in the storm, his bleeding hand tightly gripping the broken hilt. Dark red droplets of blood mix with the rain, dripping onto the cold ground. Wiping his soaked face, the prince looks up as his uncle approaches, letting out a heavy, exhausted breath. Right behind him, the sturdy wooden practice post is clean severed in half, with scorched cracks still crackling with tiny sparks. It turns out Andreon channeled every ounce of his focus into a strike that shattered the physical limits of a wooden blade. Talk about pure willpower shattering solid barriers. Looking at the completely destroyed target, his uncle is stunned. But that surprise quickly morphs into intense anger at the prince's reckless disregard for his own safety. He rushes over, grabbing Andreon's shoulders and shouting, "You absolute idiot! What are you training in a storm for? If you had been using a real sword, you would have gotten yourself killed." Adrian stood there in silence, taking his uncle's sheer fury without a word. His hands were shaking uncontrollably, bruised and bleeding after days of destroying his own body to break past his limits. Right then, a system chime rang out as a glowing golden screen materialized before his eyes. He snapped out of his deep concentration, but his body remembered that feeling, successfully creating a brand new attribute. Under supreme focus, his mind faded. His exhausted body suddenly collapsed forward. The knight behind him panicked and yelled out, but luckily Vale was fast enough to catch the falling prince. Standing under the pouring rain, he silently stared down at his nephew, whose eyes were closed, his pale face drained of all energy in his arms. And honestly, you can't blame him. The Northern commander's harsh gaze completely softened, replaced by a deep, quiet respect for the iron will of a prince everyone called trash. He just sighed at this stubborn kid. Waking up in a soft bed inside the royal chambers, Adrian realized he had blacked out. He sat up groggily, scratching his head with a sigh, blaming himself for underestimating how pathetic and weak this body really was. Lying there, his mind drifted back to his past life. Back when he was a legendary divine sword, he had reached the absolute peak, fighting alongside nameless heroes, grand sword masters, mercenaries, and even the founding king. He had guided them through countless wars to secure victory, forging their bodies and souls to light the path for legends. He had always stayed by their side, taking it for granted. Yet whether acting as a brilliant tactician or an outstanding mentor, in the end, he was still just an outsider watching from the sidelines. After a lifetime of watching others shine, looking at his own calloused, bruised hands in this current body gave Adrian a strange sense of pure joy. Because he refused to be an outsider anymore, he swung his sword like a madman in brutal training, wanting to feel the sweat and claim victories that belonged to him alone. But he knew that if he kept rushing his progress like this weak fat body would soon collapse. He had to quickly find a perfect balance between his mind and his physical body. A month flew by since Adrian first formed his mental energy. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, he realized his accumulated mana was now pretty abundant, more than enough to advance to the very next stage. Adrian focused his breath, guiding a vibrant blue mana stream to wrap around his entire body. Right away, a system window popped up, congratulating him for his tireless efforts in accumulating mana to a designated level. The energy exploded with even greater force, followed by an announcement that his mental capacity had expanded, letting his body hold a vastly larger amount of mana. Hard work really does pay off in the end, doesn't it? This mental expansion also triggered a massive physical transformation for the young prince. Sensing a brand new power surging deep within him, Adrian snapped his eyes open, incredibly pleased with his newly revitalized body. Adrian glanced over at the corner of the room where his training sword rested on its rack. He smiled to himself and thought, "Alright, let's see what we can do now." The moment he gripped the hilt, a loud beep chimed with a system alert. "You have reached the novice swordsman level and can now utilize basic aura." Instantly, a bright blue mana flame ignited, wrapping around the entire sharp blade. Staring at the dancing mana flames in his hand, Adrian grinned with total confidence. With this baseline level of power, he could finally start executing the most fundamental techniques of a true swordsman. Word of the Fat Prince's bizarre transformation spread fast while Adrian was on the training grounds. Vale walked over to warn him that rumors about his insane wager were sweeping the kingdom like wildfire, causing him quite a headache. The Count advised Adrian that his best move was to quickly find a training partner. Adrian just smirked slyly, immediately picturing the arrogant face of the third prince, Jill. He replied that he had already made up his mind about his sparring opponent. Adrian explained to his uncle that taking on a double-ring knight right away was simply too much for now, so he wanted to practice against single-ring targets first. Getting a casual nod from the Count, Adrian turned to his loyal guard, Carl, to check on a task he had assigned earlier. Carl quickly handed over a file, reporting that he had compiled a full list of everyone who sent challenge letters, exactly as requested. He asked if the prince really wanted to fight them just because of some cheap provocations. Faced with Carl's question, Adrian casually shot back, asking what if he did. Carl worriedly explained that almost everyone on the list held a deep, bitter grudge against the prince from before, meaning they would likely use a spar to secretly hurt him. Hearing this, Adrian just smiled mysteriously, saying he was well aware of that. He turned to Vale, asking him to act as the official referee for these matches. Shouldering his sword with a bright grin, the fat prince loudly declared that he did not need anything grand, just for his great uncle to make sure nobody actually died during the duels. And just like that, the day of his very first match finally arrived. Standing before the grand palace of the first prince, a young man with a face full of hatred muttered to himself, "So this is the palace where that piece of trash lives." His name was Taylor Telham, the second son of an ordinary baron. Memories from a few years ago suddenly rushed back to Taylor. Back then, at a lavish royal banquet, the obese Prince Adrian had pointed directly at Taylor's father and brother, laughing and humiliating them in front of the entire crowd. Look at that pathetic sight. The arrogant prince had mocked them ruthlessly, calling their clothes and behavior completely rustic, laughing at how overexcited they were just to attend a royal banquet. Honestly, this fat pig's past behavior was absolutely beautiful. That intense public humiliation left Taylor's father and brother carrying a deep, unforgettable scar of disgrace that ruined their pride. Their family honor fell to rock bottom, and even now, other nobles still treated them like a total joke. Taylor's eyes burned red with sheer resentment. Gritting his teeth, he muttered Adrian's name, swearing to himself that today, he would make that trash prince pay a heavy price. Back in the present, on the dueling grounds, Taylor suppressed his rage, stepping forward to bow. Greeting His Highness Adrian Leonberg, Taylor solemnly drew his sword and introduced himself as the second son of the Telham family, a single-ring apprentice knight practicing his family's signature swordsmanship. Before he could even finish his sentence, Adrian casually cut him off with total rudeness, asking why he was acting so formal for a simple, unofficial sparring match. To make matters worse, the fat prince pointed and whispered to his guard with a look of pure disgust, asking if that guy was really a knight since he looked incredibly weak. Man, that arrogance is just built in, isn't it? That condescending attitude made Taylor absolutely furious. He thought to himself that the rumors were entirely true. This prince was rude, arrogant, and had zero self-awareness about his own pathetic standing. Right as the tension was about to explode, Vale stepped in to intervene, telling Taylor that while he understood his anger, the match hadn't started yet, so he needed to hold back his aura. The moment Taylor saw the legendary commander, his rage instantly evaporated, replaced by deep admiration. He bowed deeply in respect, expressing what an absolute honor it was to finally meet him. Watching this, Adrian clicked his tongue, thinking that his uncle looked more like the prince here than he did. As he walked past Vale, he couldn't help but shoot a sarcastic comment. Vale told him he should have behaved properly in the past, making the fat prince scowl in annoyance, replying that his uncle shouldn't keep bringing up old history. Not letting them bicker any further, Vale stepped onto the center of the field and gave a firm order for both to take their positions. Honestly, these two were just exhausting with their constant bickering. With that, the match officially began as Taylor immediately channeled a bright blue mana aura. With pure hatred written all over his face, Taylor sneered coldly, mockingly telling the prince to be careful. Instantly, Taylor lunged forward, unleashing a powerful slash aimed directly at the fat prince. But to a former legendary divine sword, the attack speed of a mere single ring knight was nothing but slow, wasted motion. Andreon stays completely calm, easily raising his sword to block. He quietly remarks that there are too many wasted movements. The heavy clash creates a massive shockwave. Taylor is shocked to find his blade completely stopped by the blazing blue mana on his opponent's sword. He gasps in disbelief. Is this heart force? Before he can even process it, Andreon decisively swings his sword to push the attack away. The powerful push forces Taylor to stumble backward. Finally regaining his stance at a safe distance, Taylor breaks into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. He reassures himself that heart mana is just a low-tier skill, so there is no way it could block a mana chain. Maybe it is just because he is still only at the single chain level. Meanwhile, Andreon calmly looks at his burning sword and murmurs that it only feels a bit numb. Suddenly, strange echoing vibrations begin to ring out from Andreon's blade. Standing near the edge of the arena, Taylor is startled, while the royal guards and other knights are left completely stunned. Did the sword actually make a sound? Even Uncle Carl loses his usual calm. Sweating coldly, he is absolutely shocked to recognize this legendary phenomenon as the sword cry. He absolutely cannot accept being suppressed by a useless royal outcast. Taylor furiously grips his trembling hilt and screams out in sheer rage. No way, this cannot be happening. Fueled by pure fury, Taylor charges straight at Andreon once again, swinging his blade with every ounce of his strength. Yet, facing his opponent's wild rage, Andreon calmly parries every single blow. The two blades clash in a flurry of sparks, leaving Taylor roaring in utter frustration as dust sweeps across the arena. Against his opponent's intense fury, Andreon remains totally composed, using his blue mana-clad sword to block. He thinks to himself that they say spell mana and heart mana are polar opposites, and it seems to be true. He can feel the energy threatening to backflow at any moment. But then he smirks, looking at a panting, furious Taylor, Pointing his sword at his rival, he casually asks if he is indeed the second son of Baron Teoham. He advises Taylor to cool his head down. With those words, Andreon half closes his eyes, focusing all his senses to dive deep into his own consciousness. Deep, within the dark waters, he calls upon the awakening of the demon sword, the holy sword, or whatever name he used to carry. They are all pieces of his soul. As his hand touches the light at the bottom, Andreon's heart force instantly absorbs a massive will. Over his colorless heart force, a single color begins to spread, signaling that the sleeping will of the Dragon Slayer has finally awakened. This is the memory of his most recently used sword, carrying the core energy trained specifically to slaughter dragons. The moment the Dragon Slayer heart activates, Andreon's eyes instantly turn a bloodthirsty crimson red. Oh, check this out. A violent purplish red aura surges from his body, forming a massive roaring red dragon. This is the true power of the Dragon Slayer sword, forged for the sole purpose of killing dragons. The energy pouring from the Dragon Slayer heart fully merges with his sword. Witnessing this destructive aura looming right in front of him, Taylor trembles in absolute terror. Sweating coldly, Taylor stammers under his breath, "What on earth is that? Did I just run into a monster?" Sensing a lethal threat that could end a life in an instant, Uncle Carl immediately loses his color. Panicking, he rushes forward and yells at them to stop immediately. But Andreon is already completely consumed by bloodlust, lunging forward with terrifying speed. Carl screams in worry, calling out to stop because that sword is too dangerous. But little does anyone know, before this match, Andreon met privately with his uncle to make a special request. When Carl asked what the request was, the prince only smiled. Andreon seriously told him that if it ever looked like he was about to kill his opponent, his uncle must stop him. Back to the present. As the violent aura of the Dragon Slayer's sword completely controls Andreon's mind and sends him lunging at Taylor like a wild beast, Carl does not hesitate. He immediately unleashes his blue mana chain, charging into the arena to stop his nephew before tragedy strikes. Good thing he warned his uncle beforehand, or Taylor would be completely gone by now. The Count's blue lightning mana collides head-on with Andreon's dark crimson aura, unleashing a massive shockwave of pressure that blows away dirt and rock. As the heavy dust settles, Carl still stands tall, his sword crackling with electricity. Meanwhile, Andreon is blasted straight into a wall, slumping to the ground completely exhausted, as the stone behind him cracks deeply. Seeing their prince knocked down, the royal knights draw their swords and surround Carl. They shout in anger, demanding to know what the Count thinks he is doing, warning him that attacking royalty carries a severe punishment. But Andreon immediately stops them, telling them to step back because he requested it. Struggling to stand, he wipes his face and grumbles that while he did ask for help, he never told him to blast him flat on the ground. Right after saying that, the completely exhausted prince collapses back onto the dirt, absolutely shocking the guards, although he managed to keep his life. As Andreon checks his condition, he cannot help but shudder at a terrifying realization. His heart force was almost shattered to pieces under the overwhelming pressure of the Dragon Slayer's will. Even the Count himself had to directly block an incredibly powerful frontal strike from him. Fortunately, the young prince's body does not seem to suffer any long-term damage. Andreon sighs in relief, smugly thinking that everything worked out and he even won his first match. Seeing the chubby prince sitting there laughing to himself, Carl asks him coldly why he is smiling. Startled, Andreon asks why his uncle is standing right there. Now look at his uncle's expression. Carl's face hardens as he demands to know what the prince was thinking, using such an impure and corrupted swordsmanship. He firmly asserts that he never taught the boy such a brutal technique. Facing his uncle's stern questioning, Andreon remains perfectly calm, replying clearly that he only acted according to the true nature of his blade. The reply leaves Carl completely speechless. He thinks to himself that hearing someone who has never been in real battle talk about the nature of a sword is almost laughable. Yet, remembering the dark crimson bloodlust that surged from the prince, he must admit that nature is indeed pure intent to kill. It is a violent bloodlust that makes others uneasy, but it is still a solid truth of survival among many on the battlefield. His uncle's understanding takes Andreon by surprise. He fully expected a boring lecture about how the path of the sword is about self-perfection or some other empty philosophy. With a cold smirk, Carl bluntly declares that he is not a knight but a soldier. He does not walk the path of righteousness, only the path to victory. However, his gaze instantly darkens as he sternly warns Andreon that his sword is currently far too dangerous. When bloodlust grows too strong, it blinds both you and your enemy, which will eventually lead you down a dark and stray path. Andreon sighs softly, explaining to his uncle that this is exactly why they must train to overcome these current flaws. Hearing this, Carl crosses his arms sternly, coldly declaring that he will keep watching to see if the prince gets devoured by the bloodthirsty demon inside. Just like that, 3 days of non-stop sparring pass by. On the dirt field, a wooden sword is stabbed into the ground. Looking at his opponent, Andreon asks if he is Taylor. Resting his sword on his shoulder, the prince smiles and remarks that Taylor has worked quite hard over the last 3 days. But in reality, enduring a blade loaded with unbridled bloodlust for 3 straight days was nothing short of absolute physical and mental torture for poor Taylor. Andreon clicks his tongue in mock regret, teasing that Taylor probably wants to kick him hard before everything wraps up, but sadly cannot do it. The comment leaves Taylor completely flustered, stammering out a denial. Just then, Andreon turns to receive a finely crafted wooden box from his maid. Looking at the box presented to him, a confused Taylor asks what it is. Andreon explains in a low voice. He knows he committed unforgivable mistakes against Taylor's family in the past. While he does not know if this gift is enough to make up for it, he still wants Taylor to bring it back to Baron Teoham. Inside the box was just a simple teddy bear and a brief letter of apology. Andreon waved his hand, signaling Taylor to leave, and wished him a safe journey. Andreon thought to himself that he was not obligated to clean up the mess made by the former prince. However, once you ask someone to do a job, rewarding them fairly is only natural. Touched by the prince's gesture, Taylor turned back and shouted out his gratitude, thanking him from the bottom of his heart. Meanwhile, news of the crazy prince's sparring matches quickly spread like wildfire across the kingdom. All over the palace, the nobles whispered and gossiped with pure delight. They believed that Andreon's sheer arrogance would finally drag him down, forcing him to pay a heavy price for his past sins. They eagerly waited for the fat prince to be utterly humiliated. Yet, as days turned into weeks, the grand scandal those petty nobles were desperately hoping for never showed up at all. Whenever curious people poked around asking about the match results, the very knights who had fought against Andreon unexpectedly stepped forward to defend him. They excitedly shared that everything was just a huge misunderstanding, and the first prince was actually not as terrible as the rumors claimed. With bright smiles, everyone insisted both sides fought with everything they had, and they realized His Highness was not a bad guy after all. Of course, the nobles did not believe a single word. They maliciously twisted the truth about Andreon's fair duels, claiming the royal family must have stepped in to silence the knights and cover everything up. When the rumors reached Andreon, he slammed his desk in absolute fury. Silencing who? They are just too embarrassed because they lost. Those useless nobles really have nothing better to do. Why can't they do something useful for once? Turning our attention back to Taylor, who was trembling while clutching his royal gift box. Andreon walked over, gave him a heavy pat on the shoulder, and told him to make sure he boasts loudly about the match results next time. Taylor could only break into a cold sweat, quickly bowing as he promised to do so. Andreon crossed his arms with pride, fully expecting those ridiculous rumors to die down very soon. But his confidence was shattered when his maid rushed in with a panicked report. Andreon stared in disbelief, asking her what on earth was going on. The hesitant maid awkwardly explained that people were spreading rumors that His Highness threatened everyone just to fake the match results. Hearing this, the chubby prince was left completely frozen and speechless by how easily the public twisted the truth. Andreon's face darkened beneath his bangs. Clicking his tongue, he told himself that it did not matter, and he should just keep training. Completely ignoring the groundless gossip, he immediately focused on channeling his mana. A brilliant blue mana erupted violently, enveloping his entire body. Carrying a rock-solid determination, Andreon plunged right back into another round of brutal, intense training. He swung his sword repeatedly, each strike faster and more powerful than the last. The prince's accuracy had improved dramatically, showing the incredible results of his relentless days of training. As his final strike drew a brilliant flash of blue light before fading away, Andreon gasped for air, pulling the mana back into his chest. He turned to his loyal guard and asked how many opponents were left for the day. Carl checked his documents and respectfully reported that today's opponent was the last one. Andreon let out a soft sigh, feeling slightly disappointed, and asked if the apprentices had already lost the courage to challenge him. Carl smiled and explained that, at the very least, this final opponent was a true knight. She had not only mastered her family's techniques, but also joined a renowned knight order to hone her swordsmanship to perfection. Hearing this, Andreon smirked with genuine interest. He murmured the name he saw in the file, realizing she was an apprentice knight from the famous Iron Lion Knights Awen Kurgan. At that exact moment, look at the arena gates. The massive wooden doors slowly creak open and a striking figure in shining silver armor walks in, leaving the royal guards whispering in complete awe. Is that really her? One guard asked, while another nodded, confirming that the emblem on her armor matched. People often described her as a flower blooming on a high cliff, an elegant yet thorny rose. She was rumored to have broken the hearts of countless men. Each of Awen's confident footsteps echoed across the ground, instantly capturing the attention of every single soldier in the area. They kept whispering in admiration, amazed by her beauty and surprised that such a stunning woman would enter this place. Another guard chuckled with a knowing look. The first prince sure has a weird way of attracting trouble. Still, if he gets beaten by her in public, it will be the ultimate humiliation. The Iron Lion Knights were one of the kingdom's elite factions, legendary for both their prestige and combat power. Awen Kurgan was an outstanding apprentice of this very order, and she had already secured her official membership due to her unparalleled natural talent. Hearing this, Andreon wondered why someone so gifted would seek him out for a sparring match. The red-cloaked knight beside him hesitantly explained that there was once a bit of a misunderstanding between him and Awen. Andreon scoffed at the idea of a misunderstanding. Everyone knew his past reputation, so he probably just picked a fight for no reason. To get the facts straight, he turned to a nearby maid. He asked her what exactly his past self had done. Trembling with fear, the maid admitted that His Highness had deeply insulted Awen. Hearing this, Andreon froze completely in shock. He clutched his head in utter despair, cursing his past self. What an absolute idiot. That trash prince did nothing but cause trouble, and now I am the one who has to pay for it. Memories of that old encounter flashed back. The arrogant, chubby Prince Andreon had boldly approached Awen, placed a hand on her shoulder, and smoothly commented that she was indeed as beautiful as the rumors claimed. He had even suggested she become his personal maid. Disgusted by his rude advances, Awen immediately slapped his hand away and coldly warned him that the Night Order was not his personal playground. Her blunt rejection had left the fat prince red-faced and absolutely furious. Back in the present, Andreon could only break into a cold sweat, hanging his head in deep embarrassment at his predecessor's shameful behavior. He berated himself for such a pathetic, trashy attempt at flirting. When Awen finally faced him, she bowed slightly and greeted him, noting that it had been a long time since they last met. And then, she immediately drops a cold truth bomb, saying he has not changed at all. Facing her freezing gaze, the prince just scratched his head, replying that he has actually changed a lot. He silently added that his entire soul had literally been swapped out since then. Owen narrowed her sharp eyes in deep suspicion, leaving Andreon sweating bullets as he realized he was paying for his past self's sins. Right then, a loud announcement interrupted the awkward silence, declaring that Count Valor had arrived. The majestic commander stepped forward, looking at Awen. She immediately saluted respectfully, introducing herself as Awen, an apprentice of the Iron Lion Knights, and politely greeted the count. Recognizing the young prodigy, the count nodded and warned her that the prince's sword was highly dangerous. Hearing his uncle trash-talk him right in front of his opponent, Andreon grit his teeth, complaining about his uncle's total lack of support. Ignoring his nephew's annoyance, Valor let out a sigh and commanded both of them to take their positions. Standing in the center of the training grounds, the count raised his hand, declaring the match started. In an instant, Awen moved with lightning speed, charging straight forward like a sudden gust of wind. Watching her strike first, Andreon smirked with excitement, eager to test the strength of the Iron Lion's pride. As Awen swung her blade in a devastating blow, Andreon activated his special vision to carefully analyze her trajectory. Her movements were impressive, so he clashed his sword against hers, triggering a violent collision between their mana. However, in that exact second, the prince's frail body suddenly betrayed him. Andreon coughed up blood as his chest flared with pain, and the system warned of severe mana instability. Seizing the opening created by his sudden loss of control, Awen closed the distance instantly. Giving the prince no room to breathe, Owen unleashed a relentless flurry of blindingly fast strikes. Andreon was forced to struggle with all his might just to block her devastating, continuous onslaught. The deafening clang of steel echoes across the training grounds. She is definitely a thorny rose. Pushed back relentlessly by the sharp, blinding sweeps of Awen's blade, Andreon quickly realizes he's in a pretty bad spot. I'm getting cornered. This is bad, he grunts. As his opponent lunges with terrifying speed, Andreon decides to trigger his Dragon Slayer core. A violent surge of crimson aura erupts, enveloping his body and leaving Awen completely wide-eyed with shock. Their blades collide in a massive head-on clash, sending shockwaves as their conflicting mana violently explodes. Choked by the crushing pressure of that blood-red aura, Owen instantly leaps back to a safe distance before darting in again to test him. Tracking his every move, he is left deeply stunned by the prince's strangely unorthodox swordplay. Catching his breath, Andreon flashes a thrilled smirk. It looks like having single-chain mana doesn't make everyone the same. You are on a completely different level compared to those other weaklings. But to guarantee his victory, Andreon decides to trigger his system's special judgment skill at its absolute limit. Better show everything I have, because losing to a woman would be pretty embarrassing. The prince's eyes flash crimson as his opponent's detailed stat window materializes before him. Awen Kurgan is 19 years old, possessing A-rank swordsmanship along with the traits of a genuine top-tier genius. Andreon spits out a bit of blood, realizing he can only view these stats because of the system's limited authority. That means Awen's actual strength right now is only equal to his, or maybe even slightly weaker. The real fight starts now. Without a second of hesitation, both of them sprint toward each other at insane speeds. Andreon's dark crimson mana slams directly into the brilliant blue energy radiating from Owen. Both Andreon and Awen are panting heavily, bodies drenched in sweat after that fierce collision. Under the deep red sunset of the training yard, they step back to catch their breath. Right then, a sword cuts decisively between them. Vale steps in to separate them, loudly announcing that today's spar ends here and will continue tomorrow. Seriously, right when things were getting good? Though completely exhausted, Andreon smirks with mock regret, complaining that he was just about to end the fight. Not backing down, Awen fires back with a confident smile, saying she was thinking the exact same thing. She even provokes him by asking if he wants to go a few more rounds, claiming she is ready whenever. Their sheer stubbornness forces Vale to shout and shut them down. He strictly warns them that it is far too late and orders both to get treated immediately. Right after, the old physician rushes over to Andreon, channeling green healing magic to mend his wounds. Hearing the physician mumble about finding more bruises, Andreon just glares in annoyance. Over in the corner, Awen is being treated by another healer, her head lowered as she gets lost in deep thought. Passing by each other to leave, Awen glares at the fat prince with pure determination, silently promising to get him next time. This endless sparring match has gone on with absolutely no sign of stopping. By the third day of their intense duel, the watching royal knights are buzzing with gossip. They admit they are completely shocked to witness such power from the prince they once called trash. While Awen's genius-level skill is beyond question, the first prince's performance is keeping up with her blow for blow. With the next match about to start, everyone waits on the edge of their seats, hoping today will bring a clear winner as Andreon and Awen face off once more with drawn swords. Before they clash again, Andreon suddenly smiles and says he has something to say first. Sensing a trap, Awen immediately goes on guard, cutting him off with a cold stare. "Do not tell me your highness is about to apologize, because I will not accept it," she snaps. Andreon watches her, realizing she just wants to use her own combat strength to reclaim her damaged pride. That spirit is pretty commendable, but he has a completely different plan. Andreon waves his hands with a laugh, saying that is not it. Since we are fighting this hard, shouldn't there be a prize, like the loser granting any wish the winner wants? This wild proposal instantly sends shockwaves through the crowd of knights, sparking worried whispers. With a deal like that, the loser would have to do absolutely anything, even groveling or bowing in apology. Facing such a provocative bet, Awen falls into a tense silence. The surrounding knights panic and beg the prince to take it back, arguing that his noble royal status is far too high for such a reckless gamble. But Andreon just brushes them off, telling them to stay out of it before looking directly at Awen and asking what she thinks. After a brief pause, Awen steps forward. She loudly declares that while she is just a humble apprentice knight loyal to the Leonbeck royal family, if the prince himself allows it, she believes she has every right to claim her prize from this bet. This is her golden chance to finally get back at this arrogant guy. Seeing her fiery resolve, Andreon just smirks with pure excitement. Instantly, the duel explodes into a completely different gear. Their swords clash repeatedly, unleashing echoing explosions and dazzling flashes of light across the training ground. Awen is incredibly fast, but Andreon proves to be even superior, effortlessly dodging and parrying her deadly strikes. Suddenly, the prince's eyes turn a blood-red crimson, accompanied by a cold, merciless grin. Channeling his full power, Andreon unleashes his devastating Dragon Slayer aura, slamming down a massive strike of crimson energy. The force completely swallows Awen's blue mana, forcing a painful grunt from her lips. Choking under the brutal pressure of his blade, Awen is completely stunned by his terrifying speed. He was not nearly this fast yesterday, she thinks. Watching the massive crimson dragon aura engulf the fat prince, she begins to wonder if he was hiding his true power all along. Shaking off her doubt, Awen tightens her grip and charges back in. They trade fierce blows, throwing themselves at each other like moths to a flame. Awen can only groan as she struggles desperately against Andreon's suffocating pressure. Swooshing past each other in a cloud of dust, she pants heavily, completely drenched in sweat, but Andreon refuses to give her a moment to breathe. With eyes glowing red, he brings down a massive, decisive slash. The dark crimson shockwave collides head-on with Awen's blade, triggering a loud explosion that shakes the yard. The raw impact blasts her sword clean out of her hands, sending it spinning into the dirt. Utterly defeated, Awen drops to her knees under the glowing red twilight. Seeing this shocking finish, the royal knights are left completely speechless, and even Vale cannot hide the absolute surprise on his face. Staring blankly at her empty hands, Awen whispers to herself, unable to believe she actually lost. Andreon calmly lowers his sword, declaring that he won the wager. Walking right up to the kneeling girl, he calls her name out loud, wearing a triumphant grin as he delivers his ultimate demand. "I want you," he states. That blunt declaration leaves Awen absolutely frozen with shock. It is over now, there is no backing out after falling right into his clever trap. Now let's talk about Cax. When he first took the job as personal guard to the kingdom's most infamous prince, he had prepared himself for the absolute worst. But contrary to his fears, the duty is not nearly as bad as he expected. On their first meeting, Andreon just gave him a quick look, asking if he was the new guard. Though the fat prince seemed a bit arrogant, he simply said, "I'm counting on you." The prince never throws random tantrums like the rumors claim. In fact, Cax constantly watches him push his limits, running around the palace every single day. Honestly, the truth is the polar opposite of those nasty rumors. Even in the middle of a raging storm, Andreon stands alone, swinging his wooden sword without a moment of rest. Watching him push through the freezing downpour, another knight asks Cax if they should stop the prince. Cax just tells him to let it be, saying it might help him burn off some fat. Right at this moment, noticing the chaotic, overflowing energy from the prince's swing was about to explode dangerously, Cax panicked and yelled out, "Your Highness, danger." A massive blast shattered the night silence, as Andreon's strike blew the wooden training post into 100 pieces. Standing right in the middle of the debris with a mud-smeared face, the prince flashed a highly excited grin. Witnessing that iron will shatter every single limit, Cax was completely won over. He thought back to how he always had a strong hunch the prince would eventually grow into an absolutely legendary figure. He honestly believed that until this exact second. The mock battle wraps up and Andreon loudly declares to Awen as she kneels before him, "I want you." That bold declaration from the prince instantly turns the surrounding knights to stone in absolute shock. The knights panic, whispering that his words are incredibly disrespectful. Even Cax starts sweating bullets, his perfect image of the great prince instantly shattering as he wonders if he totally misjudged his master. Awen bows her head in sheer shock for a second, before looking straight into Andreon's eyes to ask if that is truly what he desires. But the prince just casually shoulders his blade and walks right past her, cold as ice. Obviously, since right now she is just a regular apprentice who cannot even defeat a rogue prince, Andreon lets out a highly arrogant smirk. He loudly declares that what he actually wants is the ultimate potential and future of the knight named Awen Kurgan. I need a knight who actually follows me, not someone standing by my side out of a forced royal decree, but a blade that belongs solely to me. Andreon looks right at Awen as her system screen displays her impressive A-rank sword talent and various genius traits. He continues, telling her that since her skill with the blade is pretty outstanding, she must officially become his personal knight. That sincere yet incredibly commanding proposal leaves Awen completely frozen on the spot. Facing the young prince, a rush of old, painful memories suddenly floods back into her mind. She had finally achieved her dream of becoming a knight, but reality proved highly disappointing. No matter where she went, she was forced to endure the incredibly rude whispers of men. They would whisper about how pretty and eye-catching she looked. Absolutely nobody treated her as a real warrior. They just viewed her as a novel toy, forcing her to train like mad to avoid their contempt. But even though she kept crushing the other apprentice knights in flawless victories, societal prejudice remained a massive, immovable wall. The snide crowds simply would not stop mocking her behind her back. Rumors sneered that in the end she would just become a useless decorative trophy. They claimed guarding a beauty like her was the ultimate privilege for any male knight. Walking a lonely path amidst constant slander, Awen painfully realized she might never be seen as a true knight. Yet facing this prince's offer, her heart cannot help but waver. Bowing her head slightly, she recalls Andreon's exact words about wanting her potential and future as a real knight. Looking at the plump prince standing quietly under the golden sunset, she wonders if those bold declarations actually came from a place of genuine sincerity. After a brief moment of silent struggle, she looks up at Andreon and softly asks him to make her one single promise. Awen solemnly requests that His Highness treat her like a real knight, not a woman. If he can do that, she will fulfill any command. As a woman in this harsh world, demanding a little respect is fair, right? Meeting Awen's highly determined gaze, Andreon flashes a respectful smile. Without a single second of hesitation, he responds that he gladly accepts her terms. Securing his solemn vow, Awen decisively steps forward and drops to one knee before the prince, loudly declaring her oath. I, Awen, eldest daughter of the Kurgan family, swear loyalty to Prince Andreon Leon Beck, dedicating my sword and my entire life to your highness. Witnessing this sacred moment, all the guards and Cax quietly watch with dead serious expressions. Andreon unsheathes his sword, resting the flat blade on her shoulder to loudly announce her new rank. By the royal bloodline of Leon Beck, in the name of Andreon Leon Beck, I dub you a knight. Be brave, be honorable, and remain loyal. The knighting ceremony concludes under the brilliant golden glow of the setting sun, marking the moment Andreon officially gains his very first loyal knight. However, news of this oath quickly spreads across the land, triggering massive skepticism from the public. At the academy, the students whisper with endless sarcasm, swearing loyalty to a useless rogue prince? Does that make any sense? These nosy, gossiping nobles are acting way worse than a bunch of bored neighbors. And you know they cannot let this slide, right? The young nobles keep gossiping, calling an oath from a petty bet utterly ridiculous and searching for any way to cancel it. They question why Awen rejected any outside help, even fabricating shady rumors about a scandalous relationship between her and the prince. Some maliciously spread rumors that to save face, Andreon could not make her his mistress, using the knightly oath to cover up a secret affair. Hearing these ridiculous lies back at his palace, Andreon is absolutely furious, nearly losing his mind. Clutching his head, he screams, "This is insane. Am I some kind of evil villain here?" He turns to his guard, Cax, with a completely helpless expression, wondering if he really is the biggest jerk on this planet. Watching the prince scratch his head in frustration, Cax quietly ponders before calling out to him. Andreon turns back, asking what he wants. The young guard hesitantly brings up the words the prince spoke during his final duel with Awen. While Andreon is still completely clueless, Cax reminds him of his statement about not wanting a knight who stands by his side purely due to a royal command. Andreon lets out a soft sigh, casually asking if those words hurt his feelings. But it is just the hard truth. If a royal decree ordered you to leave right now, you would still go, right? Smiling slightly, Andreon adds that if he does not want to go, he can always make an oath of his own later. Hearing this, Cax suddenly grows dead serious, looking straight at the prince to ask if he would accept his vow. Completely shattering Cax's expectations, Andreon immediately turns away with a cold, flat refusal. No way. Crossing his arms, he explains that he absolutely hates that idea, because raising him that way would not be fun at all. That blunt answer leaves Cax grimacing, forcing a helpless chuckle as he softly mutters, "Is that so?" Seeing his guard's disappointed face, Andreon solemnly reassures him that he is not playing around, he is entirely serious. Right at that moment, an official royal letter is delivered directly into the prince's hands. Wait, here is the real kicker. The message states the first prince of Leon Beck will finish his confinement and attend the royal banquet. Reading this, Andreon is totally dumbfounded, wondering what he did to get released a whole month and a half early. He recalls the king's furious face, thinking that when the old man banished him to this palace, he clearly detested him to the absolute core. Andreon cannot help but let out a highly exhausted sigh. I really have no idea what that old man is thinking. Seeing this, Kak softly asks if His Highness is not happy that his confinement is finally over. Andreon casually replies that he really does not care. Even with freedom, he has nowhere to go and knows nobody, so there is really no one to meet anyway. Right then, a maid carrying an invitation card suddenly flinches in pure panic as she runs straight into the prince. Noticing her bizarre reaction, Andreon raises an eyebrow. The trembling maid quickly bows her head, hesitantly presenting a letter. She claims she just happened to find addressed directly to His Highness. Staring at the envelope, Andreon mutters suspiciously to himself. An invitation, and judging by her highly nervous behavior, something is definitely off here. The maid quickly hands over the card. Yes, it is this one. Taking the letter and tearing it open, Andreon is completely dumbfounded to read the words, Social Club for Highly Distinguished Young Masters. The maid awkwardly explains that this is actually a social gathering where the prince used to be a regular member. Hearing this, Andreon starts sweating bullets in absolute panic, asking himself, wait, me? He curiously asks if there is something weird about that place, making the maid blush and hesitate to explain. After all, to any decent woman, the highly debauched lifestyle of wild young noble masters is pretty hard to accept. It was basically an elite club for heavy drinking and chasing girls, where the previous fat prince spent his days indulging in wild pleasures. Talk about a bunch of absolutely shameless playboys. Realizing what it is, Andreon immediately crumples up the invitation and throws it aside. Forget it, he is way too busy training to waste his precious time on useless social gatherings. But just as he is about to toss it, signature at the bottom catches his eye and stops him cold. The letter is apparently from the eternal friend of Prince Andreon, someone wise, brave, and thoughtful. Bernardo of the Yai family. That name immediately makes Andreon pale. He stands there staring, realizing it matches his memories perfectly. His uncle once told him that the Yai were the last group of knights who stubbornly pursued ancient demonic mind techniques, which eventually led to their total downfall a century ago. Seeing a descendant of this fallen clan makes Andreon change his mind in an instant. Now watch this. He suddenly smiles and declares that he absolutely must go. Hearing his command, the maid quickly bows and rushes off to prepare his finest royal attire. Standing alone in the quiet room, Andreon stares at the invitation, letting out a soft sigh. He just hopes the descendants of his old friend haven't fallen into a completely pathetic state. It has been 4 months since he woke up in the body of this playboy prince and started his grueling, crazy weight loss training. Looking at the young prince trying on a brand new outfit in the mirror, the middle-aged tailor cannot hide his excitement, constantly bowing and rubbing his hands, while asking if His Highness is pleased with the fit. He proudly claims he followed every single instruction, black as the primary color, minimalist patterns, and a clean design that still keeps the full majesty of a royal. Looking at his new reflection, Andreon nods slightly, admitting to himself that he really has lost a lot of weight. The tailor immediately agrees, crying out in shock that His Highness's measurements have actually dropped to less than half of what they used to be. Absolutely thrilled by this massive, spectacular transformation, the tailor eagerly offers to start preparing the prince's outfit for the upcoming royal palace banquet right away. But Andreon raises his hand to stop him, telling him to wait a little longer, because between now and then, his body measurements are definitely going to change even more. A few days later, once his house arrest officially ends, Andreon steps inside a luxurious royal carriage, officially setting off toward the exclusive social club reserved for elite young masters. Outside the carriage, majestic escort knights on horseback guard him as they ride through the bustling city streets. Sitting inside the comfortable carriage, Andreon yawns lazily, thinking to himself that being a prince is honestly an exhausting job. From the outfits and carriages to the constant guards, everything is just incredibly annoying. Right then, he glances across the carriage and notices his maid shrinking into the far corner, barely daring to breathe. Spotting a pretty clear bruise on her neck, Andreon frowns and asks her where she got that injury. The question instantly panics her, and she bows her head in fear, trembling as she stammers that it was entirely her own fault and His Highness is free to punish her for it. Her sheer terror makes Andreon helplessly click his tongue in sheer frustration. He silently curses the original prince. How on earth did this body manage to leave behind such an awful legacy of constant abuse and arrogance that everyone is terrified of him? Realizing he has been seeing her for months without even knowing her name, Andreon softens his voice and asks, "What is your name?" The unexpected question startles her. She bows her head, timidly whispering that her name is Adel Bayan, Your Highness. Hearing that name instantly leaves Andreon completely stunned. Bayan, he thinks. That is an incredibly ancient family, now practically reduced to a mere name in the nobility registries. He never expected to hear that legendary name again in a place like this. Suddenly, ancient memories flood the mind of the former sword god back from a time when cities, let alone kingdoms, did not even exist on this continent. Surrounded by countless, ferocious, powerful races, weak humans were constantly slaughtered and plundered as a matter of course. But that tragic chapter of human history was finally brought to an end by some truly legendary figures. After enduring a massive and brutal war, those saviors led humanity to rise above adversity, eventually allowing humans to become the dominant species of the entire continent. Later generations respectfully called them the Five Great Emperors, and one of those legendary heroes who stood side by side with him was none other than a fierce, red-haired woman gripping her sword, softly calling out his name, Ruan. Standing on a burning battlefield, she softly asked her sword, "Have you ever wondered?" Facing a massive roaring army of monsters, she calmly asked, "What will we do when this war is finally over?" Her emerald eyes flashed with absolute determination, and without waiting for an answer, she leaped high into the air. She was the fierce warrior who personally decapitated the monster's supreme leader, permanently ending the long age of slaughter. Later generations would praise her with the majestic title of the iron-blooded sword Marquise Agnes Bayan. In his memories, the image of the iron-blooded sword Marquise Agnes Bayan burned brightly as she dominated the battlefield. Facing hordes of monsters, she swung her sword and charged right into the fray, unleashing her absolute wrath on the filthy beasts that dared to threaten humanity. Snapping back to reality, Andreon rubs his forehead. These ancient memories are honestly exhausting to even think about. He glances at Adil, sitting quietly across from him, feeling a sudden wave of pity. Who would have thought a descendant of the legendary Bayan family would end up as such a timid, pitiful maid? What on earth happened to make them fall this low? Right then the carriage comes to a halt. The escort knight respectfully opens the door, announcing their arrival. Andreon steps down, but before he goes, he turns to tell Adil they will speak privately later, leaving the young girl completely terrified. While Adil is still processing this, a oily voice rings out to welcome him. The man bowing before him with a fake flattering smile is Bernardo of the Yai family. Staring at his sleazy face, Andreon notes that the guy looks like a complete scoundrel. He cannot help but wonder what kind of pathetic life Bernardo lived to end up looking as pale and haggard as a ghost. Andreon stares at him with a knowing look, realizing this little trip might actually be worth his time. Seeing the silence, Bernardo nervously asks if His Highness is still feeling unwell. Andreon just chuckles, patting Bernardo on the shoulder. "No, it is nothing," he says. "I just realized I was definitely right in the choice. Today is going to be pretty fun." With that, he walks right past him, leaving Bernardo utterly confused. Inside the banquet hall, the atmosphere is pure, loud debauchery. Groups of young, spoiled nobles are drinking heavily, flirting shamelessly, and making a complete mess of themselves. But amidst all the wild partying, Bernardo is watching Andreon with absolute shock. He keeps thinking how strange it is usually this playboy prince would be blackout drunk and causing trouble by now. In complete contrast to his old degenerate habits, Andreon is perfectly sober. He just sits back in his chair, swirling his wine glass while whispering to himself that the vibe today feels totally different. Right then, a completely plastered noble with a flushed red face stumbles right over to him. He sits down right next to Andreon, laughing like an idiot, asking if the rumors are true about the prince conquering that iron lion flower. Seeing Andreon stay silent, the guy gets even bolder. Arrogantly, he complains about being one step too late because he had his eye on that woman too. He starts spouting vulgar, disgusting insults about Awen, completely crossing the line. You can already feel the danger here. His vulgar words completely cross the line, dragging her honor through the mud. Instantly, the playful look on Andreon's face vanishes, his eyes turning ice cold. In a low, chilling voice, Andreon asks him if he has any younger siblings at home. Still completely clueless about the danger he is in, the noble just laughs stupidly, asking if the prince forgot. Standing nearby, Bernardo frowns, completely confused by the prince's strange question. Hearing the reply, Andreon just smirks, whispering that it is perfect. Before the clueless noble can even ask what he means, Andreon channels all his power into one brutal fist, slamming it right into the guy's face. The lightning-fast strike sends the noble flying backward, shattering tables, chairs, and plates everywhere. Shouts of panic and the sound of breaking glass echo through the entire hall. Everyone nearby freezes in absolute horror. Even Bernardo cannot believe his own eyes, staring blankly at the prince's sudden violent outburst. Andreon slowly walks over to the groveling noble with a cold, ruthless smirk. He mutters that the man should be glad his family line will not end today. Then he stomps down hard, crushing his family jewels as agonizing screams fill the air. Looking down at the trash squirming beneath his boots, Andreon unleashes a terrifying, murderous aura. He coldly declares that from now on, the younger brother will inherit the family. Andreon winds up and delivers another brutal punch to the arrogant noble's face. The sheer violence leaves everyone in the banquet hall completely paralyzed with fear, including Bernardo of the Yai family. Before the noble can even process what is happening, Andreon grabs him by the collar and lifts him off the ground. The crowd panics, screaming out, asking what on earth His Highness is doing. Staring into the bloodied face of the man in his grasp, Andreon delivers a chilling warning. He tells him that while he might tolerate being called a trash prince, he will never tolerate being pushed around. This leaves the surrounding nobles utterly bewildered, unable to grasp what the prince even means. Then Andreon clarifies with a smirk he simply means the guy needs another thorough beating. With that, he unleashes another devastating blow right to the face, sending the noble flying across the room with a sharp scream. The guy crashes hard onto the floor, completely knocked out cold. In the dead silence of the hall, Andreon slowly turns his head and calls out to Yai. Hearing his name, Bernardo instantly drops to his knees, shaking, terrified. He stammers out his response, "Yes, your highness." Seeing his pathetic, shaking state, Andreon lets out a wicked laugh, blood splattered across his face. He casually reminds everyone that he promised today would be quite interesting, mocking them by asking if they are surprised. Witnessing this sudden, brutal side of the prince, Bernardo is paralyzed with fear, wondering why this madman is suddenly acting like a monster. Right then, Andreon stands tall and orders him to summon the royal guards. The sudden command leaves Bernardo dazed, but under the prince's oppressive pressure, he scrambles up and loudly barks out his obedience. He rushes out in a panic to call the guards, leaving the hall drowning in an incredibly tense atmosphere. Andreon glares at the panicked crowd and coldly orders the noble ladies to get lost. Terrified, the young noblewomen scramble, desperately grabbing each other as they flee the room. Meanwhile, another noble is sweating bullets, trying to quietly sneak away by blending in with the fleeing ladies. But his steps freeze instantly when the prince's ice-cold voice rings out from behind him, locking him in place. You have to love this cold-blooded threat. He casually tells the guy that if he walks out with the women, he is leaving as one. That absolutely terrifying threat leaves the noble shaking in pure dread, too paralyzed to move. Looking at the trash passed out on the floor and the shivering nobles cowering in fear, Andreon simply smirks. Yet deep inside him, a dark, raging fire is still quietly burning. For the longest time, none of these people ever showed him any respect, let alone knelt before him. Even for the sake of royal dignity, they never gave him the absolute bare minimum. They did not just mock him to his face, they actually dared to insult and degrade his own knight's honor. Turning his back to the entrance, Andreon casually asks what kind of crime matches this insolence. The doors slam open as royal knights in majestic silver armor march inside with absolute resolve. The lead knight reports with a booming voice that for insulting the royal bloodline and challenging their absolute authority, these fools are guilty of nothing less than high treason. Oh boy, they really picked the wrong day to mess with royalty. The knight bows deeply, awaiting his orders, asking his highness to command them. Andreon stands tall before his knights, casually asking who they should make kneel first. He then lets out a cruel, chilling smile and delivers his final verdict: they should all just kneel. News of the massive brawl at the social club spreads straight to the palace. The moment his house arrest is lifted, Andreon is immediately summoned right before the throne, leaving the king with one massive headache. Slamming his hand down, the king roars that the second he is free, he goes and causes a huge scene. 14 noble heirs are thrown in prison under charges of treason and royal insult, using every grand excuse possible. The king sternly demands to know if Andreon understands his actions. Offending 14 major noble houses is bound to trigger a massive, furious backlash across the entire kingdom. Yet Andreon just flashes an incredibly arrogant grin, boldly asking his father if he is honestly worried about their reaction. He points out that those arrested kids are just useless trash abandoned by their own families, bringing nothing but shame. He confidently suggests sending letters to those houses, prompting the deep-thinking king to ask who he intends to write to. Smirking, Andreon tells him that he already knows the answer. He explains that the best people to clean up this family mess are actually the highly capable siblings of the trashy heirs he just locked up. Andreon's sharp, incredibly scheming reply leaves the king totally speechless, with no choice but to helplessly dismiss him from the room. Walking out of the palace, the young prince cannot hide his absolute satisfaction, feeling incredibly smug about leaving his own royal father completely speechless. Right after, Andreon goes to meet the maid, Adilbayan. Seeing the young girl trembling in pure terror, he gently smiles and reassures her that he has absolutely no intention of causing her any harm. But Adil is still so terrified that she bursts into tears, falling to her knees and begging to know what she did wrong to be brought here. Seeing her absolute dread, Andreon sighs inwardly, realizing the former prince must have been incredibly cruel to this poor, helpless girl. He quietly reflects on the Bayan house, a legendary family that has fallen so low their name barely stands out in the nobility registers. Even their direct descendants remain completely clueless about the glorious history and peerless legacy erased from their ancestral line. Watching Adil shake right in front of him, Andreon feels a deep pity for her family's long-lost pride. To investigate further, he decides to activate his system and inspect her status window. And check this out, her actual status window is absolutely mind-blowing. At just 17, Adilbayan possesses S-rank swordsmanship talent and A-rank mana sensitivity, but what really shocks him are her extremely contradictory and borderline insane traits. Alongside being timid, caring, and possessing a passive servant mindset, Adil somehow also holds two incredibly bloodthirsty traits: butcher, making her go wild at the sight of blood, and battle maniac. She is a natural-born killer who literally lives for battle. But despite possessing such peerless talent, Adil does not have a single trait that can control her terrifying inner madness. Andreon scratches his head in deep frustration, wondering if it is actually safe to unleash this bloodthirsty monster. Standing quietly by the window, he gets completely lost in thought. But he tells himself that it is definitely worth a shot, considering she holds an exceptionally rare, legendary S-rank talent. Besides, her status window reveals one highly specific trait he can easily exploit: her submissive psychology. This strange passive trait actually makes her feel immense joy when devoting her entire life to serving a master with absolute loyalty. Andreon turns back to Adil and clearly commands her to swear loyalty to him. This sudden demand leaves the timid maid completely bewildered, stammering as she asks what His Highness truly means. Looking directly into her eyes, he declares that he wants her to become his personal knight, ordering her to swear right here and now. Panicking, Adil drops to the floor, desperately declining because a lowly maid like her could never carry such a heavy duty. Seeing this, Andreon steps closer, reminding her of how she dismissed her own family name. He then offers her an incredibly tempting deal, promising to take full responsibility for her house. In exchange, swear loyalty and serve me as your master. If you cannot control your own madness, then I will be the one holding your reins. Hearing this, Adil raises her tear-stained face, desperately asking to confirm if the prince will truly take absolute responsibility for her family. He nods with a firm promise to bring her loved ones to the capital so they can reunite any time. Overwhelmed with emotion, Adil does not hesitate for a second. She immediately bows low, kneeling in deep reverence, swearing her total loyalty as the eldest daughter of the Bayan family to Prince Andreon Leon Beck. She vows to serve and devote her entire life to him as her lord. Andreon gently places a hand on his new maid's head, saying he is pleased, while Adil softly pledges her absolute obedience. But looking down at her blushing face and those intensely obsessed eyes, the chubby prince suddenly feels a cold shiver run straight down his spine. Andreon breaks into a cold sweat filled with a sudden, overwhelming dread. Did I actually make the right choice here? Meanwhile, here is where the rumors get absolutely wild. People whisper that Andreon's recent quietness was just a front, and that he is already slipping right back into his old, trashy habits. They claim he forced Knight Awen into loyalty through tricks and lured high-ranking nobles, just beat them black and blue before locking them up in the dungeons. The worst part, he just appointed a random maid who has never even held a sword as his personal knight. Naturally, people mock him, claiming it's just a disguised harem. Back in his room, Andreon feels incredibly exhausted and annoyed by all this mindless gossip. He wonders why on earth everyone is suddenly so obsessed with his business. It was just a simple night appointment, yet since dawn his ears have been blasted with non-stop lecturing like a broken morning radio. And it's not just outsiders, even his own family refuses to give him a break. The king furiously rants about his massive headache from cleaning up the prince's messes, while Vei openly shows his deep disappointment, calling him a pathetic fool and asking if he's completely forgotten the bet they made. Even the third prince, Julian, swings by just to drop some nasty, sarcastic remarks about his brother's questionable choice of making a maid his knight. Resting his chin on his hand, Andreon sighs in absolute frustration, cursing his luck that rumors spread this fast. But just as he is completely drained, a servant announces that the queen herself has arrived. Andreon throws his hands up in complete despair. Just give him some mercy. But the queen steps in, immediately unleashing her disappointment. She admits she thought her son had finally changed for the better, only for him to slip back into his old ways. Yet, after a quiet moment, her expression softens as she spots a golden opportunity. And finding him a proper wife to settle down with will apparently cure his wild behavior. Hearing the word marriage, Andreon's eyes pop out in pure panic. The queen firmly declares that this time she will personally choose his partner, before turning and leaving without letting him say a single word, leaving Andreon completely frozen and speechless. A forced marriage out of nowhere? That's practically a death sentence. He is utterly bewildered by this sudden avalanche of absolute chaos crashing down on his head. But he quickly shakes off the headache to focus on what actually matters. Sitting across from a highly confused Adil, she timidly asks if she's truly about to awaken magical power. Andreon nods with absolute certainty. He explains that her magic is going to be incredibly rare. Even if the entire world has forgotten the legendary iron-blooded sword maid, the ancient divine sword soul remembers absolutely everything. From her heavy footsteps to the lethal dance of the blade at her fingertips, Andreon steps right behind Adil, placing his hands on her shoulders to channel his divine energy. A blinding golden aura erupts, wrapping completely around her, officially awakening the dormant power of the legendary sword maid's descendant. The system flashes notifications, confirming the successful magic imprint and stabilizing her internal energy flow. Adil's eyes snap wide open, filled with awe as she feels a massive surge rushing through her veins. Confirming her mana heart is successfully formed, the status window pops up. Staring at her trembling hands, Adil whispers in complete disbelief, asking if this is really her magic. Andreon calmly explains that her mana heart was just refined, instructing her to practice whenever she can, but the moment he stops speaking, his weak body completely gives out. Falling to his knees, Andreon is instantly drenched in sweat. He bitterly realizes that forcing a mana heart into someone else has totally drained what little energy this useless body had. Forcing himself up to hide his weakness, Andreon claims he is just slightly tired. Distressed, Adil asks why he would go so far for someone as lowly as her. Avoiding any explanation, Andreon coldly orders her to leave, but seeing her hesitate as she turns to walk away, he looks back and asks why she's giving him that strange look. Suddenly, Adil drops to her knees, loudly swearing to protect and serve him with her entire life. Seeing her fierce resolve, Andreon smirks, telling her to just remember he is her sole master. Adil blushes happily, agreeing to his command, but as Andreon turns his back to leave, a freezing chill shoots straight up his spine. Shivering, he glances back to find Adil standing in the shadows, her eyes glowing with absolute obsession. Wet dripping, the chubby prince realizes he almost forgot just how extreme and dangerously unstable this girl can actually be. A few days later, while Andreon is relaxing, his personal guard, Cass, enters with an update on Bernardo. He reports that the Imperial Guards are holding Bernardo as a key witness to the recent chaos. They've locked him down completely. No visitors allowed. Hearing this, Andreon raises an eyebrow in surprise, asking a trial? He asks Cass if he'll have to appear in court, but Cass calmly explains that royalty never has to stand on the witness stand. That gets a huge sigh of relief from him. Thank goodness. Getting dragged into unnecessary drama is the worst. Still, he can't help but feel they're making a massive deal out of Bernardo's situation. Right then, noticing Adel quietly dusting a flower vase in the corner, Andreon decides to check up on how she's holding up lately. The sudden question startles Adil, making her nervously ask what her master means. Andreon gently explains he's just asking if the mana heart he implanted has fully stabilized. Hearing her yes, he smiles, deeply pleased. Standing up, Andreon firmly announces that her training with him starts today. He flashes her a confident thumbs up, excitedly ordering her to change and meet him out on the training grounds. Seeing her still frozen with the cloth in her hand, Andreon gently reminds her to drop the rag, because, from this moment on, she is a real knight. Out on the field later, Andreon is diligently stretching and warming up. Suddenly, a deep, highly critical voice booms from behind, asking what on earth he thinks he's doing. Looking around, Andreon finds his uncle, Vei, watching with crossed arms. Andreon casually replies that he's just stretching, but the Count quickly shuts him down, pointing out he's talking about the girl behind him. A short distance away, Adil, in heavy trainee armor, is struggling to jog under the hot sun, completely gasping for air. Andreon calmly tells his uncle he is turning her into a real knight, infuriating Vei. With a dark expression, Vei barks, asking if knighthood is so cheap that any random maid can claim it, and why Andreon is acting so reckless during such a sensitive time. Snapping back, Andreon yells, asking why his uncle is suddenly so naggy. It's so annoying when everyone keeps sticking their nose in your business, right? Stomping away, Andreon asks why his uncle even bothers coming over if he hates everything. Just then, an exhausted Adil runs up, dropping to her knees and breathlessly reporting her 10 laps are done. Under Vei's icy glare, Adil bows her head in shame, apologizing for causing trouble, but Andreon doesn't care at all, casually tossing her a wooden training sword and telling her to pick it up. Andreon rests the wooden sword on his shoulder, wearing a deeply confident smirk. Today, he tells her, I will teach you the absolute basics. He begins demonstrating the fundamental stance to Adelia, delivering a swift, clean strike to show her exactly how to get into position and swing. He tells her to give it a shot. Taking the wooden sword, Adelia steps forward with a nervous expression. But the second she focuses her mind, her green eyes flash with an incredibly sharp and deadly light. She unleashes a vicious slash that splits the air with terrifying force, kicking up a massive shockwave of dust all over the yard. I guess when you have got monster talent, you master everything on your first attempt. Watch this closely. Both Bevan and Andreon freeze in absolute shock, cold sweat pouring down their necks as reality hits them like a truck. Did she really copy that move perfectly just by watching him once? Adelia turns back, shyly asking if her stance is correct. Andreon can only offer a strained smile and ask her to wait a moment while his mind races frantically. He knows Adelia possesses a deeply submissive psychological trait. She only obeys the strong and holds absolute zero respect for the weak. She is already deeply traumatized and insecure after being brutally abused by the previous prince. If he lets her surpass him so easily now, she could turn into a terrifying threat, eventually coming back to take his life whenever she wants. Just as Andreon gets lost in thought, heavy footsteps echo right behind him. Turning his head, he spots Bevan stroking his chin in deep contemplation, muttering under his breath in complete amazement at Adelia's absurd talent. Noticing his uncle's greedy gaze staring at the young prodigy, Andreon immediately steps forward to block his view with a stern warning. What do you think you are doing? He snaps. Do not even think about it. Bevan merely sneers with a mocking grin and mocks him back. What could a prince like you possibly do for a girl like her? Seriously, do not underestimate me. The Count ruthlessly pours cold water on him, declaring that Andreon is just a total amateur who only picked up a sword a few months ago. He claims the prince lacks the skill to guide or unlock Adelia's massive potential. Heavy, suffocating pressure erupts from his uncle, freezing the very air around them. Andreon realizes this terrifying pressure would have easily made the weak, cowardly prince of the past run away crying. But he is not that useless piece of trash anymore. If he cannot tame and lead this incredibly gifted girl, then absolutely nobody else in this entire world is capable of doing it. Because buried deep inside his fragile human body lies the soul of the giant king, the light dragon, and the legendary demon blade Grun, which drank the blood of countless lives on ancient battlefields. A fraction of the supreme will from the legendary divine sword begins to awaken, answering his thoughts as Andreon's eyes flare into a bloodthirsty crimson red. A violent dark red aura erupts like hellfire, swirling furiously around his entire body and masking his fragile mortal shell. This suffocating dark power makes Bevan's face instantly turn pale. Cold sweat pours down as he senses the terrifying presence of an absolute monster. Facing his uncle's raw dread, Andreon glares right back with cold, merciless eyes. She is mine, do not look at her, and do not even think about touching her. I absolutely detest it when anyone tries to lay a finger on what belongs to me. This fierce declaration and the raging red aura leave Bevan utterly speechless. But right after this explosive display of overwhelming power, the young prince's mortal mind suddenly hits its limit and suffers a massive overload. His vision slowly fades to black as reality dissolves around him, dragging him deep down into a pitch-black abyss. An icy coldness and absolute darkness rapidly consume every single one of Andreon's senses. Deep within the endless void, a terrifying vision suddenly materializes before him. The divine sword, Grun, looms large, delivering a bone-chilling warning that before long his fragile human body will be completely swallowed by Grun's own powerful soul. Countless crimson demonic hands reach up from the dark abyss, wrapping tightly around Andreon to drag him down into eternal darkness. Just as he is about to submit to this horrific corruption, a voice rings out that is enough. A bright blue door of pure light bursts open, shattering the darkness and freeing him from the demonic hands to pull his consciousness right back to the training grounds. Now back in reality, Bevan stands there quietly, staring up at Adelia on the castle walls before finally speaking up. An ordinary knight can save 10 soldiers, but an outstanding knight can easily save 100. The commander of the North continues, his eyes filled with immense hope as he evaluates the young maid's sheer potential. That child could save 1,000 lives, or perhaps even more than that. Hearing these grand, idealistic words, Andreon strokes his chin in deep thought, wondering if this represents the noble conviction or high duty of a border commander. But the prince casually turns away, tossing out a completely careless response, "I do not care either way." This indifferent attitude makes Bevan furious, and he glares as he bellows, "Even if she could save countless people?" Facing this persuasion from the northern commander, Adelia does not waver for a single second. Placing her hand over her heart, she firmly declares, "My body and heart already belong to His Highness. I cannot follow you, Count." This blunt rejection leaves the mighty Count entirely speechless and frozen in place. Meanwhile, Andreon just smirks, deeply satisfied with how things played out. He chuckles to himself, realizing all that energy he spent was not wasted. Adelia's submissive instinct makes it inevitable for her to surrender to an absolute higher existence like him. Andreon casually adds, "Since she put it that way, let us leave it at that. Besides, uncle, do you even have anything left to teach me? From the start, your only real goal was to help me lose weight." Standing in the middle of the training field, the young prince delivers a cold ultimatum to his uncle. "If you want to keep visiting my palace, then you need to stop meddling in my business once and for all." Faced with his nephew's unwavering stance, Bevan feels deeply frustrated but has to swallow his pride and accept. "I understand," he mutters. Yet, even after that dramatic day, he continues visiting Andreon's palace regularly. Even though his nagging is completely banned, the Count still stands silently in the distance just to watch their daily practice. Andreon merely lets out a wicked grin, finding it incredibly amusing to watch his proud uncle suffer while quietly standing on the sidelines. And right here, things take a wild turn on the training field. The wooden sword in Adelia's hand suddenly starts vibrating, erupting with a brilliant, golden light. Thick golden mana surges violently, wrapping completely around the young girl's wooden blade. Watching from afar, Bevan's face goes pale as he stares in absolute horror, and even Andreon cannot help but break out in a cold sweat. He wonders in pure shock if she has already mastered sword resonance. Quickly, hiding his panic, Andreon starts clapping loudly, cheerfully praising her. "Well done. That was absolutely fantastic." But inside, his mind is in total chaos. He realizes that at this monstrous rate of growth, he might be the one getting left behind, and getting surpassed by his own maid would be deeply embarrassing. Hearing her master's praise, Adelia blushes slightly, shyly thanking the first prince. Right then, Bevan stomps over with a dark, furious expression. He glares directly at Andreon, demanding to know if he taught her the mana heart. Andreon casually turns around and shrugs. "Yes, is there a problem?" His completely nonchalant attitude only pours absolute fuel on his uncle's burning rage. The Count completely loses his temper, shouting right in front of a confused Adelia, "Is it not enough that you are learning that cheap trick yourself? Unbothered by his uncle's massive fury, Andreon simply looks away and coldly orders his guards to escort the visitor out. Bevan is absolutely furious, glaring at his nephew with pure disappointment. He warns him that there was a far better path available. Adelia possessed a level of potential Andreon could not even fathom, but he has went ahead and ruined it all. Tired of listening to his endless lecturing, Andreon turns to his guards and firmly orders them to show the count out immediately. While the guards hesitate and stammer, Bevan snaps and turns his back to leave on his own. Forget it, he grumbles. I can walk out myself, there is no point staying around here anyway. As they watch the count walk away under the setting sun, Adelia approaches Andreon with a worried face, nervously asking if what she learned is really just a cheap trick. Looking at the girl he chose as his knight, Andreon reassures her. No, of course it is not. Seeing Adelia still confused about why the count would say such things, Andreon smiles faintly and tells her it is simply because the man does not know anything. People of this era have completely forgotten what a true mana heart looks like. If they had not, he thinks, they would have never discarded it so easily. Looking at Adelia, Andreon confidently tells her she will understand very soon. The true power of the mana heart. A few days later, a massive explosion echoes across the training grounds as blue mana lightning crackles, and a wooden sword is slammed powerfully into the dirt. Andreon stands confidently with his arms crossed next to the wooden sword. Seeing Vu appear opposite him, he mockingly smirks. I thought you wouldn't return. Honestly, you're pretty stubborn for an uncle. With his usual serious face, the northern commander draws his sword and lays down a final challenge. Prove it. I'll only use a single chain. Push me back even half a step and I'll acknowledge you. Completely unfazed, Andreon grips the wooden hilt. The confident grin, he excitedly brings up their old deal. What was our bet again? A single wish, right? Vu firmly declares if you win, I will grant whatever you want, even passing down our family's secret techniques. But Andreon just smirks, bending low and tightening his grip on the wooden sword with absolute confidence. That is not what I want. Alright, let's do this. Instantly. Andreon lunges forward with incredible speed. Vu simply tilts his head to dodge, silently noting how the boy targets vital spots right away, vicious as ever. He unleashes a devastating, furious flurry. But still, Andreon cannot even touch the hem of his uncle's clothes. Exploiting a gap after the prince swings, Vu swings his blade to block the attack. The heavy clash of wooden swords creates massive pressure, forcing Andreon to grit his teeth. Seeing his nephew struggle, the count casually taunts him. Is that all you've got? The overwhelming pressure blows Andreon back, sliding him across the dirt. Standing tall on the other side, Vu asks coldly, are you giving up already? Andreon struggles up, dusting himself off and replying not a chance. Even though he hates his uncle's attitude, Andreon has to admit that Vu is ridiculously strong. Watching the bright blue mana chain swirling around the count, Andreon knows his opponent is playing passive on purpose, baiting him to unleash his mana before delivering an absolute fatal counterblow. He knows that relying on his current mana heart level means certain defeat, exactly what his uncle is expecting. Yet, Andreon suddenly cracks a mysterious smile, whispering to himself, is it not strange? Vu frowns in confusion. Let's take a quick trip back 400 years ago when countless legendary mana heart knights achieved incredible victories, defending the Empire's borders from savage, bloodthirsty monsters. But times changed. Just because a seemingly more convenient technique emerged, the entire grand martial legacy of those ancient knights was suddenly tossed aside, treated like nothing more than outdated, useless garbage. Everyone assumed that mana chains were far superior to the mana heart. Looking at his nephew, Vu asks in a low voice, what are you trying to say? Andreon simply replies, I think differently. Raising his wooden sword, he calmly explains just because it is a mana heart does not mean they are all the same. His eyes lock onto his uncle with a cold gaze as he asks, Uncle, have you ever heard of a martial soul anthem? Hearing this bizarre question, Vu immediately brushes it off, replying coldly, this is a training ground for dueling, not a place to babble about such nonsense. Andreon smirks, I knew you would say that, especially since you dismissed the mana heart as a crude technique only fit for low-class mercenaries. The prince's highly arrogant attitude makes the count lose his patience. He mockingly asks if Andreon is just stalling to catch his breath, but Andreon flatly answers absolutely not. His eyes suddenly shift to a brilliant mystical blue. The prince takes decisive steps forward, unleashing a powerful surge of blue mana that erupts right beneath his feet. After all, the path a true knight walks eventually becomes a glorious, lasting achievement. 100 heroic victories are his ultimate pride, and the absolute source of his power. Andreon raises his wooden sword, now engulfed in a blazing blue mana fire. Witnessing this strange, erupting energy, Vu is left completely stunned, wondering what on earth is this. Right then, a glowing system screen pops up. Andreon softly recites the tale of his 100 glorious victories achieved against 20 aspiring knight cadets. That great achievement was etched deep into his bones. Now from his heart, it transforms into a legendary power called the Martial Soul Anthem. A massive blast of blue mana explodes, wrapping around the prince and his wooden sword. System notifications flood in, confirming the Martial Soul Anthem is created. It is a modest, humble achievement born from Andreon's relentless, brutal training over 6 grueling months. His glowing blue eyes shine with confidence, and a proud smirk plays on his lips. The system screen blinks with an alert. The combat anthem effect has been activated. Facing the strongest warrior in the north, the young prince raises his wooden sword wrapped in extreme blue flames, boldly declaring this is the true power of the mana heart, the martial soul anthem. Yet, even facing this blinding aura, Vu remains dead calm. He coldly declares no matter what you pull off, the result is the same. As long as you rely on the mana heart, you can never defeat my mana chains. Ignoring the warning, Andreon charges forward and delivers a massive direct strike. The two blades collide violently, triggering loud explosions and bright lightning across the sky. Indeed, the magical force from the mana chain rings exerts a brutal pressure, forcing the current back into Andreon's mana heart. This stinging pain and backflow pressure make the prince's face turn pale as sweat pours down. Seeing his opponent struggle, Vu smirks triumphantly. He exerts more pressure while tossing a backhanded compliment. You're pretty good at enduring pain, you stubborn brat. But despite the intense, agonizing pain, Andreon cracks a highly confident smile. He paid an incredibly hefty price to unlock this anthem. Deep inside his mind, memories of those endless, grueling days of insane training come rushing back. To forge this ultimate strength, he fought over 100 brutal duels and endured the destructive mana of magic rings over 1,000 times. This unique power was born for one single purpose: to counter and shut down the Knights of the Rings. Surviving hundreds of life and death battles and withstanding thousands of crushing energy waves, his sheer will has hardened into an absolutely impenetrable fortress. And now that power erupts more violently than ever before. Just look at this. This is the peak strength of the combat anthem. Seeing Andreon's wooden sword blazing with extreme blue flames, Vu finally drops his look of contempt. He thoughtfully tells himself now, this is actually worth testing out. Instantly, an earth-shattering clash detonates on the training field. Dust and debris cloud the air as their massive forces collide head-on. Vu is shocked to find that Andreon's strikes carry not only a terrifying weight, but also a dangerously unpredictable trajectory. The Count is forced to use his full strength just to block. Bracing himself against the powerful downward slash of the young prince, Vu is stunned by his nephew's insane endurance, realizing he never expected Andreon to hold out this long under the heavy pressure of his mana chains. Immediately after, the commander unleashes a decisive, powerful slash, sending the chubby prince sliding far back. He barely stands steady as the blue mana continues to wrap around his body. Facing his uncle, the young prince casually asks, "Didn't I tell you? Not all mana hearts are the same." Witnessing his nephew's extreme stubbornness, Vu only remarks coldly how incredibly arrogant. Saying that, he stomps hard, cracking the ground to release a massive tide of mana chains before bringing down a lightning-fast strike. A violent explosion rocks the arena, throwing Andreon back as he coughs up blood with a painful cry. As the dust settles, Vu slowly walks over, coldly declaring playtime is over, though just enduring my attacks up to this point is highly commendable. Kneeling bruised and battered on the dirt, Andreon grips his sword to pull himself up, admitting painfully as expected. A basic martial soul anthem is still not enough to match the mana chains. Watching his uncle's towering figure approach, Andreon's mind suddenly wanders back to 400 years ago. He silently reflects that the ancient knights actually made one truly fatal mistake. They were simply far too powerful, wiping out every single threat and leaving absolutely no enemies left for their descendants to fight. Initially, all ancient martial arts secrets from sword skills and mana heart training to the brilliant martial soul anthems were handed down perfectly intact. But over time, peace has a way of slowly eroding those once brilliant achievements, leaving them completely forgotten as the years slip by. Tales of terrifying dragons that no living person has ever seen, or the giant kings of the ancient world that no one has ever heard of anymore. All of it has probably turned into mere fairy tales in the eyes of the world. Naturally, brand new soul hymns were created to take their place in this modern era. But those new hymns only represent minor victories over 10 knights, or at best, defeating 100 ordinary soldiers. In the end, they are just cheap anthems created for humans to fight amongst themselves, lacking any real legendary scale. With such mediocre standards that can never reach the mythic or heroic realm, how could they ever stand against a powerful rising force like the mana heart? Thinking about this, Andreon narrows his eyes at his uncle, casually pointing out that with such mediocre mana chains, his uncle will never reach transcendence. The young prince's arrogant words leave the Count completely irritated. He snaps back, asking if the prince has been drinking in broad daylight because he cannot understand a single word of his nonsense. Looking at the arrogant, foolish knight in front of him, Andreon thinks that what Vu really needs to realize is just how much greatness he has thrown away. Suddenly, a surge of blood-red mana violently erupts right beneath Andreon's feet. Andreon decides he is going to personally show this stubborn man what true power actually looks like. A massive swirling aura of crimson and black energy explodes, completely enveloping his body. Andreon grips the wooden training sword, now wrapped in a brutal, boiling energy that feels like hot blood. This is a force that no legendary sword in the world could ever hope to cut through. Standing in the destructive light of the Dragon Slayer, he begins reciting his ultimate Dragon Slayer anthem. But here is the catch: as soon as that dark aura flares up, his system starts screaming in alarm. His current body simply cannot handle the sheer scale of this mythic hymn. Heavy pressure instantly weighs down on Andreon's weak body. The system continuously flashes red alerts, forcing him to skip a major portion of the hymn. Trapped by his current physical limits, he can only chant a single line, harnessing just a fraction of his true power. Even so, the dark energy swirling around Andreon is absolutely terrifying. Activating his sacred dragon scale slash, Andreon charges straight forward with glowing red eyes. His sword brings down a brutal wave of dark energy with catastrophic force. Confronted by this devastating attack, Vu's face completely pales. He desperately raises his sword to block, but the crushing pressure is so overwhelming that he realizes he will be swallowed whole if he stays on the defensive. In that split second, the Count is forced to deploy a full magic shield to save his own skin. A massive explosion rocks the training grounds, kicking up thick clouds of dust as the violent recoil blows Andreon back, sending him crashing into the dirt. The royal knights watching from the sidelines panic and shout for his highness. As the dust settles, Andreon struggles to sit up, gasping for breath as he mockingly asks his uncle if he did not promise to only use a single magic ring. Standing frozen in the fading smoke, Vu stares at the wooden sword in his hand, utterly stunned to find it clean broken in half. Even though he secretly unleashed all 4 of his strongest magic rings, he still could not stop his sword from being totally destroyed by his nephew's strike. Yet, the reality remains that Andreon was still blown away. His current mana heart is still weaker than the raw magic output from the Count's 4 rings, and that is an undeniable fact. Pushing himself up, he holds the broken hilt and looks straight at his uncle, calling out to Count Vo. Seeing the northern commander shaking and sweating in utter shock, Andreon smirkingly delivers his arrogant final blow, telling him that he lost. A black dragon roars furiously in the darkness, pitch-black shadows and deep crimson blood surging forward to swallow the legendary holy sword. A desperate scream echoes out like a hopeless plea, begging for it to stop. Andreon snaps awake from the nightmare, drenched in sweat, pale, and gasping for air. Clutching his aching chest, he trembles as he forces himself to sit up in his royal bed. A sharp pain radiates from deep within, forcing Andreon to grit his teeth and curse the damn soul hymn. He knows all too well that this is the steep price for forcefully unleashing the power of that ultimate technique. After all, this legendary chant originates from a mythic rank, carrying a level of destructive power that a mortal body simply cannot endure. Even though this weak shell of a body was almost completely torn apart by that savage energy, Andreon just smirks. Channeling a bright blue mana flame in his hand, he tells himself that teaching his stubborn uncle a lesson was worth the risk. The brilliant blue mana flares up, wrapping around his entire body like an eternal flame. This is the very first soul hymn he has forged with his own hands in this new body. Forged through 100 victories, surviving life and death battles and countless trials, his unyielding will has finally crystallized into the ultimate source of power. Andreon lets out an arrogant smile, completely confident he can face whatever challenges lie ahead. And watch this right then, a glowing gold system alert pops up, confirming his battle chant has just leveled up. Clenching his fist, Andreon notes that this current power is definitely enough to prepare for his upcoming duel with that annoying third prince. Just then, Adela rushes into the room, her hands pressed together in emotional relief as she cries out. She gasps out that he is finally awake. The maid hurriedly explains that after Andreon suddenly collapsed, the entire palace fell into absolute chaos, and she had never seen the queen throw such a furious tantrum before. Hearing this, Andreon only smirks with satisfaction, thinking it serves them right. Adela goes on to mention that Vu left an urgent message, demanding to be notified the exact moment the prince woke up. But Andreon just coldly waves it off, lazily stretching across the bed. He orders her not to report anything, deciding to let his uncle sweat for a bit while he gets some much-needed rest. Lying back, Andreon places a hand over his forehead, feeling a sharp pain throbbing deep in his mind. He silently realizes that if he does not find a way to properly heal his damaged soul, which is severely strained from overusing that soul hymn, he will pay a devastating price. If that happens, reality and his past memories will blur together into a completely chaotic mess. The boundary of reality would completely collapse, turning him into a madman eternally trapped, forced to replay those martial soul memories in a world entirely cut off from actual existence. Just thinking about that dark fate makes Andreon shiver. He worked so hard to finally become a human, so there is no way he will let himself get trapped in the memories of a sword again. Even the slightest thought of it sends a chill down his spine. Pushing those dark worries aside for now, Andreon decides to focus on training his brand new knight. Over a meal, he slowly tells Adela all about Agnes Bayan, a truly legendary female swordmaster from the ancient era. Looking at the young maid, he explains that since she is a direct descendant of the legendary Bayan bloodline, she has the full potential to inherit the powerful soul hymn that her ancestor left behind. As her descendant, it is up to her to protect it. Hearing her master's words, Adela is completely stunned and deeply moved, never imagining that her ancestors were such legendary figures. Andreon casually continues eating, reminding her that she still needs to grow a lot stronger to be worthy of inheriting that hymn. Setting his spoon down, he brings up a crucial question. Andreon looks straight at Adelia, asking a serious defining question. Why exactly does she want to learn swordsmanship? The sudden question catches her completely off guard, leaving her stuttering for words. Bowing her head, she ponders deeply, wondering what she would do if she truly became a knight. Suddenly, her face flushes red, and holding back her tears, she yells out with fierce resolve. Seeing his maid suddenly burst with such bizarre fiery passion, Andreon is left completely speechless. Seeing that she cannot articulate a clear reason yet, the chubby prince casually tells her she can just explain it to him later whenever she is ready. Taking a firm step forward, a faint golden manna swirls around her feet as she determinedly replies that she will say it now. Standing before the dining table, she clenches her fists and makes her vow. She firmly declares that she will become His Highness's sword, a sudden vow that leaves Andreon completely stunned. In this world, some martial hymns begin with the fierce battle horns of an army marching onto the battlefield. Some legendary songs of glorious victories begin with the very first steps taken across the vast plains. But then, there are other great stories that only begin with a single heartfelt vow. Adelia falls to her knees, and a brilliant golden manna erupts to envelop her completely. I will live only for your highness, and I offer my entire life and soul to you. Instantly, the system screen flashes a shocking alert. Adelia Bayan has offered her aria of obedience. Callian stares in complete shock at the surging energy, wondering is that Adelia's soul aria. She has finally created her very own soul aria. Sometimes, a single chant like this can wield a pretty powerful influence on everyone standing around them. The golden manna from Adelia's body transforms into a giant tree of pure light, spreading its leaves to cover the entire dining room before flowing straight into the prince's chest. The system flashes continuous alerts a brand new soul aria has been successfully created. A normal grade aria of domination is forged. In truth, this song of obedience is an incredibly unique song that is only ever dedicated to a true master. Rather than a standard soul aria, it acts as a binding contract of absolute submission, fusing their very souls together. Even though Adelia has a naturally submissive trait, seeing the descendant of a legendary sword lord forge such an aria of obedience leaves Callian utterly amazed. Watching the golden light wrap tightly around his arm, Callian lets out a knowing, satisfied smile. He realizes he just gained an incredibly powerful asset far beyond his expectations. Since he is the target of her aria of obedience, every bit of Adelia's future growth and strength will directly benefit him as well. Talk about a massive win for our boy. Callian quietly offers his thanks to Adelia. Hearing her master express gratitude, the maid's face turns completely red as she hesitantly stammers out, "Your Highness." Even with the submission contract now active, Callian looks at her and realizes he still has no idea where the true benefits of this bond will eventually lead him. A few days later, inside the Grand Royal Palace, Callian sits lost in thought on a large armchair, dressed in elegant black royal attire. Right then, the queen enters the room alongside her knights and Adelia, gently asking if his body is feeling any better. Callian looks up, awkwardly replying that he is fine. To him, dealing with people who hate this body was always the easy part. But when faced with a mother who genuinely treasures and loves the original owner of this body, he feels incredibly awkward. Looking at her son, the queen sighs gently and asks if he resents his uncle. She gently explains that his uncle never truly meant to hurt him, hoping he can let go of all the resentment in his heart. Callian looks away, whispering that he does not hate his uncle but simply wanted to tease him. Hearing this, the queen clutches her chest, sighing sadly and asking how he could possibly not hold a grudge. He is always so harsh to you, constantly nagging about everything, saying you aren't annoyed at all sounds like a total lie. Seeing his mother's dramatic reaction, Callian awkwardly scratches his cheek, trying to explain that he really isn't. Yet, deep down in his heart, Callian simply laughs, knowing he already got his perfect revenge with an absolutely devastating blow during their previous sword duel. That single, decisive slash completely denied his uncle's pride and faith, planting a terrifying mental demon deep inside his soul. That mental demon is a pretty brutal hurdle that the Count has to face entirely on his own. If he actually has enough strength to conquer it, his swordsmanship will definitely reach unimaginable new heights. Otherwise, if he fails, his entire lifetime of hard-earned martial arts will completely vanish. Although Callian tells himself he does not care about his uncle's fate, he is still surprised when the queen continues her story. She smiles and says that because his uncle spent his entire life dedicated to the sword, he is a bit rough, but lately, he is actually very proud of him. In fact, the Count himself personally went to convince the king to lift his house arrest much earlier than planned. Hearing this news leaves Callian absolutely stunned, cold sweat dripping down. The queen sighs and adds that it is a shame trouble found him right after he gained freedom, leaving his uncle quite disappointed. Hearing this, Callian narrows his eyes, realizing that this must be why his uncle has been looking so displeased with him lately. Resting his chin on his hand, he clasps his fingers tightly in deep thought. The young prince's eyes flicker with intense suspicion as he wonders, but why would that man ever do something like this for me? Scholar Niccolo Machino is sent to tutor the young prince. Stepping into the room with a thick stack of books, he bows respectfully and greets him warmly. But Callian immediately shows his utter disgust, crossing his arms and turning away to flatly refuse. He even throws a full tantrum on the floor, rolling around while his bodyguard and maid watch in utter awkwardness, complaining about why he even has to study. Looking at the stubborn prince, Scholar Niccolo remains perfectly calm, dropping a deeply cutting remark: if a man refuses to learn, how is he any different from a beast? Oof, that line absolutely stings everyone. The insult instantly wounds his pride, making Callion snap up and accuse the scholar of calling him a beast. The old man just smiles warmly, cleverly playing with words and noting that His Highness is only just starting his lessons. Therefore, one cannot call His Highness a beast just yet. Callion screams back in frustration, demanding to know if they haven't even started, and snaps at him to stop playing word games. Fuming, he plops back down on the floor, claiming that even if that's true, he already knows absolutely everything there is to learn and doesn't need any more tutoring. Hearing this, Scholar Niccolo makes an intriguing proposition. If that's the case, let's try this. The two of them will debate on a few topics. If Callion's knowledge is truly as vast as he claims, the scholar promises he will never show his face here again. Seeing a perfect chance to escape boring textbook lectures, Callion smirks confidently. Sounds good, he thinks. The debate kicks off immediately, growing quite heated as Callion slams his hand on the table, passionately making his points. Exactly. That's why leaders must always watch their backs. If you loosen your grip even a little bit, those below you will definitely try to climb right over your head. Having lived through past lives, the art of ruling is simply way too easy for Callion. Seeing the prince display such sharp, highly realistic insights on statecraft, Scholar Niccolo nods in deep agreement, admitting that His Highness is absolutely correct. He gently pushes a book titled Iron Bradad toward him, and suggests that if Callion is willing to read this book, he might find a few quite interesting things inside. In this book, the bond between a ruler and their subjects is treated as a contract or transaction. Hooked by this fresh perspective, Callion immediately opens the pages. And guys, this is where the old scholar's trap slowly closes. The ruler provides safety and security, in exchange for the subjects contributing their labor and wealth, trading loyalty to receive political stability. As Callion reads intently, he quietly nods along, thoroughly impressed by the logic of the text. You are completely right after all. Every relationship is built on give and take. Their debate continues enthusiastically across a wide variety of topics, turning page after page as they lose track of time. Time flies by in the blink of an eye as the crimson sunset drapes over the Grand Palace walls. Realizing the lesson has run quite late, Scholar Niccolo packs up his books with a warm smile. Let us save the rest of this debate for tomorrow, Your Highness. Just by casually playing along, the clever scholar has successfully lured Callion into a full study session. Callion is now completely won over by the old scholar's massive wisdom, cheerfully waving goodbye and promising to wait for his return. But the second Niccolo leaves the room, Callion stops, suddenly realizing something is off. He asks himself if that wasn't just a lesson in disguise. Turns out the old fox used reverse psychology to trick him into reading all afternoon. Callion can only laugh helplessly at how insanely cunning the old man is. Meanwhile, Scholar Niccolo carries his books as he strides along the Grand Palace corridor. Passing the solemn guards, he smiles to himself, noting that the prince is actually quite different from all those rumors. Over the next few days, despite the perfectly clear weather outside, Callion finds himself trapped in an incredibly boring routine. Lying lazily across his massive royal bed, he groans about being bored to death. He wonders if he just burnt himself out from working too hard lately, rolling around on the sheets with a deep, dramatic sigh. Since his body is still recovering, training is completely out of the question, leaving him with absolutely nothing to do. But right as boredom reaches its peak, a sudden knock on the door cuts through the silence. A timid maid pops her head in, announcing that Lord Vleerhart is requesting an audience. Hearing that name, Andreon sits straight up in pure excitement finally, a guest after all this time. Seeing the maid still hovering nervously, Andreon immediately gives his command. Go ahead and bring him in. Waiting in his room, the young prince smirks. It has been a few days since their intense sparring match, and it is about time his uncle came looking for him. But the second the door swings open, Andreon's smirk completely vanishes. One look at his uncle's heavy expression, and a cold sweat breaks out on the prince's neck as he realizes something. It seems the old man still hasn't moved past the mental block Andreon left him with. After a heavy silence, Vleerhart speaks in a low tone, offering a sudden, shocking apology that catches the prince completely off guard. The commander of the North bows his head, admitting he broke his word by unleashing way too many magic chains during their spar, which almost ended his nephew's life. He blames himself entirely, saying no amount of excuses can justify his actions. Seeing his uncle eating himself alive like this, Andreon actually starts feeling pretty guilty. Deep down, he knows the real reason he ended up bedridden wasn't his uncle's sword energy at all. It was entirely because he pushed himself too far using the True Dragon Song. This misunderstanding only piles on the guilt, especially when the queen enters and sighs that Andreon's own recklessness must have put his uncle in a terrible spot. Bowing his head in deep shame, Vleerhart heavily asks what the prince wants from him to make up for his actions during their duel. He is even willing to offer up his own arm or eyes if the prince demands it. That extreme offer makes Andreon jump, quickly brushing it off because what would he even do with a severed arm? Looking at his tormented uncle, the prince lets out a soft sigh. In his past life, A power like Velerhart would have reached the Sword Saint realm ages ago, but here he is, completely shackled by a petty mental block. To help his uncle break free from this guilt, Andreon decides to generously offer a deal one condition, and he will let the whole thing go. Addressing his uncle, Andreon suddenly proposes that they go on a trip together. Velerhart looks a bit surprised, reminding him that his house arrest has already ended and he can leave whenever he wants. But Andreon quickly clarifies that this isn't some casual day trip. He wants to go somewhere much further, completely beyond the borders of the capital city. Seeing his nephew's determination, the Count pauses to think before agreeing, though he notes he needs time to arrange their schedule and warns they cannot stay away too long with the upcoming royal ball. Andreon waves his hand, it's fine. Velerhart turns and leaves, promising to contact him as soon as the travel plans are fully set. The moment the door shuts, his personal knight, Kat, steps inside. Noticing the guard staring at him with a bizarre look, Andreon asks what's up. Kat just scratches his head with an awkward smile, admitting things went totally off script. He figured the prince would seize this chance to make a much crazier demand from the Count. Andreon reflects on this, admitting that his uncle breaking his word was indeed a golden opportunity to gain something highly beneficial. But seeing that stubborn old man so torn up by his inner demons, he couldn't help but soften up a bit. After all, the man is still his elder. Hearing this, Kat can't hold back a quiet laugh. His guard's overly casual attitude immediately annoys Andreon, who scolds him for being way too lax with his manners lately. Right in the middle of their banter, the maid returns, respectfully presenting a letter and announcing that the message she's been waiting for has finally arrived. Andreon eagerly takes it and tears it open. Inside are words filled with the resolve and latest updates from Awen Kagan, his loyal knight. She writes that the prince's achievements are already turning the gears of history, and a fresh path is about to open up for him. She mentions achieving a few small milestones of her own, sending along her warmest wishes while expressing her absolute, unshakable faith that their highly anticipated reunion is drawing incredibly close. Clutching Awen's letter with a broad smile, Andreon silently notes that this good news couldn't have arrived at a better time. Just 5 days later, his uncle sends a solid update, signaling only 2 days remain until departure. Right on schedule, the luxurious royal carriage and its escort of knights begin to roll, passing slowly through the towering gates to start their long journey. Riding inside, a curious Andreon slides the window open and pokes his head out, shouting to ask whose territory they are crossing into. Is it Ellen? Up ahead on horseback, Velerhart turns around with a deeply exhausted sigh. Can you seriously not stay quiet for once? Where did your royal dignity go? Watching Andreon eagerly cling to the window, the defeated Count tells him to get back inside so he can explain. It turns out the land they are traversing is the county of Ellen, renowned as the premier weapons supplier for the entire kingdom. This region boasts a massive iron mine producing high-grade ore, alongside a legendary blacksmith guild that brings together the most skilled master craftsmen in the land. Velerhart adds that over half of the royal family's weapons actually come from this very place. Hearing this, Andreon's eyes light up with pure excitement as he cheers silently. Absolutely perfect. Now you have to realize why he is so incredibly hyped here. His level has been shooting up lately, meaning he finally needs a proper sword. Originally, he just planned to grab any random blade from the royal armory to use for now. But that plan got hit with a cold dose of reality when he remembered his father's royal decree. The moment he asked for a blade, the terrified armory master bowed and apologized, saying the king threw a massive fit, swearing he would end his own life if anyone gave his son another weapon. So by imperial order, Andreon is strictly banned from receiving any weapons from the palace. Recalling how this body's previous owner literally managed to stab himself in the back, Andreon breaks a sweat, admitting the punishment is pretty fair. Yet, this exact ban is what forces him to leave the palace to find his own gear. Glancing at his uncle riding just outside the carriage, Andreon feels a deep wave of gratitude. Despite his incredibly rough exterior, the commander is surprisingly thoughtful, deliberately charting their course right through this legendary forging region. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. His uncle is a master at bending the rules. But that warm moment instantly shatters when Velerhart coldly warns him not to distract him. Shut the window. Hit with his uncle's blunt order, Andreon can only whine with a disappointed face, begging him not to. Under clear blue skies, the royal carriage rolls onward, carrying the young prince as his 20-day journey finally begins. Their current schedule includes a brief stopover at the county of Ellen, which lies just 3 days away from the capital. After that, they will head to Iron Lion Fortress, another 2 days out, before wrapping up the trip and heading back home to the capital. For now, he is stuck sitting stiff in this carriage for 3 whole days without being able to stretch a single muscle. To make matters worse, his companion is incredibly dull, with the timid maid, Adia, only answering with yes or no to everything. Sitting in silence without anyone to talk to is mind-numbingly boring. To kill some time, he wonders if he should check on his mana heart. Right now, his mana pool is completely dried up as a side effect of forcing the True Dragon Song in his last match. Luckily, the recovery process is almost fully complete. Feeling the sway of the carriage, the cool breeze, and the chatter of the knights outside, he begins to focus, pulling in tiny, dust-like speckles of mana floating in the air around him. A soft blue mana starts gathering to fill his empty core, but the second the energy settles, he gasps in shock at what lies deep within his inner consciousness. When on Earth did his mana heart grow this massive? Right then, a glowing golden system window suddenly pops up, announcing that he has achieved an impossible miracle and caught a brief glimpse of a truly great presence. It turns out this is the unexpected result of forcing the use of True Dragon Holy Anthem. Talk about a massive stroke of good luck within a bad situation. System notifications keep popping up, confirming the changes are already taking effect directly on his body. His demonic heart has not only grown immensely, but this evolution has also quite significantly reshaped his overall physical constitution. This allows his body to withstand a far greater amount of mana than before. With a crisp system chime, he is congratulated on officially reaching the rank of a high-level swordsman. Along with that, his connection with the system strengthens slightly, followed by a sharp crack as an energy chain lock shatters to pieces. Some of the heavy restrictions on his true power are finally removed. Power of Andreon's triple I authority surges instantly. As the soft blue mana withdraws back into his body, Adelia, sitting across from him in the carriage, gets startled and softly calls out, "Your Highness." Unlike his worried maid, Andreon is absolutely thrilled right now, shifting in his seat with pure joy. He clenches his fist with a highly confident smile, realizing his power has finally skyrocketed, far beyond his initial expectations. Their grueling 3-day journey finally comes to an end as the carriage enters the county territory. The royal carriage pulls up right in front of an incredibly grand and magnificent mansion. The moment Andreon steps down, 2 noblemen from the Allen family, who have been waiting there, quickly step forward and bow deeply in respectful greeting. Wearing a red coat, the man formally introduces himself, declaring it is a great honor to meet the prince, as Edja of the Allen family. The man beside him quickly speaks up too, identifying himself as Torrance, the eldest son, greeting the first prince, Andreon Leon Beck. Acknowledging this warm reception from his hosts, Andreon nods politely to express his gratitude for the hearty welcome. Seeing the prince must be exhausted after his long trip, Edja quickly offers to show him to his resting quarters first. Walking down the mansion hallways, Andreon quietly observes his surroundings with a highly thoughtful expression. The grand halls are decorated with countless flashing weapons, radiating an eye-catching, glowing aura. However, through the eyes of a former great divine swordmaster, Andreon only narrows his eyes in utter disappointment. He silently judges that although these people claim to be premier weapon makers, everything displayed here is basically cheap, low-quality trash. You have to love his savage standards here. None of these flashy blades are fit for real combat. Realizing he won't find anything decent, Andreon asks Edga if there is a blacksmith guild in this territory. Upon receiving a nod, the prince flatly demands to go check it out. This sudden request catches Edja off guard, his face turning pale with sheer confusion. Leading the way down to the forge, Edja nervously explains the eccentric nature of the blacksmiths here, warning the prince that every single one of them is incredibly rude and stubborn. When their work reaches a fever pitch, they will even ignore the Lord himself. The cold, blunt words they spit out are just as rough and unrefined as the raw iron scraps they shape all day. Edga desperately begs the prince for forgiveness in advance if they cause offense, asking him to just see it as the pride of master crafters, or simply their overwhelming passion for the trade. Suddenly, a wave of bright crimson light and intense heat hits them head-on, causing Andreon's eyes to widen. Right before his eyes, a massive forge furnace is burning furiously. Edja gently cautions him that the heat from the furnace is incredibly severe, offering to make other arrangements if the prince finds it unbearable. But Andreon barely hears him, quietly stepping deeper into the bustling underground forge instead. Dozens of blacksmiths are furiously swinging their hammers amidst the scorching haze, paying no mind to the roaring flames and the heavy bellows spitting out blasts of sizzling hot air. Metal clanging echoes from every corner of the chaotic room. Edja calls out in worry, "Your Highness," but Andreon does not pay the slightest bit of attention. He is completely captivated by a single, incredibly distinct and familiar sound ringing through the noise. He thinks, "I have definitely heard this somewhere before." Following the sound, Andreon stops in front of a burly, white-haired old blacksmith working his anvil. The old man is pouring all his strength into hammering down on a red-hot iron block, creating powerful, resounding rings. Staring intently at each rhythmic strike, Andreon's eyes suddenly light up. A vision of a legendary sword burning within sacred flames suddenly flashes through his mind. He realizes in absolute shock that this is the very first memory of the divine sword's soul. The sudden shock from these ancient memories leaves Andreon sweating heavily. Noticing this, Adelia quickly steps close, gently wiping his face with a cloth while asking, "Your Highness, you are sweating so much." Andreon snaps out of it with a simple sigh and continues to watch silently. Right then, a middle-aged man wearing a prominent green hat walks over and bows deeply to show his respect. The man greets him as a humble servant and Edga introduces him as Saksen, the supervisor of this blacksmith guild. Andreon merely responds with a very cold and indifferent nod. Yet despite the royal presence, the old blacksmith completely ignores them, continuing to strike his iron. This sheer disrespect enrages Saksen, who immediately points his finger and yells, "You old fool, what do you think you are doing?" He demands the old man stop and greet the prince. But ignoring Saksen's loud shouting, Andreon suddenly steps forward, grabs the manager's mouth with a tight grip, and coldly commands him to shut up. His decisive move instantly silences the entire forge. Just look at the other blacksmiths, they're all trembling in absolute terror. Andreon easily senses that these crafters are being forced to work against their will. Looking at the iron cooling on the anvil, he silently fumes that the managers are doing useless things he never asked for. Turning to the blacksmiths, Andreon tells them that the iron is getting cold, adding that if they do not want the fires to die out, they should just get back to work. His words wake the blacksmiths from their shock. They frantically urge each other to get moving, some shouting to grab their tools while others rush to pump the massive bellows. Amidst the chaos of heavy hammer strikes and roaring fires, Andreon simply stands with folded arms, his intense gaze locked onto the old, bearded blacksmith. Under the old man's weathered hands, the heavy hammer repeatedly slams down on the glowing iron, sending sparks flying everywhere. The rhythmic clanging beats directly in sync with Andreon's deep consciousness. Standing before the roaring flames, his eyes glow with a highly mysterious light, reflecting the rugged image of the old master. Each strike of the hammer and every sharp metallic ring brings back ancient memories from his past life as a legendary blade. Standing in the sweltering heat with sweat pouring down his face, Andreon is left utterly shocked by the intense resonance. This powerful vibration deeply stirs his soul, leaving him to wonder what this strange emotion is. Walking beside Andreon, Edge sighs softly and starts sharing a highly unusual story about this exact forge. He reveals that for the past 6 months, the old smith has continuously forged masterpieces only to melt them down again. Hearing this, Andreon asks out of sheer curiosity if the blades were flawed. Or maybe he has just gone senile. But Edge helplessly shakes his head, replying that absolutely nobody knows the real reason. Edge insists that every single sword the old man crafted was an absolute masterpiece. Truly worthy of his title as a mastersmith, he is deeply baffled as to why the old artist melted down such flawless creations, which showed not even the slightest imperfection. Furthermore, for the past month, the old master has barely slept a wink, working like a madman without a single break. Edge anxiously adds that because of his advanced age and failing health, everyone in the mansion is highly worried. Andreon silently admires him, thinking he is a true, dedicated artisan. From that day on, instead of relaxing or sightseeing, the young prince regularly visits the hot forge from the crack of dawn and only leaves when darkness fully falls. Through all that time, the old blacksmith silently kept going, steadily hammering away at his daily work. The heavy clanging of iron echoed through the forge, while Andreon just stood there with arms crossed, quietly watching the old man's every single movement. The young prince's absolute calm left Edge and everyone else completely stunned. Everyone had expected total chaos from a notoriously spoiled and brutal prince, but everything at the forge remained completely peaceful without a single incident. The days quickly slipped by in quiet routine, and soon enough, the date for Andreon to finally leave the county drew incredibly close. Under the quiet moonlight, the steady beat of the hammer kept echoing as the prince stood watching in silence. Seeing the bright orange fire light up the old blacksmith's tired face, Andreon let out a soft, regretful sigh. He really hoped to see this sword fully completed with his own eyes before leaving, but it seemed like time was just running out. Seeing the prince lost in thought, Edga stepped up to gently remind him it was time to pack. He mentioned a farewell feast was scheduled for tonight, and their carriage had to leave extremely early tomorrow morning to continue the journey. Deep down, everyone really wished that Andreon could have seen the old master's completed masterpiece before heading out. Right as they prepared to leave, Edga came running over completely out of breath. "Your Highness, he's done. He finished the sword." This sudden news caught Andreon completely off guard. Under the bright morning light, the old master stood quietly on the terrace, holding up the newly forged blade. He carefully wiped away the very last speck of dust, revealing a flawless gleaming edge that brilliantly reflected the sun. Then, right in front of everyone, the old craftsman dropped to one knee and solemnly presented the legendary sword with both hands to Andreon. The old man spoke slowly. "I present this sword to your highness." Such incredible generosity from the legendary blacksmith completely shocked Edga and his men, while Andreon slowly reached out for the hilt. "Now watch this." The exact second his hand touches it, the blade erupts in a blinding brilliant light. It's just like the ancient blacksmith's song, "Forge it like the rising sun, then cool it until the crimson matches a sovereign's royal robes." A blade of the sun fit for a true king is born. Andreon stared at the gleaming steel and softly asked, "Does it have a name?" The old master softly replied, "Call it Damarung. How about that?" Curious, Andreon asked if it meant dawn or dusk. The old man looked at the blade and gently explained to me, "It is dusk, but to your highness, it might just be the dawn." Hearing that poetic answer, the young prince laughed with genuine amusement. "That's pretty fancy talk for a blacksmith." The old man just offered a gentle, knowing smile in return. But right after presenting Damarung, the old blacksmith's completely exhausted body suddenly collapsed. Andreon quickly lunged forward to catch him, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Seeing the legendary craftsman pass out from sheer exhaustion after working non-stop, Andreon felt a wave of worry. The prince turned to his guards and told them to inform his uncle he would be staying here tonight. That night, outside the forge camp, two royal guards held torches, standing at absolute attention under the quiet sky. Inside the silent room, Andreon sat quietly on a wooden chair by the bed, keeping a close watch over the sleeping blacksmith. Opening his eyes, the craftsman looked at the young prince and weakly muttered, "The moment your highness stood behind me that day, the sword's destiny was already decided." The sword chose its own birthday. Hearing those heartfelt words, Andreon looked at the old man and softly asked, "Is that what you think?" Then, leaning in close, he whispered a shocking secret right into the old man's ear. The surprise was so massive, the blacksmith's eyes instantly widened in pure absolute shock. Staring at the sword in disbelief, the old man could only stammer, "Good heavens, so you are actually..." Andreon calmly sat back up and replied, "That's right. So how could I not appreciate the heart of a man like you?" Hearing the prince confirm his suspicion, the old blacksmith fell completely silent. "Good lord, I see. Now I finally understand." The old man weakly reached out with trembling hands, pleading, "Your highness, could I please look at that sword one last time?" Without any hesitation, Andreon handed over the legendary weapon, saying, "Here it is." The old smith took it with deep reverence. Cradling the blade, the old master looked up with hopeful, pleading eyes and asked, "Can this sword truly become a legendary weapon?" Andreon stared at him silently for a moment, then firmly placed his hand on the hilt alongside the old man, declaring with absolute certainty, "It most certainly will." Prince's answer seemed to lift every last heavy burden from the legendary blacksmith's heart. Andreon quietly sat back down, watching over him under the dim, flickering candlelight, as the old man finally fell into a deep and peaceful sleep. "It most certainly will." That respectful promise echoed in the quiet room as the great master slept peacefully, and the first golden rays of a brand new dawn began to break. When the wooden chest was opened, the breathtaking blade of Damarung gleamed brilliantly under the morning sun. Yet, looking at this masterpiece, Edgar couldn't help but let out a worried sigh. He admitted that while absolutely nobody could deny the immense value of a masterpiece forged with one's entire soul, its pure sacred appearance unfortunately did not fit the prince's current reputation at all. Trying to solve this, Edgar quickly brought out a different box, presenting an incredibly flashy magic sword, and suggesting that Andreon should take it instead of Damarung. Andreon drew the flashy blade to inspect it, noting that while it wasn't a top-tier masterpiece, it was still a solid mid-grade sword. But instead of returning the old master's sacred blade, the prince casually wore both swords on his hip. He chuckled and said, "A famous master's soul-forged weapon is already a priceless gift, but to receive this magic sword on top of it truly shows the incredible generosity of the Allen family." Seeing the chubby prince casually walk away with both treasures, Edja stood there completely frozen, sweating buckets, and forced a stiff laugh, claiming it was his family's ultimate honor. Honestly, you almost have to laugh at his stupidity. He tried to bait the prince with a magic sword to keep the master's masterpiece, to end up losing both with absolutely nothing to show for it. Leaving the county behind, the group continued toward their next destination. Along the way, the cavalry commander loudly ordered the infantry and carriages to follow slowly behind, while the mounted knights rode ahead to keep up the pace. Seeing Andreon leading his horse with an incredibly exhausted expression, Vu rode up beside him and commented on how busy the prince looked. Andreon glanced at his uncle, grumbling about how he had been completely invisible during their stay in Allen. The count explained in a low voice that he was handling a private mission assigned by the king. Hearing this, Andreon rubbed his chin in deep thought, realizing this trip certainly wasn't going to be free. Just then, Vu sternly warned him to get ready, as they had to ride at absolute full speed today to reach Iron Lion Castle before darkness fell. But Andreon just turned around nonchalantly and dropped a complete bombshell. "Oh, about that, I actually don't know how to ride a horse." The straightforward confession left the northern commander completely frozen, cold sweat dripping down his face in utter silence. Standing next to the massive warhorse, the young prince helplessly thought to himself, "Since I spent my entire past life as a sword, how on earth would I have time to learn horse riding?" Traveling to Iron Lion Castle quickly became an absolute nightmare for Andreon. Completely incapable of riding, he endured a miserable and highly motion-sick journey, vomiting constantly and leaving his maid Adil extremely worried. Throughout the long trip, the chubby prince struggled terribly, even tumbling headfirst off his mount while Vu and the escort team watched in absolute, helpless despair. After spending an entire grueling day walking his horse instead of the planned half-day, Andreon finally dragged his completely exhausted body to the massive gates of Iron Lion Castle. Looking up at the majestic fortress, Andreon softly murmured, "So this is Iron Lion Castle." Just then, as the heavy clanking of metal armor echoed on the stone floor, a group of solemn knights marched out to welcome them. Their leader spoke up proudly on behalf of the Woden family. "We welcome the first prince. The Iron Lion is truly honored to host the noble blood of Leon Beck." Looking at those stiff, glaring knights, Andreon just flashes a cold, smug smirk. He casually lets them know that their grand, intimidating aura is honestly a bit much and completely unnecessary right now. He knows exactly why they hate him so much. It is incredibly obvious. So to break the incredibly tense silence and shake things up, Andreon casually calls out for Awen. Instantly, the stunning female knight steps forward and bows deeply to greet him. Then, shocking every soldier watching, Awen drops to one knee on the cold ground, declaring that she has been waiting every single day just to see him again. Seeing the absolute pride of the Iron Lion Knights kneeling before a supposedly useless prince sends the surrounding soldiers into an absolute frenzy, their bloodlust practically burning through the air. Watching their instant freakout, Andreon just smirks to himself. He wonders if these arrogant fools finally realize who actually holds the real power here. But that wave of pure hostility does more than annoy Andreon, it accidentally triggers the terrifying killer instincts of Adela standing right behind him. The maid's eyes flash a bloodthirsty, glowing gold, releasing a deeply dangerous pressure. Sensing her rising bloodlust, Andreon quickly spins around to grab her shoulder and calls her name. His voice snaps Adela out of her murderous trance. She blinks in confusion, then quickly bows her head in deep respect. She whispers her compliance, allowing Andreon to breathe a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness he had already deeply engraved her absolute obedience, or the bloodthirsty monster inside her would have totally lost control. Now watch this. Glancing at those boiling, angry knights, Andreon flashes a highly confident smirk, whispering to himself that he is about to completely break their pride. He tells Awen to follow him, glancing arrogantly at the raging knights standing behind her. He casually suggests they have plenty of things to talk about, so those furious guys should probably tag along too. Moments later on the training field, Andreon is in simple clothes with a wooden sword casually resting on his shoulder. He loudly announces to the entire brigade that he is highly eager to see their kingdom-renowned swordsmanship. He openly asks who wants to go first, but facing the prince's direct challenge, the prestigious knights just glance at each other with highly awkward hesitation. Seeing the dead silence, Andreon scans them and steps up the provocation. He promises on the name of Leonbeck that no one will face any consequences for the match, so they should not feel pressured by his royal status. Yet they still remain totally quiet. Andreon mocks them, asking if the famous Iron Lion Knights are actually just a bunch of spineless cowards. He remarks that their legendary reputation as the strongest is apparently just a massive joke, mocking their manhood until a hot-headed red-haired knight simply cannot take the blatant disrespect anymore and steps out. He marches right out of the formation, stands directly before the prince, and proudly declares that he is Dale of the Danon family. He states that while he is too inexperienced to represent the brigade, he humbly requests permission to duel the prince. Andreon just gives a relaxed smile, waving it off and saying no permission is needed since he asked first. Without wasting another second, Dale unleashes his energy, yells a loud warning to watch out, and charges forward with terrifying speed. Yet facing this incredibly powerful assault, Andreon just stands his ground with absolute, icy calm. The exact moment Dale gets close, Andreon delivers a lightning-fast strike. The brutal impact has Dale coughing up blood and collapsing unconscious into the dirt, while bright blue mana still ripples around Andreon's wooden sword. Talk about a complete reality check. Glancing at the completely stunned crowd of knights, Andreon casually asks who wants to be next. Following Dale's total defeat, the angry cadets completely lose their patience. Paolo, a confident third year, charges forward only to get blasted away instantly. Then, Hallie from Class 5 and Judith from Class 8 suffer these exact same fate. Every single challenger is absolutely crushed by the prince's overwhelming power. One guy even screams that the Iron Lion's sword will never break, but Andreon shuts him up instantly with a single brutal strike. Standing in the center of the field, Andreon remains completely relaxed, his face showing zero strain. Looking at the defeated cadets piled up across the ground, he can only sigh in deep disappointment. He openly disses them, complaining about how painfully slow they all are, and states he would much rather fight their official, high-ranking knights instead. His terrifying display of strength sends shocked whispers rippling through the crowd. Ignoring them completely, Andreon turns around and casually calls out to Awen. He flatly orders his female knight to pack her things and leave with him when he departs. After a brief quiet pause, Awen respectfully bows her head in acceptance. Hearing the pride of their brigade submit so easily has the other knights absolutely fuming with rage. Suddenly, an arrogant, silver-haired knight steps forward, speaking up with a highly smug proposition. He notes the prince's famous love for gambling and suggests a little bet to spice things up. He starts laying down his terms, stating that if he manages to win the duel. But before he can even finish, Andreon coldly cuts him off, stating that Owen is not some prize to be won. This firm defense leaves the female knight visibly moved. Seeing the challenger still lingering, Andreon casually kicks his wooden sword away and orders his guard to hand over his weapon. Taking the magnificent blade, he draws it with a sharp ring. He flashes a cocky grin, promising to give him this sword if he somehow wins. Owen is totally shocked, immediately stepping forward to stop him, arguing that she should be the one fighting. But Andreon firmly tells her that she is worth 1,000 times more than any weapon. A true warrior's value cannot be compared to a piece of steel, leaving her completely stunned with emotion. Smirking at the emotional display, the silver-haired knight smiles with smug satisfaction. Accepting the terms, he draws his sharp blade, proudly introducing himself as Dunham of the Fahrenheit family. He boasts about being an official knight of the Iron Lions who is very close to reaching 3 chains. Yet, facing this grand display, Andreon just casually mocks him. "So you are still stuck at 2 chains then," he drawls. The blunt truth hits Dunham right where it hurts, making him growl in pure rage. To save face, Dunham raises his weapon and proudly declares it is the 17th masterpiece forged by the realm's legendary master blacksmith. He promises to surrender it if the prince wins, prompting Andreon to flash a highly mysterious smirk. What a wild coincidence. Andreon draws his own legendary blade Damarung, lifting it high under the bright sun as he proudly announces that his sword was forged by the exact same master blacksmith. He looks at Dunham and casually adds that this happens to be the master's 100th creation. The shocking revelation leaves Dunham sweating profusely in absolute disbelief, stammering that he has never heard of such a sword. Andreon chuckles, explaining that it is the blacksmith's absolute final masterpiece, completed just a few days ago. Realizing he is up against someone incredibly dangerous, Dunham drops his arrogant attitude. He immediately unleashes his lightning blue mana, wrapping his entire body in cracking energy. He solemnly declares that despite the prince walking a highly twisted path of swordsmanship, he can still recognize the endless effort behind his style. To show proper respect, he promises to hold absolutely nothing back in this fight. Facing this surge of intense power, Andreon simply chuckles. Radiant blue mana begins to flare around his body as he secretly wonders who is actually lost here, calling his opponent a clueless country bumpkin. Even before a full-power elite knight, Andreon remains completely unfazed. He glances over at Adela watching anxiously from the sidelines, his thoughts turning calm and focused. This position was never truly his to begin with, so he only cares about respect from his own loyal followers. Turning to his maid, Andreon loudly commands Adela to watch this next move very closely. Caught completely off guard, Adela can only blink and ask what he means. Suddenly, a massive storm of bright blue mana erupts violently, manifesting as a colossal, phantom god of war right behind the young prince. Standing amidst this glorious aura, Andreon tells his loyal maid with ultimate conviction that this is the path she must walk from now on. Looking at her master's grand back, Adil clenches her fists and chokes back her tears, whispering yes. Instantly, a warm golden mana erupts from her body. Witnessing Andreon's absolute strength, Adil is completely won over. She looks up at the prince, her eyes filled with absolute determination, making a solemn vow from the bottom of her heart. "I will definitely do it, Your Highness." Inside the luxurious tea room of Iron Lion Castle, a tense conversation unfolds between Count Viu and his brown-haired advisor. Taking a sip of tea, the advisor quietly asks how many times the other princes have visited this place. Count Viu replies in a low voice 4 times now. The advisor keeps analyzing, noting that the 4th prince has no interest in the throne and definitely won't show up. Meanwhile, the 3rd and 5th princes both made sure to visit while first Prince Andreon was under house arrest, and even the 2nd prince just left a moment ago. He slams his teacup down, making a sharp, dry clatter. The advisor gravely reminds him that no matter how terrible the 1st prince's past reputation was, nobody can deny that he is the rightful heir to the most powerful seat in this kingdom. Suddenly, the advisor's deep frustration boils over. Pointing directly at the northern commander, he snaps that the commander himself must bear most of the responsibility for how things turned out. If you, the commander of the 3rd Legion, had stood by the 1st prince even a little, His Highness wouldn't have been left completely alone like this. He demands to know why, after years of neglect, Count Viu is suddenly acting like Andreon's loyal protector. Facing the advisor's pure rage, Count Viu just lowers his head in silence, bitterly admitting that he did indeed abandon his own nephew. Back then, Andreon was nothing but a useless failure in his eyes. If he took the throne, he would surely become a cruel tyrant, drowning in wine and luxury. He remembers one day when he scolded Andreon for letting toxic drugs rot his mind. The chubby prince had screamed in anger, "Are you crazy?" Not stopping there, the mad prince had actually drawn his sword to attack his own uncle. Deeply disappointed, Count Viu turned his back and headed north, throwing away all hope for his worthless nephew. But the old prince's malice went far beyond anything he could have anticipated. Right after he left, Andreon shamelessly sent a jar of poisoned wine, disguised as a gift, accompanied by a completely fake handwritten letter. And the moment his mana flared up, the last shred of family affection he had for his nephew evaporated completely with the smoke. Yet the absolute scoundrel that Count Viu was sure would never change is now a different man. He stands before him with a completely transformed look. He gritted his teeth through the most brutal training, shedding all his belly fat and growing miraculously stronger day by day. Inside that exact tea room, the young advisor keeps trying to persuade the Count. Reminding him of his past prejudice, he recalls how the Count himself declared the 1st prince must never become king. But now, staring at the rippling tea reflecting Andreon's image, the advisor pleads he is completely different from before. Give him a chance, let him at least stand on the same starting line as the other princes. To show his determination, the advisor bows deeply to beg the northern commander for this favor. Watching the advisor bow before him, the Count freezes, his gloved hand gripping his coat in deep conflict. Sighing softly, He tells the advisor to raise his head, admitting that even he does not know if he is the one who changed, or if the first prince has truly become a completely different person. Just as the atmosphere drowns in a heavy tense silence, the door is suddenly thrown open as a panicked knight rushes in, screaming breathlessly, "Lord View, the first prince!" Hearing this, both of them immediately rush out to the castle training grounds. As they walk, the advisor reassures the count that there is no need to worry. After all, Dunham is a knight who knows his limits and definitely won't beat the prince half to death. But instead of sharing that optimism, Count Vo gives a self-deprecating smile and whispers, "Right now, the one you should be worrying about isn't the prince. It is your knight." Before he can even process those words, boom, a massive explosion rings out, and you won't believe who comes flying through the air to crash right in front of them. The motionless figure is none other than Dunham. Seeing the legendary double-chain knight of the Iron Lion utterly defeated, the advisor freezes, stuttering Dunham's name in disbelief. All across the training grounds, the royal knights scream out in absolute shock. Even Dunham was defeated? No way! The prince won again. Standing inside a blazing blue mana aura that burns like an eternal fire, Andreon wipes the blood from his mouth. "Didn't I tell you so? Your Highness isn't the one you need to worry about at all." Meanwhile, Andreon, with eyes flashing in pure arrogance, points his sword straight ahead and loudly makes his declaration. Andreon's uncle always said that a knight is only truly recognized once they reach the double chain level. Andreon knows those words weren't exaggerated in the slightest. Facing the relentless pressure of a real double chain knight, he realizes his current combat hymn isn't quite enough to completely dominate his opponent. But he can't just casually unleash the true dragon-slaying song on an ordinary knight like Dunham. Instead, Andreon decides to trigger his special hyperfocus ability. Instantly, a surge of brilliant blue mana condenses in his hand, dragging his mind deep into a highly unique state of consciousness. Every single noisy sound around him suddenly goes dead silent. Dunham charges forward, slashing his sword repeatedly, but to Andreon, every single movement slows down. He grips his hilt tight, feeling as though his body no longer even belongs to him. Andreon's eyes burn with a blue flame, giving him the exact same sensation he had in his past life as a legendary divine sword. Channeling his absolute focus, he easily dodges Dunham's strikes. Putting all his strength into a single slash, he unleashes a massive explosion of blue fire, sending Dunham flying through the air to crash head over heels before the terrified crowd of knights. Andreon gently wipes the blood from his lip, wearing a highly confident smile. Witnessing the prince's terrifying strength, the crowd of Iron Knights can't help but whisper in sheer awe. But Dunham refuses to back down, forcing himself up and shouting out as both sides clash yet again. Facing his opponent's absolute rage, Andreon effortlessly parries each dangerous strike, landing precise blows that completely suppress the Iron Lion's double-chain knight. The battle continues at a breakneck speed. Facing a barrage of rapid attacks, Andreon remains incredibly calm, gracefully evading every dangerous sword strike before delivering a decisive counterattack. The prince's eyes burn with a determined blue flame, completely crushing his opponent's spirit. Game over. Sweat drips slowly down his sharp blade. Andreon stands firm in the middle of the training field, wrapped in a blue mana aura as he pants heavily after exhausting all his energy. All around him, his opponents lie sprawled across the ground. Seeing this incredible sight, the crowd of knights erupts in wild cheers. Even Bitan has been defeated. That is 5 consecutive victories for his highness. Right at the peak of his victory, Andreon's will seamlessly merges with the flow of magic. Having survived 100 battles and withstood 1,000 storms, he remains confident he can face even greater trials. The system screen suddenly flashes with brilliant notifications. A new song added. Only now has Andreon truly awakened the sword in his hands. The rank of his combat hymn instantly shoots up, reaching the extraordinary tier and officially evolving into the dual hymn to match his newly achieved power level. As the glowing light slowly fades, Andreon smiles. "I did it." But then his exhausted body completely collapses. Seeing this, a blue-cloaked knight rushes over to catch his shoulders, anxiously asking if he is alright. Contrary to Andreon's worry about potential hostility from the crowd, the knight and the entire surrounding army of warriors suddenly drop to their knees, solemnly declaring that they bow in absolute respect to the victory his highness has won. Shouts echo across the field, praising the first prince's blade and honoring his unstoppable fighting spirit. "We truly admire your victory, your highness." Seeing the crowd do a complete 180, Andreon is utterly bewildered, thinking, what on earth is going on? Just a minute ago, these guys were ready to tear me limb from limb. Noticing the prince's expression, the young advisor steps up beside him, smiling as he explains that knights are actually pretty simple creatures. To them, the sword and the thrill of victory are the only things that truly get them fired up. Looking at Andreon's face, he must have thought they would resent him, but in reality, a completely honorable defeat is worth 1,000 times more to them than a dirty, cheap victory. When both sides lay it all on the line, winning or losing doesn't even matter anymore. Over in the corner of the training ground, 2 other knights are crossing their arms. gossiping gleefully about how Dunham must be absolutely losing his mind because he now has to surrender his prized sword to the prince. They chuckle softly, mocking how Dunham was always bragging about that sword, so losing it now is just poetic justice. Hearing the chatter, Andreon bows his head slightly with a relieved smile. He used to believe that the true essence of the ancient era had been forgotten and tossed away alongside the magic core, but somehow, looking at the knights bowing respectfully under the glowing sunset, he realizes at least one thing remains. That is their honorable acceptance of defeat and their undying, shameless instinct to instantly butter up whoever is the strongest in the room. Following a streak of spectacular victories at the Iron Lion Castle, the prince's carriage is finally loaded up and ready to head back to the capital. Before departing, Andreon bids Count Woden a highly polite farewell with a smile. The Count bows respectfully in return, wishing the prince excellent health until their paths cross again. But the second he turns around, Andreon stops in his tracks and tells the Count to keep his mouth shut, take the money, and completely hide everything that happened during his stay. This sudden demand leaves Count Woden utterly speechless. He cannot help but wonder why the prince would want to cover up such a legendary achievement, which could easily bring him massive political leverage. In response to his confusion, Andreon just taps his chin, flashing a pretty devious smirk. After all, he still has a certain someone waiting back in the capital whom he desperately wants to annoy. None other than that arrogant third prince, Julian. As dusk paints the sky a deep crimson, the royal caravan pulls over to set up camp in a quiet forest. A guard knight quickly approaches the prince, reporting that he is going to scout the perimeter to ensure their safety. With a quick nod and a prompt go-ahead from Andreon, the knight heads off. Standing just outside the camp, Awen silently watches the prince with a deeply contemplative look in her eyes. Seeing that she looks a bit exhausted, Andreon gestures for her to turn in early. Letting out a long, lazy yawn, he decides it is high time to head inside his tent and crash after a draining day of travel. But the instant he pulls back the curtain, his maid Adelia Bayan is already waiting inside, bowing with a bright, gentle smile to welcome him back. Spotting her there, Andreon is honestly just completely speechless. He shakes his head, thinking how a legendary S-rank swordsmanship genius like her is still just sticking around to do basic chores and tidy up rooms like some ordinary maid. Noticing the prince's heavy, exhausted sigh, Adelia approaches him with worry, asking if there is something she did to displease him. Too tired to explain, Andreon simply waves his hand, telling her to leave so he can rest. Watching the maid close the door behind her, he collapses onto his bed, resting his arm over his forehead as he sinks deep into thought. Honestly, the Iron Lion Legion turned out to be completely different from anything he had ever imagined. Activating his judgment skill to analyze them, Andreon realized that almost all standard knights in this era do not have a swordsmanship talent above B rank. In his past life, people with such mediocre potential would train for their entire lives only to barely scrape by, destined to fade away and perish uselessly alongside other ordinary folk once the true superhuman monsters showed up. Yet today, thanks to the magic core and mana chains, they can easily reach the realm of a true master swordsman by their early 20s. The peak strength of those old-world powerhouses has dropped drastically, but on the bright side, the average human's baseline power has absolutely skyrocketed. Thinking of his uncle, a man who could have easily reached the ultimate transcendent realm in the old era, Andreon feels a sting of annoyance that the man willingly threw that golden chance away. But what can he do? This era has moved on, and even the chances to forge legendary, world-class achievements have vanished. Clenching his fist, Andreon reminds himself that everything is just swept away by the river of time. Admitting he still doesn't quite get this new era, he decides he will just have to study everything from scratch. Right then, sharp, sudden round of applause echoes from the shadows behind him. Andreon whips around to find Count Hat standing there, smiling warmly at his maturity. The commander gently assures him that it is never too late, and as long as Andreon puts in the effort now, his dreams will surely come true. His uncle's sudden gentle turnabout leaves Andreon utterly baffled, wondering what dreams he is even talking about. The Count goes on to explain that Andreon has already won over the hearts of the Iron Lion Knights. If it were any other prince, there is no way they could have connected with those rough warriors so effortlessly. Looking at his uncle's glowing, proud face, this feels like an incredibly smart move. Honestly, you can't blame him. Andreon gets instant goosebumps, wondering if his uncle ate something weird. He nervously asks if the older man is secretly furious. Count Hatz raises an eyebrow, asking if the boy has somehow forgotten the terms of their bet. Andreon stammers nervously, saying if he meant the bet about defeating the third prince, then but the Count cuts him off instantly. He sternly reminds him that their real wager was for the prince to defeat a two-chain knight, and since Andreon crushed Dunham, he won the bet fair and square. Taking a decisive step forward, Count declares he will fulfill his end of the bargain. Under his nephew's stunned gaze, the commander of the North solemnly places a hand over his heart, loudly declaring that as Count Hatz, commander of the 3rd Legion, he formally pledges his absolute allegiance to the first prince, Andreon Leon Beck. Left sitting on his bed in absolute shock, Andreon goes completely numb, stammering internally and wondering what on earth this crazy man is talking about. Please do not tell me. He is totally floored by his uncle's sudden, confident announcement, flashing back to that proud pointing gesture. He can only scream helplessly in his mind, "When did I ever say I wanted to be the king?" By now, it is already far too late to stop this train wreck. The northern commander backing the first prince drops like a massive bombshell, sending shockwaves through the entire kingdom. The moment Andreon steps back into the palace, he is mobbed by cheering servants. "Congratulations, your highness. We celebrate your glorious return." It is a massive triumph for the kingdom, transforming the once quiet, majestic palace into a loud, chaotic marketplace. To reward his progress, the king has sent a flood of new guards and maids, standing entirely alone in the middle of this absolute circus. Andreon is absolutely fuming. He points and roars, "This is too much chaos. Send them all back." However, his personal knight can only explain awkwardly that they are here under royal decree, so even if the prince tries to kick them out, they cannot leave. Andreon groans, "Then at least get them out of my sight." What a massive pain. It takes quite a while to finally clear out the noisy crowd. Andreon exhaustedly sinks into a large armchair in his study, letting out a quiet sigh of relief that peace has finally returned. Yet that precious silence does not last long before a loud bang echoes. The study door is slammed wide open, followed by a thoroughly mocking voice. "Dear brother, are you in here?" Andreon frowns heavily, staring coldly at the intruder and asking what he is doing here. The uninvited guest is none other than the third prince, Julian Leon Beck. He strolls in casually, flashing a pretty malicious grin. "You put on quite a show, brother. Secretly training with Count Hats and showing off such a massive ambition." Hearing these baseless accusations, Andreon can only scoff internally. Who's learning from whom exactly? Julian steps closer, saying he actually planned to save his brother some fate, but now look at this mess. He wanted to let him lose without suffering too much. Facing his younger brother's pure delusion of power, Archiprince could only grimace and think, "Wow. This is so moving, I might just cry." Meanwhile, Julian's rage boiled over as he pointed right at Andreon's face and threatened him through gritted teeth. "Brother, you made a massive mistake. I will absolutely make you pay for lying to me." Watching Julian storm off in a total huff, Andreon rubbed his temples in exhaustion. "I already told him I have zero interest in the throne," he muttered. Glancing out the window, he resolved to find the absolute culprit behind this whole mess. Facing his uncle the Count, Andreon crossed his arms helplessly and sighed. "Look, uncle, I will go along with this for a bit. But you have to stop when the time is right. Since I have no interest in the throne, why did you start this behind my back?" The Count just offered a faint smile and asked casually if he was really worried about that. He explained in a low voice that the Bandlier H family is the shield protecting the entire kingdom from monsters in the northern mountains. As long as the royal family and the high nobles do not forget the harshness of winter, the Bandlier H family will never have to face any bad consequences. Hearing those words, Andreon lowered his head with a sigh of relief. "If so, then I can rest easy." But the Count immediately warned him in a stern tone that it is only a matter of time before this inevitably happens anyway. "Do you really not know the fate of a firstborn son who fails to inherit the throne?" Staring at the prince, sitting in a daze on the bed, he added that the situation will not change just because he keeps hiding away. "If you need time to accept this, take as much as you want, but remember this." The northern commander turned his back and walked away, leaving behind one last chilling warning. The legitimate rights of the firstborn will not vanish unless you die. As the door clicked shut, Andreon sat alone in the quiet room, sighing heavily. He muttered to himself that no matter how much time passes, his mind will never change. Images of the blue magic power and the legendary holy sword from his past life flashed through his mind. Andreon firmly told himself that the only thing he needed to seek out was his own true power and strength. That strength had once reached unrivaled heights, suppressing entire legendary clans, so there was no way he would care about a trivial thing like inheriting the throne. And then, the day of the royal banquet finally arrived. Just look at this magnificent banquet hall. The light from a massive chandelier shines brightly over the entire space, where hundreds of fancy nobles have gathered together to drink and socialize. Suddenly, a loud announcement cuts right through the noisy chatter. The legitimate bloodline of the Leon Beck kingdom, the firstborn son of the royal family, First Prince Andreon Leon Beck, is now entering the hall. His grand entrance immediately draws shocked stares from the surrounding nobles. People cannot stop whispering and googling about the prince, completely stunned by his brand new, slim look. In the middle of that crowd, a mysterious woman wearing a purple cloak lets out a devious smile. Stepping onto the high platform, Andreon gazes down at the entire hall with a cold and majestic expression, locking every eye in the room. Spotting the stunning physical transformation of the prince, a young noble lady clasps her hands together in sheer admiration. "It is truly surprising," she says. "Your slender figure reminds me of His Majesty from a long time ago." But facing this flattery, Andreon only gives her a cold, indifferent glance. Are they seriously making this much of a fuss just because he successfully lost all that extra weight? Scanning the fake smiles of the nobles, Andreon thinks that the upper class of this kingdom is quite disappointing. There is nothing fun here. With his system eyes, the wicked, snake-like nature of these people is painfully obvious. This is the heavy karmic debt built up by scum who trample on the lives of others just to steal everything for themselves. Watching the dark purple energy of poisonous snakes wrapping tightly around each noble in the hall makes Andreon feel absolutely disgusted. He thinks it is unbelievable that everyone here carries such filthy aura, with not a single soul worth his attention. Yet, in the middle of this swamp, Andreon suddenly notices a group of young men talking in a corner. Walking straight over to them, he calls out, "Hey, Taylor, should you not be the one greeting me?" This sudden approach startles Taylor completely. Standing with Taylor are two of his friends, who look totally baffled by Andreon's friendly attitude. Taylor scratches his head, awkwardly saying that he is sorry, and it is a massive honor to be invited by him. Seeing their honest faces, Andreon smiles with real satisfaction. He thinks to himself that while these guys might not be geniuses, their souls are completely clean and untouched by dirty power struggles. This is more than enough for him, and his frail body will gladly carry forward with pure-hearted seeds like them in the future. Just as the mood starts to relax, a booming shout from a royal guard suddenly pierces through the party, announcing the arrival of someone officially recognized by the Emperor of the Bogon Empire from the Monnier family. The heavy double doors of the hall swing open as every noble watches in silence. The loud voice echoes across the entire room, announcing Marquise Glens Bogon Monnier. Hearing that name, Andreon freezes in absolute shock for 5 seconds. What? As the timid nobles bow and quickly part ways, look at this, a chubby figure wearing a powerful blue cloak slowly makes his grand entrance. This is the envoy of the Bogon Empire, Marc Glens Bogon Monnier. He walks casually up to Andreon, flashing a fake scheming smile before greeting him. "It has been a long time, Your Highness." Facing this cunning messenger from a distant empire, Andreon narrows his eyes in deep suspicion. That name immediately triggers deep memories locked within the soul of the former Holy Sword. Bogon was their eternal enemy, the one he and his old comrade fought shoulder to shoulder against in their longest, most grueling war. The fiend who caused endless suffering on this land 400 years ago. Burning bloodlust surges as Andreon's eyes glow with a chilling blue flame. But just as his rage is about to explode, something completely unexpected happens. A gray-haired old man suddenly slips and bumps hard into Andreon, spilling a glass of red wine all over him. The entire hall instantly falls into a breathless silence. Shaking with panic, the old man stammers an apology, asking if His Highness is all right, claiming he only wanted to greet him as soon as possible. He deeply apologizes to the prince. Andreon casts a cold, calculating gaze at the old man, while Marquis Glens and the nearby nobles quietly watch the entire incident unfold with suspicious eyes. To avoid causing a scene, Andreon closes his eyes and coldly states he is going to change. Behind him, the poor gray-haired noble keeps bowing in deep distress, blaming his fragile, old body for being so clumsy in front of royalty. Grabbing a towel, Andreon casually asks about his identity and learns he is Marquis Bife. Andreon looks at the old man's pathetic retreating figure and thinks, Marquis Bife, huh? Well, looks like not all of them are rotten to the core. Thankfully, his interruption actually helped cool my head down a bit. Late that night, in a dark and quiet room of the palace, Andreon stands by the window, listening to the rainfall. While his anger has faded, his mind is still troubled by the unexpected arrival of the imperial envoy. Right then, the door suddenly swings open. The person walking in is none other than his own uncle. Walking up to Andreon at the tea table, he asks directly if it is true that he was planning to hit someone, according to Marquise Bife. Andreon muses that perhaps the old Marquis's words were not completely baseless. Seeing his nephew stay silent, the Count asks sharply what he is up to. Andreon calmly replies that he is not that reckless. The Count sighs with understanding, saying he does not completely fail to comprehend his frustration. In reality, the influential Bogon family is flaunting their raw power in the heart of our kingdom, and our cowardly nobles are more terrified of them than of the royal family itself. That kind of tension is not peace, it is a balance of power too heavily tilted to be called an alliance. Andreon frowns, asking him straight out why the country is degraded into such a complete mess. The Baron explains in a low voice that the history here is actually pretty simple. This kingdom once stood strong against endless imperial invasions, all thanks to outstanding knights who rose up to defend their land and push back the enemy. But as the empire grew more powerful, the gap between them became too wide to close. Eventually, the kingdom was forced to bow down before that overwhelming strength. Hearing this, Andreon is stunned. Could that really be the reason? He remembers the sheer force that once allowed a tiny nation on this continent to hold its ground against such a massive empire. It was a power forged from the very beginning of their nation. Their simple victories became legends, crystallizing into the supreme force called the Saga. Looking at the blue mana flame flickering in his hand, Andreon bitterly realizes he has lost absolutely everything. He turns to his uncle with a sudden sharp look. Uncle, I have changed my mind. The Baron asks in pure confusion what he means by that. Placing a hand on his chest, the young prince firmly declares he will try to become king, leaving his uncle absolutely frozen in shock. No turning back. He might end up regretting this decision later, but it is something he has to do. After all, half of this nation was built by his very own hands. The second day of the royal banquet arrives in a flash. A booming voice echoes through the grand hall, announcing the grand entrance of First Prince Andreon Leon B and the Baron of the North. Their imposing entrance draws every single eye in the room. The surrounding nobles begin whispering in hushed, nervous tones, completely thrown off by the sharp, intense aura radiating from the first prince. Gliding down the steps, Andreon completely ignores the malicious gossip from the nobles, who whisper that showing off in front of foreign envoys is a massive taboo. Staring at the fake smiles around him, Andreon finds his mind drifting back to the distant past. Years ago, when his closest friend stood before the crowd, nobody ever imagined he would one day become king. Just a ragged runaway. Back then, he was nothing more than an exploited outcast with absolutely nothing to his name. He had absolutely nothing to make him stand out. Yet that completely ordinary boy rose up to build an entire kingdom from scratch. Now Andreon is stepping up to do the exact same thing. The heroic shadow of his old friend seems to merge with the young prince. Andreon smirks, thinking these blind nobles have absolutely no idea that the real architect of this kingdom is standing proudly right in front of their eyes. His eyes ignite. Blue fire flares as he decisively unleashes the ultimate power, the King's Saga. Instantly, a massive wave of blue mana explodes, but the overwhelming pressure immediately triggers a red system warning. With his current physical stats, Andreon is simply too weak to maintain the full unbridled power of this saga. System alerts pop up warning him that most of the saga has been cut, leaving him to forcefully hum only half of it. Gritting his teeth against the massive backlash, Andreon's face turns slightly pale. Actually, this backlash is pretty manageable, especially when compared to the brutal backlash of that dragon-slaying song he faced before. After all, this is only a hero-tier saga, not some godlike myth. Brilliant blue mana swirls above his head, slowly condensing into a stunning, majestic crown of pure light. Andreon knows with absolute confidence that right now, no melody is more fitting than this to announce a king's return. With every heavy, decisive step he takes across the hall, his blue cloak blazes as that brilliant crown of light shines on his head. This overwhelming aura completely subdues the crowd of snobbish nobles. They immediately bow their heads, silently parting to both sides to clear a path for him. Watching them bow, Andreon smirks, glad they are finally looking at him. But watch closely, just as he gets comfortable, a sudden, terrifying wave of dark purple mana washes over him, sending cold sweat down his neck. Pure dark energy. Andreon grows instantly alert, wondering what kind of magic could possibly feel this oppressive. Right in front of him, a figure in a deep purple cloak slowly steps forward. Spotting pointed ears and white hair peeking under the hood, Andreon is stunned. Is that an elf? The elven woman flashes a sly smile and whispers that she is completely surprised anyone still remembers this ancient saga. Her words strike Andreon like a lightning bolt, his eyes widening in pure horror as a truly terrifying truth hits him. Not just any elf, he mutters to himself in panic, wondering what on earth that crazy woman is doing here. The most beautiful creations of the gods, a gentle race that would never harm even the smallest creature without a reason. Peaceful forest gardeners living up to 1,000 years, that is the fantasy people have whenever they hear of elves. But the reality is far more brutal. They are actually a savage race, using their flawless, otherworldly beauty as bait to lure their unsuspecting enemies straight to their graves. High elves are born with hero-tier status, making them incredibly dangerous right from the start. But the woman standing before Andreon right now is on a whole different level. She is far beyond any ordinary high elf. An ancient high elf, Sigrun is a deadly magic swordsman who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, possessing sword steps that flow like a literal dance of death. 400 years ago, she was a key member of the dragon-slaying expedition. To Andreon, she is the psychopath who tortured his sword spirit to absolute misery back in the day. Horrific memories flood back. He remembers her sliding her hands along his blade, asking if he would follow her when his master dies. She promised to keep him entertained forever, claiming she wanted him even more precisely because he was a sword. Snapping back to the present, Andreon starts sweating buckets, praying this crazy woman does not recognize him. After all, he just unleashed the King's Saga, a power she was intimately familiar with hundreds of years ago. Sensing something off, Sigrun tilts her head, eyeing him up and down. She asks if they have met before, finding him incredibly familiar. Fearing his identity might slip, Andreon quickly shakes his head. He claims it is his first time meeting a real elf. She narrows her eyes, asking if that is really true, leaving Andreon to suppress his shivers and firmly nod. But Sigrun's sharp gaze pierces deep into his soul as she whispers a playful accusation of lying. Andreon swallows hard. He knows that even 400 years ago, she was easily one of the most terrifying monsters he had ever faced in his sword life. Total monster. Just how powerful she has become by now is something nobody could possibly predict anymore. Sigrun casually walks past Andreon, explaining that humans usually react in one of two ways when meeting elves. Most normal fools are instantly mesmerized, completely losing their minds to the sheer beauty. True masters will instinctively feel incredibly uneasy and stay fully on guard. Stepping closer with a playful smirk, she leans in to whisper a provocative warning right into his ear. She remarks that he clearly has not reached that level yet, Your Highness. To cover up his slip-up before her growing suspicion, Andreon quickly scrambles to offer a forced, awkward excuse to save his skin. He mutters that his tastes are just a little unusual, that is all. Sigrun stares at the chubby prince with a knowing, heavy look before pulling up her hood and walking away with a polite farewell. She says meeting him was a true honor. As the footsteps of that psycho elf finally fade away into the distance, Andreon is finally able to breathe a massive sigh of relief. He is barely alive, but right after escaping her terrifying death grip, the young prince is thrown straight into another massive headache of a problem. Hoping to get her son married off, the queen starts actively organizing dates, sending endless portraits of prestigious noble ladies. But to a former holy sword who has lived for centuries, this is just flat out exhausting. Looks like these candidates do not even want to look at me. Did you bring them to mock me? Some of these are newborn babies again, way too young. Then we have a middle-aged lady with hair like Spiesky durian, absolute disaster. To top it off, someone actually submits a photo of a teddy bear. Seeing her son's completely picky and uncooperative attitude, Queen Margarita can only clutch her temples, enduring a massive migraine. She lets out a heavy, helpless sigh and starts lecturing him about selecting a wife. You cannot expect them to be like the girls you usually hang out with. A royal wife must be wise, kind, and come from a highly reputable family. Andreon just stands there with his arms crossed, wearing a totally indifferent face and playing deaf to her nagging. Just when the tension is reaching a boiling point, the guard's loud announcement from outside rings out like an absolute lifesaver. The elven delegation requests an audience, Your Majesty. Queen Margarita raises her eyebrows in total surprise before smiling happily and telling them to enter. The side doors swing open as the hooded elven delegation slowly files into the hall. Their leader decisively throws back her hood, revealing silver gray hair and those unmistakable pointed ears. It is none other than Sigrun. She introduces herself as Sigrun of the Mistletoe tribe, greeting the beautiful queen. Sitting high on her majestic throne, Queen Margarita welcomes her with a warm smile. The queen admits she is pretty surprised since it has been ages since an elf visited. Sigrun shoots a quick glance at Andreon standing by the throne, then gets straight to the point, asking if it is true that they are looking for a royal bride. Getting a pleased nod from the queen, Sigrun flashes a bright, confident smile. She explains that she is a high elf, which in human terms makes her equivalent to a noble from a highly prestigious lineage. You should see his face right now. Andreon completely freezes in pure shock. That familiar icy shiver runs down his spine again as he breaks into a cold sweat, desperately wondering what trick she is pulling. Before he can even react, Sigrun clasps her hands together, flashes a mischievous smile, and drops a total bombshell. She casually claims her age happens to be not too far off from the prince. Hearing this utterly shameless lie, Andreon wants to absolutely lose his mind, screaming internally that their ages are literally 1,000 years apart. How can she lie so blatantly without him blinking? Meanwhile, Sigrun smoothly paints a picture of her eternal beauty, claiming it makes her the absolute gold standard for a human wife. She even introduces the loyal followers who always shadow her, explaining that in human terms, they are basically her very own elite order of protective knights. Flash of a knowing smile, Sigrun looks directly at Andreon and boldly declares that from the very first second she saw him, she knew their destinies were tightly bound together. This sudden confession leaves Andreon totally paralyzed with shock. Cold sweat pours down his face as he remembers a terrifying rule about elves: they never lie about destiny. This means every single word of her crazy speech is actually the truth. Sigrun's sheer boldness immediately sends a massive shockwave of whispers through the entire grand hall. The surrounding nobles start gossiping about how elves treat destiny with absolute seriousness, wondering if they should lock in this marriage alliance. Seeing things spin completely out of control, Andreon does not hesitate for a second. He strides forward, grabs Sigrun by the hand, and drags her away, leaving his mother completely bewildered. He coldly tells her that they need to talk right now. His rough handling instantly outrages the nobles, who start shouting that his behavior is incredibly disrespectful. Tuning them all out, Andreon drags Sigrun into an empty room and slams the door shut. Facing the crazy elf, he drops the pleasantries and demands to know her real motive. Sigrun giggles behind her hand, playfully lying that she only came to build peaceful relations between their peoples. But Andreon is not falling for it, warning her that he will only ask one more time. He stares directly into her eyes and exposes her as Sigrun the ancient elf, the cold-blooded executioner who has handled her clan's dirtiest work for hundreds of years. As the legendary sword of the Mistletoe tribe, are you here to investigate or to execute? Now that her cover is blown, her fake smile vanishes, replaced by a sinister, dark purple aura that explodes around her. Pressing a hand to her mouth, she looks at him with sharp, amused eyes, finding it pretty interesting that he knows so much about her. Andreon freezes under the suffocating pressure of her gaze. Looking at the terrifying entity towering right in front of him, he breaks into a cold sweat, sensing the massive, chaotic, dark energy swirling violently around her body. With his currently weak physical body, Andreon knows this elf is an absolute monster with power beyond his wildest imagination. The fact that she can even sense a thread of destiny on him proves she is powerful enough to catch a fleeting glimpse of the past etched deep into his soul. Facing down the ancient elf's suffocating dark aura, Andreon remains cold as he reminds her that she already knows what he is. He asks if she is truly stupid enough not to keep her mouth shut around an executioner, but Sigrun is completely unfazed, shooting him a defiant look as she replies that speaking carelessly to an executioner is indeed extremely foolish. Done playing games, Andreon tells Sigrun to stop messing with his destiny. Watching her stand there in silence, the prince begins to recalculate his next moves. We all know she is only curious for now, but if he lets things play out naturally, a weak human like him will definitely be torn to pieces by this crazy elf. To survive, he has to capture her interest on a much deeper level. He needs to package himself like a rare, slowly aged delicacy that she must savor, making him far too valuable to just taste and throw away. Shocked by his sudden shift in attitude, Sigrun cannot help but ask who he really is. Flashing a faint smile, Andreon casually turns to leave, saying he is just a pitiful prince abandoned by his own father. This air of mystery only excites her more as she follows him, demanding to know his true identity. He shoots her an enigmatic glance, telling her to wait and find out if she is that curious. Watching him walk away, she cups her cheek, her eyes shining with absolute obsession. She realizes this trivial mission she was handed is not pointless at all. In fact, it is the most exciting assignment she has ever had, all because of this mysterious prince. Feeling her intense, hungry gaze on his back sends a shiver down his spine. Whether it was 400 years ago or right now, this woman is still absolutely terrifying. But to make his plan work, Andreon firmly grabs Sigrun's hand and confidently leads her back into the grand royal banquet hall. The entire room instantly erupts into a storm of wild gossip as the nobles witness the eldest prince publicly holding hands with this stunning elf. Striding straight to his mother's throne, Andreon announces to the crowd that he will be getting engaged to Sigrun. This bombshell leaves the queen speechless, while Sigrun happily clings to his arm. Andreon clicks his tongue, never imagining a day would come where he would have to play along with her like this. But right now, he cannot afford to make her his enemy. Agreeing to this engagement is strictly a delaying tactic to buy himself some precious time. Turning to his mother, Andreon wisely suggests that because this is a massive decision, they should take some time to observe each other first. Seeing the logic in his words, the queen slowly nods her head in agreement. For the queen, this delay is the perfect chance to evaluate how valuable an alliance with the elves really is. As for Sigrun, she is just happy to let her premium delicacy ripen a bit more before she finally devours him. And for Andreon, as he leads her out of the hall, he is determined to use this borrowed time to build up his own strength and find a way to escape this crazy elf. Meanwhile, in another corner of the castle, the third Prince Dean is furiously smashing furniture in his office, screaming in absolute rage as his plans fall apart. Damn it, that bastard. The only thing you have on me is being born first. Julian's rage boiled over as he thought about his cold uncle suddenly backing Andreon, not to mention his chubby older brother somehow winning over the famous Rose of the Iron Castle. And now that useless fool actually dares to set his sights on an ancient high elf. At first, Julian thought Sigrun was just another pretty face, but her status as the elf queen completely shattered his expectations. Flashing a pretty sinister grin, the arrogant prince smugly recalled the duel they had agreed on. He calculated that killing his brother outright would only make a massive mess. Instead, he decided to give Andreon a slash just deep enough to make sure he could never stand proud as a man again. Laughing crazily in the shadows, Julian swore to grind Andreon into the dirt. Finally, the day of the duel arrived. The referee was Commander Hill Stuttgart, the legendary leader of the Royal Knights known as the Silver Lion. Standing before the massive crowd of gathered nobles, the veteran referee loudly declared that the duel was officially approved. No one could protest the final result, ordering the princes to draw their swords. But despite the heavy tension, Andreon just yawned in sheer boredom, silently complaining that the old man talked way too much for a simple one-strike match. Across from him, Julian confidently unsheathed his blade with an arrogant smirk, telling his brother he had prepared everything for this day, even bringing a whole crowd along. He mocked Andreon to not disappoint the spectators. Glancing at the nobles surrounding the arena, Andreon slowly adjusted his cloak, thinking to himself that he had actually been planning for this very moment for quite a while. Cutting right through his younger brother's smug attitude, Andreon coldly told him he talked way too much. That absolute disrespect made Julian's face twist in pure, unbridled rage. Crackling blue mana erupted wildly around his body as he gritted his teeth, yelling that he hoped his brother would keep that same energy once this match was over. With that, Julian charged forward like a flash of lightning. But watching Julian rush in, Andreon realized he was done playing around. Now watch this absolute shocker. He swung his blade in a blinding flash, knocking his smug opponent flat on his back in a single heartbeat. Watching this chaotic turn of events play out, the surrounding nobles froze in complete disbelief. Even the highly experienced referee, Commander Hill Stuttgart, could barely process what he had just witnessed. He stared, wondering if this incredibly dominant fighter was actually the same useless first prince everyone used to look down on. Standing tall in the arena, Andreon gazed coldly at his unconscious brother on the ground. Not letting the stunned crowd wait, the referee raised his hand, declaring the third prince unfit to continue the duel. The first prince is victorious. The moment the words left his mouth, Andreon casually turned his back and walked away, leaving the gossiping nobles whispering in absolute terror. Seeing all those fake, sycophantic faces suddenly rushing toward him, the young prince just clicked his tongue in annoyance, wondering if these wealthy nobles really had nothing better to do than watch kids play fight. Julian's incredibly embarrassing loss instantly became the hottest gossip in the entire kingdom, with shocked nobles constantly whispering to each other, asking if the talented prince had genuinely been defeated. He literally wields the legendary dual mana chains that everyone in the kingdom respects, yet he lost to a first prince who only picked up a sword a few months ago. These rumors stabbed right into Julian's fragile pride. Lying on his recovery bed with bandages wrapped tight around his head, Julian was absolutely red with pure humiliation. He bolted upright, screaming like a madman to prepare for his next challenge against that bastard. But his temper tantrum came to a grinding halt when his personal guard awkwardly dropped some news. He explained that the first prince had actually packed up and left the capital with the count right after the duel ended. Shocked by the sudden news, Julian demanded to know where they went. The guard bowed low, replying that they were heading far north to the count's ancestral territory. Meanwhile, out on the freezing, snow-covered roads of the icy north, the royal carriage and its escort of knights trudged steadily forward, riding a tall warhorse. Andreon calmly kept pace right next to his maternal uncle. Noticing his nephew's remarkably confident posture, the count casually remarked that his riding skills had gotten pretty decent. Andreon smirked arrogantly, replying that a single lesson was more than enough to learn. His smug attitude made the northern commander sigh in utter defeat, muttering that he shouldn't have praised the young prince and advising him to learn some humility. The count then asked why he was in such a massive rush, since he easily could have rested after the banquet ended. Andreon just shrugged, saying there was no place for him here anyway. He knew he would never lower himself to beg those spineless nobles for help, since they were all too busy groveling to the Empire's lapdog while completely ignoring their own rightful king. Turning to his uncle, he asked if soldiers and rugged knights suited him much better than fake nobles. The count sighed, explaining that while soldiers do not scheme, they are incredibly stubborn, making them tough to win over. Andreon just offered a confident smile, looking back at the marching troops, and noting that sharing a few life-or-death battles would easily forge an unbreakable bond. His uncle sighed, warning him that he was moving way too fast. In reality, Andreon was silently clicking his tongue. The absolute biggest reason he had to escape the capital was to avoid marrying that completely unhinged high elf Sean. Honestly, can you even blame the guy for running? He knew all too well that every single man who had ever caught her eye ended up meeting a pretty horrific end. Because of that, Andreon knew he had to get strong and fast, which was completely impossible in a peaceful capital. He had to run away as fast as his legs could carry him, searching for a brutal environment where he could rapidly push his limits and sharpen his sword. It needed to be the absolute harshest environment, a place where people were constantly pushed to their breaking point, and where most legendary tales of great knights were born. For Andreon, that place was none other than the active battlefield. Under a blinding white blizzard, their small army slowly marched deep into the frozen, snow-covered mountains. Pointing ahead, the Count introduced the massive peaks as the Sword Edge Mountains, the dangerous border his family had guarded for generations. As a freezing, bone-chilling gust swept past, Andreon shivered violently, muttering that he was going to freeze to death. Seeing his nephew struggle, the Count suggested he head back inside the warm carriage, but Andreon resolutely shook his head, insisting that he absolutely needed to get used to this harsh cold. Just then, Scholar Niccolo poked his head out of the cozy royal carriage window, offering a gentle smile and teasing that he felt pretty guilty about hogging an entire carriage all to himself. Andreon rolled his eyes, grumpily muttering that there was absolutely nothing worth looking at out here, questioning why the scholar even tagged along. Niccolo cheerfully replied that opportunities to experience the brutal north were incredibly rare. Plus, he claimed the research book he was writing would definitely come in handy for the prince. Sick of the old man's endless lecturing, Andreon clicked his tongue and rode off, spurring his horse forward. Andre noticed the female knight, Owen, silently enduring the freezing wind. Pulling his horse closer, he asked if she was doing okay, noting the path ahead looked incredibly cold. Seeing her face the biting wind, Andreon kindly offered to swap places if she got too cold, but holding on to the pride of a true warrior, Owen firmly refused, stating she could not demand comfort as a knight. Her fierce determination brought a satisfied smile to Andreon's face. He quietly thought to himself that it was a huge relief to have at least one genuinely passionate soldier in this entire marching group. But when he glanced further back, the prince's good mood instantly vanished. Trailing behind them were the elite royal knights, and every single one of them looked incredibly annoyed and highly irritated. They kept openly grumbling about being forced into this grueling trip by royal decree. Staring at the frustrated crowd, Andreon sighed, thinking that if his loyal guard C were present, he would easily keep their growing resentment in check. Memories of his incredibly tense conversation with the king before his departure flashed back in his mind. The king had coldly reminded him that the royal knights did not belong to him since he already had his own personal guards. Right? And honestly, who even knows if those guys are actually real knights? The old man's petty attitude makes Andreon absolutely furious. It is the exact reason why C had to stay behind in the capital to clean up the mess instead of coming along on this long journey. Back in the freezing reality of the falling snow, Andreon clicks his tongue and sighs. Sure, the original owner of this body caused nothing but trouble, but he is still the Emperor's own blood. The old man's extreme rejection makes him highly suspicious. There simply must be some pretty massive secret hidden behind all this that he hasn't discovered yet. Just then the blizzard suddenly hits with a vengeance. The Count spurs his horse forward, shouting a desperate warning to everyone to move faster, or they will end up frozen alive in the storm. In a single breath, the light snow erupts into a terrifying whiteout. The wind roars so brutally that it blinds them completely, making it impossible to hear the person standing right next to you. Seeing how critical things are getting, the northern commander grimaces. He channels mana directly into his voice, roaring an order for the whole army to abandon the carriages and lead the horses on foot. Andreon immediately notices his uncle is using magic to amplify his voice so he can drown out the deafening roar of the blizzard. He quickly leads his horse forward, locking his eyes onto the royal carriage and screaming for Adelia. Seeing his maid struggling to get out in the raging storm, Andreon reaches out and grabs her hand to pull her to safety. Her master's quick warmth deeply touches Adelia. She bows her head slightly, thanking His Highness. But Andreon just casually brushes it off, saying it is absolutely nothing. Right then, the female knight Awen rushes over from behind, anxiously asking if he is okay. Andreon nods to reassure her, but the wind only grows more violent, throwing their rear formation into utter chaos. Soldiers stumble blindly into one another, screaming helplessly in the howling wind, but amidst the raging whiteout, Andreon turns back and immediately roars out a command. He orders Awen to guard Adelia, then turns to snap at the royal knights, struggling with their heavy gear. He tells those idiots to drop their shields, since the wind will easily blow them away. Drop every single piece of useless gear except your swords. We can always come back for them later. The young prince's sharp, decisive tactical command leaves even the seasoned northern knights of the Count completely stunned. They find themselves staring in awe, wondering if His Highness actually has real battle experience under his belt. Under his guidance, the troops fall into a single line, marching step by step through a blizzard so brutal it feels almost impossible to survive. But the bitter northern cold quickly drains these soft, pampered royal soldiers who are only used to luxury back in the capital. One exhausted soldier collapses straight into the snow, and a frantic knight reports His Highness that someone has fallen behind. Andreon looks back immediately. Amidst the freezing chaos and exhaustion of his men, the prince doesn't hesitate for a second. He rushes over, hoists the fallen soldier onto his shoulders, and keeps moving. This selfless act leaves the surrounding royal knights absolutely stunned and deeply moved. Andreon just turns and snaps, asking what they are waiting for, forcing them to quickly snap out of it and fall in line. Exhaustion hits him hard. Just as this march is about to completely drain Andreon's final strength, he silently curses the relentless storm for not stopping sooner. A miracle happens. The dark sky clears up as if the storm was just a bad dream. Under the bright sun, the massive, majestic winter castle reveals itself. The castle gates, their noble family crest waves proudly in the wind. Standing tall, the imposing Count formally welcomes the first prince, declaring himself as the rightful ruler of Ban Leerhat and commander of the kingdom's 3rd Legion. A huge relief. Seeing his own uncle waiting to welcome him, Andreon smiles as the Count places a hand over his heart to offer a warm greeting. He warmly welcomes them to the Winter Castle. Located at the northern edge of the kingdom in the Sword Mountains, this massive fortress is their final line of defense against the northern monsters. For ordinary soldiers, this is a brutal freezing hell where the survival rate is so low that absolutely nobody would ever want to set foot here a second time. It is basically a death sentence, the kind of terrible duty every soldier fears. But get this, those lazy nobles back in the capital only treat this frozen fortress as cheap political gossip. They mockingly whisper that the Winter Castle is both the greatest weapon and the heaviest chain holding the Ban Leerhat family back, claiming there is nothing worth seeing in this frozen wasteland. Yet for those who were actually born and raised in Ban Leerhat, this fortress represents a completely different reality. To them, defending this land is a sacred duty and their proudest lifelong honor. As the massive wooden gates slowly creak open, the Count and Andreon step inside. Waiting right there is a young man with dark blue hair and a pretty cold, piercing stare. Seeing his son, the Count proudly calls out to Vincent Ban Leerhat. The young man salutes instantly, formally ending his temporary command to return as scout captain, relieved that his father made it back safely. Getting a warm pat on the shoulder and praise from his father, Vincent lets out a small smile of relief. Watching their closeness, Andreon looks on in complete confusion and asks his uncle what is going on here. He asks if his uncle actually has a son. That clueless question just makes the Count sigh, asking if Andreon really thought he lived all these years without having a single child. Idri laughs out loud, pointing at them and teasing that they actually look quite alike, especially that stubborn mouth. To stop his nephew from talking more nonsense, the Count quickly introduces him to the first prince. Even though he is silently screaming inside, Vincent still places his hand over his chest to salute formally, offering his deepest respects to His Royal Highness as the scout captain of Ban Leerhat. Andreon offers a warm smile in return, saying it is great to meet him. But Vincent just grits his teeth in frustration, thinking this fortress belongs to true warriors who risk their lives. men who are ready to lay down their lives for a noble cause. It is absolutely no place for some spoiled, exiled prince to come and fool around with his pretty maidservants. Now watch how relaxed Andreon looks, strolling around the castle with Awen and Adelia while Vincent just glares. You can practically feel his anger as he wonders why on earth his father brought this guy here. The second Andreon is out of sight, Vincent turns to his father, demanding to know what is actually going on. The Count just quietly looks back, calmly telling him it is exactly as he heard. He has chosen to become Andreon's official patron, and the prince will be staying in Banlieue. Vincent asks in disbelief, pointing out that even the emperor himself has completely cast this guy aside. Is he not the exact same useless scoundrel that his father used to criticize so heavily for having absolutely zero talent? Facing his son's fury, the Count just watches Andreon walk inside before calmly answering that people can actually change over time. I only ask one thing of you, Vincent. Do not judge him with your prejudice, just watch him closely. That advice leaves Vincent gritting his teeth in frustration. Soon after, a tactical war council gathers around the main hall table. Standing before the military map, the Count asks for an update on clearing out the nearby monsters. Vincent reports that they managed to thin the enemy numbers, but many zones are still pretty uncleared. Now that his father is back, they plan to begin their real operations. When the Count asks about their remaining active forces, Vincent points out it is just the scout squad. Meanwhile, Andreon is casually sitting at the end of the table, happily stuffing his face with food. He is eating so incredibly well. Vincent points at a piece on the map, explaining the main threat is a group of under 20 orcs currently stationed right near the entrance of the mountain path. Given their numbers and raw ferocity, the scouts will find them too tough to handle with basic bows. Because of that, they are planning to deploy the elite knights stationed inside the castle instead. But before Vincent can even finish his sentence, Andreon casually slams a chess piece onto the board and declares that he will handle this himself. This sudden decision from the Fat Prince leaves the entire meeting room completely frozen for 5 seconds. A knight quickly speaks up to warn him that the orcs in the Sword Mountain range are incredibly dangerous, unlike any ordinary monsters, and any mistake could ruin the entire scouting mission. Ignoring everyone's panic, Andreon calmly turns to ask his uncle for his opinion. The Count remains silent, deep in thought for a moment, before turning to ask his son about the actual numbers and strength of the enemy. Vincent reports that there are at most around 20 of them so far. Although they have not confirmed if any orc warriors or shamans are with them, they absolutely cannot rule out that possibility. Hearing this, Andreon smirks with absolute confidence. The Count looks at his nephew and asks directly if he is sure, a silent approval that leaves Vincent completely stunned. Slamming his hand on the table in pure frustration, he shouts that this entrance is one of the key routes for the scouting team. If they slip up and let this drag out into a long battle, all future campaigns will become twice as hard. Plus, if anything happens to His Highness, the reputation of the Banlieue family will be ruined. Looking at Vincent's dead serious face, Andreon silently realizes his uncle must have raised his son with an iron fist. Seeing his son panic, the Count cuts him off, telling him to stop worrying. He then turns back to Andreon, asking the prince what exactly he needs. Andreon smiles confidently and makes his demands, asking for 3 guides first, along with upgraded gear for his men. He also asks to borrow some heavy crossbows if they have any to spare. This request is absolutely nothing for the commander of the North. He nods in agreement, saying it will be easily arranged, which only makes Vincent stand there in utter, silent frustration. Right after leaving the meeting room, Andreon tracks down his royal escort knights and gives them a direct, simple order to move out immediately. Seeing the Fat Prince suddenly order a march, the mustachioed escort soldier looks completely lost and asks him what he means. Andreon just casually explains that they have got a brand new mission to hunt down some orcs. He tells them the enemy has about 20 troops, with some potential warriors or shamans mixed in. Hearing they have to fight the savage monsters, the mustachioed soldier panics, asking why they must deploy when the 3rd Legion is literally right here. Our original job was just to escort you after all. But Andreon only flashes a sly grin, pats him on the shoulder, and says that is perfect, since they have to follow and protect him anyway. The notice from the 3rd Legion will arrive today, so grab the gear and report back to me. Faced with the prince's absolute authority, the soldier has no choice but to bow in helpless submission. Yes, Your Highness. Watching the 2 escorts walk away, Andreon narrows his eyes, studying them with deep suspicion. He figures that since the royal family assigned these guys to him, he might as well make good use of them. They might have been completely useless as during that savage blizzard, but they are actually elite royal troops with pretty decent stats. Activating his inspection skill, the status window of the mustache guard pops up. Hande, C-rank swordsmanship, formally trained soldier, specializing in fortress defense. But looking at the red-haired guard nearby, Andreon raises an eyebrow. The system displays Joseph with traits like interrogation and disguise. Immediately, his mental alarms go off. It seems a highly suspicious spy has managed to blend right into his personal escort unit. The next morning, as Andreon walks out to the castle gates to set off, his jaw drops in surprise. Standing there waiting for him in full majestic black armor is none other than Vincent Banlieue. Andreon asks with curiosity if Vincent is their guide. Vincent replies coldly that His Highness might not realize it, but if this mission fails, the consequences will be far worse than he thinks. And here's the fun part, look at their faces. Andreon just shrugs and asks how they could possibly lose. This casual attitude infuriates Vincent so much that veins pop on his forehead as he snaps at the prince. As they stand face to face in tense silence, sparks practically fly between their eyes in a silent challenge. Before the battle even begins, Andreon activates his appraisal skill to examine Vincent. He realizes the system cannot display Vincent's stats, meaning his actual strength must be at least at the level of a 3-chain knight. On top of that, glancing at the group behind Vincent, Andreon discovers an interesting secret. Only one of them is an actual scout. The rest are elite knights in disguise, ready to jump in if the prince's plan goes south. Seeing right through this hidden arrangement, Andreon just flashes a confident grin, deciding he can let their overprotective worrying slide for now. Before stepping through the massive fortress gates, Andreon turns to comfort his worried maid, Adelia. He tells her she can rest easy staying behind, as he will not be bringing her along on this trek. Adelia bows her head, looking incredibly timid. Andreon knows all too well that if this maid with such extreme talent accidentally triggers her power on the battlefield, things will get incredibly messy. The group begins marching deep into the snow-covered forests of the Sword Mountain Range. All along the way, Vincent nags constantly in Andreon's ear, repeatedly telling him to conserve his energy because the freezing cold will numb his joints, ruin his combat ability, and make every single step highly dangerous in this harsh winter weather. Hearing this endless lecturing, Andreon is totally speechless, thinking this kid is even more annoying than his father. But wait, look at that. A white rabbit suddenly darts across the snowy path right in front of them. Seeing the scout intently watching the path ahead through a telescope, Andreon silently wonders if the guy is being a bit too paranoid over a simple rabbit. But the view through the lens quickly reveals a gruesome scene. A group of fierce green-skinned orcs with glowing red eyes is madly devouring their prey right in the middle of the white snow. The scout quickly lowers his glass and reports to Andreon that a pack of orcs is just ahead, asking for his orders. Andreon silently raises his hand, signaling the entire team to halt and wait. Behind him, the Royal Knights, along with Awen and Vincent, immediately drop into their combat stances, aiming their crossbows and drawing their blades in a tense, heavy silence. Sensing a strange scent, one of the eating orcs suddenly snaps his head around in alarm. Before they can even react, Andreon boldly leaps out of the bushes and strides right toward the monsters. With his bright blue eyes glowing with resolve and a familiar smug smirk playing on his lips, the young prince casually calls out a greeting, saying it has been a while. The moment he finishes speaking, a hail of heavy crossbow bolts rains down on the massive orcs, piercing their bodies and making them howl out in absolute agony. Seizing the chance, his eyes lock onto his target as his armored hand grips his hilt, unleashing a powerful strike that cuts through the air toward the nearest orc. This devastating blow completely shatters the monster's weapon. Meeting his terrified enemy's gaze, Andreon looks down, a cold blue flame igniting in his eyes alongside a mocking smile. Before the massive beast can react, he cleanly finishes him off. Standing in the swirling blizzard, Andreon smiles with deep satisfaction, muttering how great this feels. All around him, the bloody corpses of the orcs lie scattered in the red snow. This brutal atmosphere has completely awakened his killer instincts. Seeing the prince standing alone amidst the beasts, Owengergan draws his sword and rushes forward in a panic, shouting that it is too dangerous. But Andreon instantly barks an order for him to stay back. The prince stands there in quiet majesty, his hand tightly gripping his bloody sword. This song actually began more than 400 years ago. Back then, the orcs were not the wretched hunted monsters they are today, but the proud and ruthless rulers of the entire continent. This is absolutely no simple myth or wild fabricated legend, but the tragic song of a truly pitiful soul whose name was completely erased from the history books. It is the tale of a man who harbored a burning, deep-seated hatred for the entire orc race. That is the tragic elegy of a father, a warrior who dragged himself through endless life-or-death battles until his strength was completely spent. I stack their corpses into mountains to step over, as a deep crimson flame burns everything in my path, leaving behind a widening lake of dark red blood. Standing proud amidst the corpse-strewn battlefield, Andreon smiles, cold, ruthless. He stands under a blazing halo of crimson fire. As the system screen flashes a notification, the song of hatred begins to echo. A heavy pouch of coins is slammed onto the table. Inside a luxurious room, the orange-haired knight timidly voices his deep concerns to the man sitting opposite him. He mentions hearing that people are always dying at the Winter Castle, but Count Palatin just casually brushes it off, telling him not to worry since there won't be any actual battle. The noble winks with a dangerous look, openly mocking the young prince. What could that bratty prince even do out there? The Count scoffs. He will just hide inside and try to steal his uncle's credit. To him, that spoiled prince isn't worth worrying about. Real threat they need to watch is Count Bevan. He orders keep an eye on things and report anything suspicious. The orange-haired knight silently grips the gold pouch. Count Palatin asks again to be absolutely sure, can you actually do it? The knight quickly bows, promising he will do his absolute best. but the reality of the northern battlefield is far more brutal than he ever imagined. Shivering in his heavy iron armor amidst the freezing, snowy woods, the knight trembles violently and honestly, can you even blame him? Right in front of him, a massive savage orc suddenly leaps down. Those eyes are glowing red. Feeling the monster's suffocating pressure, he panics, realizing this is completely different from what he was told. The commander yells out, trying to stabilize the line. Move up and hold the formation. He is absolutely terrified, cold sweat pouring down his face. Damn it, what should he do? Just as the defensive line is about to collapse, the next command rings out: second row, attack! The orange-haired knight squeezes out his last drop of courage, but his spearhead barely tickles the orc's tough hide. The knight falls into total despair. It is useless. The orc roars in fury, easily swinging its massive hand to shatter his weapon before leaping into the air. Staring at his shattered spear, the orange-haired knight collapses into the snow, closing his eyes to await his death. It is all over, but right before the monster's blade can claim his life, the female knight, Awen Ken, her crimson cloak, fluttering, dashes in like lightning. Her sword, surging with crackling lightning magic, clean cuts the beast in half, saving him just in time. Watching that giant orc's carcass crash down right in front of him, the knight can only shiver. Talk about a close call, right? Sheathing her sword, which still crackles with electricity, Awen stands tall in the freezing snow, coldly warning him that this is a battlefield, and he must not drop his weapon. Her warning leaves the knight utterly dazed as he quickly scrambles to his feet. But the danger is far from over. Another massive pack of giant orcs looms, marching closer. All troops, take your battle positions. Seeing their overwhelming numbers, Awen grims. She knows that with their current strength, it is almost impossible to hold them off. Just as the defense line is about to break, a brutal sword strike, cloaked in blood-red dark energy, cleaves an orc's head off in an instant. That lightning-fast, brutal strike leaves the orange-haired knight and his surrounding soldiers frozen in pure shock. Out of the swirling snow, Andreon steps forward, his blonde hair whipping in the icy wind. He has just sliced another giant orc completely in half. Andreon bows his head, gasping heavily for air as his chest burns with a blood-red magical flame. Witnessing this terrifying display, Awen steps forward, calling out in concern, "Your Highness." Hearing her voice, Andreon slowly looks back, his eyes completely blood-red, burning with absolute bloodlust and brutality. Before anyone can react, Andreon bolts forward, darting away like a man possessed, ignoring the anxious shouts of the soldiers behind him. He madly swings his blade, continuing his brutal slaughter of the remaining orcs under the freezing snow. In the past, there was a warrior who slaughtered countless orcs using nothing but his sword. His murderous intent was like a raging tide, but even that massive slaughter was never enough for him. No matter how many lives he took, that burning flame of hatred could never be quenched. In his relentless quest to spill the enemy's blood, he wandered across the vast barren wastelands ruled by the orc tribes. Facing giant monsters possessing guard-like strength, he leaped into the enemy ranks all alone, swinging his sword without showing a shred of mercy. Wherever his boots trod, only the cold, stiff corpses of orcs remained scattered across the dirt. Through countless frenzied battles, his mana reserves ran completely dry long ago, yet his weary feet never once stopped marching forward. To survive and keep slaughtering, he crazily drank the orcs' blood and chewed on their flesh to force himself back up. With every single step he took, his mortal body grew older, more battered, and utterly exhausted. His hair slowly turned snow-white, his hollow face deeply etched with brutal battle scars. By now, the magic sword in his hand was the only thing keeping him standing, constantly burning his remaining life force to achieve his final, desperate wish. It turned out that Song of Hatred was actually a deeply tragic requiem, a song dedicated entirely to his beloved wife and his sweet little daughter. The people he loved had been slaughtered so brutally by the orcs that not a single piece of flesh remained. In the end, all that was left of him was a bloodthirsty husk, a vengeful, mad demon, standing beneath a tattered red flag fluttering in the wind. The moment that Song of Hatred plays, my past memories instantly flood back with crystal clarity. That was the time the white-haired warrior faced his ultimate enemy, the Supreme Orc Lord, looming like a giant, dark mountain. Seeing the monster that butchered his family, the man completely shattered. But he didn't stay down. Instead, his eyes burned with a mad crimson fire as he unleashed his energy for one final, desperate battle. An earth-shattering battle erupts amidst the raging snowstorm as the white-haired warrior madly swings his sword, throwing himself at the Colossus. Even though his body is fully spent, he pours his remaining life force into landing fatal strikes. Yet the vast gap in strength is too wide. He repeatedly takes lightning-fast blows from the orc leader, slowly falling into a defensive corner. No miracle happens. The white-haired warrior is sent flying, collapsing into a pool of blood, his battered body crushed beneath the giant monster's feet. Yet the man never once gives up. Even in his final moments, his hand tightly grips the hilt of his sword, letting out one last ragged breath before closing his eyes forever. It is a story that has never been told to anyone. A tale known to absolutely no one. That man fell in complete solitude, right beside the divine sword Gruhun, which emitted a soft, gentle blue glow beneath the falling snow. Perhaps in this entire world I am the only one who still remembers exactly what happened. Suddenly, consciousness snaps back to reality. Andreon gasps, jolting awake from his painful flood of memories. Under a blood-red sunset painting the snowy mountains, the young prince stands frozen in the middle of a battlefield piled with orc bodies. Across the chaotic field, the roars of the monsters clash with the sharp, metallic rings of the knights' swords. Urgent orders echo through the ranks, urging the soldiers to quickly suppress the elite orc warrior and pin down the other monsters. Andreon silently tightens his grip on his sword hilt, his eyes flashing as the ancient memories fully awaken within him. I remember everything now. That blazing crimson energy, looking like a literal fire of hatred, once again erupts and wraps around his body. The previous life song of vengeance is still pretty unfinished. I must complete it. Armed with ironclad resolve, Andreon stomps his foot and charges forward. His terrifying speed and brutal sword strikes easily shred the enemy's defensive lines as precise, cold slashes rain down one after another. Staining the pure white snow a deep crimson, he madly swings his blade to slaughter the orcs like a true demon, never giving them a single chance to strike back. One final slash slays the giant orc in an instant. As his dark energy recedes, the system screen suddenly flashes a brilliant alert: a brand new verse has been added to his Song of Vengeance. Andreon stands silently in the ruined battlefield, feeling the newly added lyrics of the song echoing in his mind. I stack their green corpses high as mountains, and beneath them, a crimson lake of blood is born, with me standing right before it. Before this very sight, I honor your soul. The sacred sword plunges deep into the giant orc corpse, releasing a pretty warm glow to soothe those vengeful, lingering spirits. Right after, the system drops a shocking alert: the Song of Vengeance has evolved into the Song of Requiem. Slowly, the wild bloodlust fades from Andreon's eyes, returning to his usual calm. Looking out into the distance, Vincent marches over to the orcs' war banner. He rips it down, snaps it in half, and proudly declares victory. The orcs are wiped out. The win is ours. Roaring cheers from the soldiers mark the end of this brutal clash. Watching the young man's bright smile, Andreon quietly wonders if his name isn't Vincent Banner H after all. Talk about a bizarre coincidence. The heir of a clan that literally lives to fight monsters carries the exact same name as that tragic avenger from the past. That man threw his entire life away just to wipe out the orcs. Maybe in this next life, destiny really brought them together to cross paths once more. With the battle wrapped up, Vincent Banner H quietly approaches Andreon. Staring at his cousin's dead serious expression, Andreon raises an eyebrow and asks what's up. Vincent simply thrusts the flag forward, telling him to take it. Seeing the prince standing there, utterly dazed, Vincent explains that it's a 3rd Legion tradition for the bravest warrior, the one who sees the enemy's war banner, to hand it over. It's a glorious achievement, a priceless symbol of total triumph. Vincent clears his throat, adding with a bit of awkward shyness that this war banner belongs to him, your highness. Just then, the female knight Awen Ken steps up, placing a hand over her heart to bow. She declares her deep respect for his highness's extraordinary bravery on the battlefield. Her salute instantly triggers all the surrounding soldiers. They chant together in absolute respect, praising the prince's incredible courage. Watching the crowd bow down before him, Andreon smirks with total satisfaction. He thinks to himself, say it louder, make sure everyone hears. Riding a wave of pure excitement, Andreon thrusts the bright red war banner into the sunset sky, shouting that they won. Thunderous cheers instantly erupt across the snowy mountains. The soldiers yell at the top of their lungs, screaming that they won and welcoming the first prince to the winter castle. Just look at this guy basking in all that glory as his ego completely takes over. He genuinely believes he's got the entire world in his hands now. He can't help but wave the flag around, laughing like a proud kid and claiming it's all his. But his buzz is instantly killed. Behind him stands Vincent, arms crossed, looking thoroughly annoyed. Realizing his cousin is counting every single time he brags, Andreon pauses, turning with a suspicious look. Vincent casually points out that it's just a basic orc flag, and he's personally captured 16 of them already. Hearing this, Andreon quickly snatches the flag back, stubbornly shouting that he doesn't care because this flag is his. That childish attitude makes Vincent sigh in sheer exhaustion, thinking to himself that he still can't stand this prince. Standing by the blazing fire of burning orc corpses, Vincent calmly notes that their casualties are actually quite low for a clash against such an elite orc unit. Watching the flames, Awen bows her head in quiet sorrow for the fallen soldiers. But Vincent remains pretty cold and pragmatic. He asserts that winning is the ultimate tribute to the dead. In the Banner H family, they always soothe fallen souls with the blood of their enemies. That intense declaration leaves Andreon completely stunned. Staring at his cousin, Andreon realizes everything from Vincent's name to his rough tone perfectly mirrors that Avenger from the past. It makes him seriously wonder if his old friend actually reincarnated into this world. Trying to break the heavy silence, Andreon speaks up, asking if the entire forces of the 3rd Legion had actually come along with them. Vincent awkwardly stammers that a scouting squad just happened to pass by and decided to tag along. Spotting the terrible lie instantly, Andreon smirks, calling it quite a massive coincidence. Vincent can only shake in absolute nervousness, forcing a weak, awkward nod. Andreon knows exactly what's up. His cousin never trusted him, which is why he secretly brought backup. Looking down at the piles of orc corpses, Vincent is deeply puzzled. Why did an entire combat unit make it all the way down here? It makes no sense that scouts missed them. Sensing a trap, he tells everyone they must head back immediately. As the sun sets, the group finally arrives back at the Winter Castle, where the Count is already waiting at the gates. With a sigh of relief, he steps forward to welcome them. He congratulates them on returning safely, but the second they arrive, Prince Andreon is already raising that stolen orc flag high in the air, boasting to absolutely everyone about his grand achievement. "The enemy's war banner is mine," he screams. His dramatic display gets the crowd completely hyped up as they cheer him on, amazed that he captured a war banner in his very first battle. While Andreon plays the big hero, Owen and her royal knights can only facepalm in sheer embarrassment. Honestly, you've got to feel for these poor soldiers who have to listen to this. Another guard groans, guessing the prince has bragged about it at least 10 times already without getting tired. Completely ignoring their heavy sighs, Andreon just keeps waving his flag and laughing like a madman. Exactly. But before he can finish, Vincent rushes over to his father to report an emergency. Noticing his son's dark expression, the Count asks if something went wrong up on the mountain. Vincent explains that a massive horde of orcs appeared way too early and ambushed their patrol squad. Either they found a big target, or something major is going down deeper in the mountains. Neither option spells anything good for them. Realizing how serious this is, the Count's face hardens. He tells Vincent he wanted to let him rest, but this matter is too crucial, ordering him to follow. Vincent firmly nods and follows his father into the war room, leaving Andreon standing completely frozen in place with a ton of questions running through his mind. But right as he passes the prince, Vincent abruptly stops. He turns back slightly, quietly telling the prince that he did a pretty great job today, and then he promptly walks away. That sudden compliment from his usually grumpy cousin leaves Andreon totally shocked. He turns to Eowyn, asking if she doesn't find Vincent to be acting quite weird today. Smiling softly, Alwyn explains that with his rough personality, Vincent is probably just embarrassed about his sudden change in attitude. But right as they talk, a panicked scream from the gates suddenly cuts them off, calling for the prince. A breathless girl runs desperately toward Andreon, shouting with relief that he's safe. It is actually Adelia who rushed out the moment he returned, admitting she was absolutely terrified he would get hurt or get lost in the heat of battle. Seeing his maid worried sick, Andreon just chuckles and calls her name. As she looks up in confusion, he proudly holds up his captured red war banner to show off. Do you know what this is? A few days later, things shift on the border as the military decides to form a special scouting squad to investigate the mountain. To deliver this news, Vincent personally visits Andreon's private room. He explains that since the mountain is full of too many wild variables, only their elite scouts are going, meaning the prince won't need to join. Hearing that, Andreon slumps back lazily, saying he never complained anyway. But he's quite curious why Vincent would personally come all the way here just to report such a minor detail. Vincent honestly admits it's a direct order from his father. Andreon immediately gets it. His uncle is clearly trying to force them to spend some quality time together. Sensing Vincent's hesitation, Andreon casually kicks him out, telling him he can go. Vincent doesn't linger either, wishing the prince a good rest before leaving and quietly closing the door behind him. Left alone in his room, Andreon realizes he got way too absorbed in the fight today. For the first time ever, he was able to chant an entire ancient song without missing a single syllable. That rush is exciting, but incredibly dangerous. Andreon knows this is just the beginning. Those legendary songs in his head are still just borrowed memories that do not belong to him. Everything he has right now does not truly belong to him. To master this legacy, Andreon tells himself he must convert these songs and make them entirely his own. Just like how he reshaped that song of vengeance into a deadly requiem. But right as he focuses his mind, a sharp scratching sound at the window makes him spin around. At first he expects a normal bird resting on the dark ledge, but as he steps closer, Andreon freezes, cold sweat dripping down his neck as pure shock takes over. Staring back is a grotesque creature with wide, bulging eyes glowing with an evil purple light, its beak pulled open in a hideous grin. This is definitely no ordinary bird. Staring at the freakish creature perched on his banner, Andreon wonders what idiot has the free time to send this. Right then, Sigrun's smooth, mocking voice echoes from the bird, asking if the prince likes her gift. Andreon's expression darkens as he puts the pieces together. He demands to know what she means by gift, asking if she was the one who lured that orc squad straight to the mountain. Ignoring his rising fury, Sigrun casually giggles through the bird, claiming she only wanted his highness to face a more worthy opponent, hoping he will graciously accept her kind thoughts. The elf's complete lack of shame makes Andreon boil with rage. Dozens of rangers died just for her sick, twisted entertainment, and he knows she must have been absolutely thrilled watching him battle those brutal orcs from a safe distance. Especially when his song of hatred echoed across the valley, a perfect display of the cruel, twisted favor of the elves. Done with her nonsense, Andreon coldly tells her to cut the garbage and get to the point. The creepy bird flutters around the room before landing on his shoulder as Sigrun whispers that she is just patiently waiting for him to open his heart. And here's where things get really crazy. She reveals that deep inside the freezing peaks of the Sword Mountains, an ancient creature lies in deep slumber. If Andreon can slay this beast and compose a new anthem, it would be a true masterpiece. The word masterpiece lingers in his mind, but before he can even process the idea, the bird suddenly starts shaking violently. Sigran giggles, whispering that her magic is fading before saying a sweet goodbye. Instantly, the bird detonates right on Andreon's shoulder, splattering blood and feathers all over his face and expensive royal clothes. Prince is completely annoyed by her twisted prank, wiping his face in disgust. Yet he sees right through her. Sigran wants to use any means necessary to force him to write a brand new epic. Elves are eternal spectators, merely reciters of history who can never write their own poetry. They only know how to steal the words of others, weaving them into their own melodies during their graceful sword dances. So Sigran is feeding him secrets just to construct a deeper, bloodier epic through him. Wiping the foul liquid from his neck, Andreon lets out a dark, amused chuckle. Even if he is being manipulated, he decides to play along with this crazy elf just this once. Later, standing atop the windy battlements of Winter Castle, Vincent frowns deeply as he asks the prince if he really means deep inside the mountains. He explains that while the rangers patrol the outer borders daily, the inner peaks are a dead zone. No one who has ever dared to venture deep inside has ever returned alive. Andreon raises an eyebrow, asking if there is truly not a single survivor. His cousin firmly confirms it, reminding him that their sole duty is to stop monsters from escaping the peaks, not to go exploring. Andreon scratches his chin, his mind racing. That means absolutely nobody has any idea what is actually hiding up there. Years ago, when legendary knights shook the world to reach supreme realms, they mapped out almost every single wonder and mystery on Earth. Yet, in this freezing northern wasteland, one terrifying taboo still remains completely untouched. Looking up at the majestic snow-capped peaks, Andreon smiles to himself. Coming here to Vanlerhart was definitely the best choice he could have made. Noticing the intense look on his cousin's face, Vincent warns him never to even dream of setting foot in those mountains. Andreon just casually waves him off, telling him not to worry. But as he turns and walks away, a sly, knowing smile creeps across his face. Not long after, night falls and a brutal blizzard begins to howl over the frozen fortress. While the guards outside are snoring away, Andreon sits quietly in his dim quarters, unsheathing his legendary sword, Damarung. Staring at the polished steel reflecting his cold eyes, he wonders what kind of monster or man is hiding deep in those mountains. He wants to charge into the unknown right now, but he knows he is not nearly strong enough yet. He needs real blood, raw combat, and countless victories to truly sharpen his skills. But in a brutal, blood-soaked war zone like Vanlerhart, the young prince is confident his next fight will find him very soon. Right on cue, a loud warning horn cuts through the night. The entire fortress explodes into total chaos. Terrified soldiers scream, sprinting down the stone corridors to mount the defensive walls. Desperate commands ring out, ordering all scouts back inside and demanding more arrows. Strapping on his heavy battle armor, Andreon hurries down the hallway to join the defense. Spotting his uncle standing at the edge of the ramparts, Andreon calls out. The Count turns around, greeting him grimly before pointing a heavy hand toward the blinding snowstorm. Squinting into the distance, Andreon is horrified to see their own rangers running for their lives across the white snow. He silently asks what could possibly be hunting them. Up on the battlements, guards scream for their brothers to run faster. Right on the rangers' heels, savage orc riders mounted on giant black wolves are charging forward in a relentless, bloodthirsty pursuit. Even though the heavy wooden gates of Winter Castle are right in front of them, the archers on the wall groan as they realize the survivors are still way out of range. Desperate curses fill the cold air as the tireless wolf riders rapidly close the distance. You can feel the dread in the air here. Andreon narrows his eyes, realizing something is horribly wrong, and his uncle agrees. He points out that those beasts are actually playing with their prey, because with their speed, they could have easily slaughtered the rangers miles ago. Watching their brothers get toyed with, the air on the ramparts turns freezing cold. Knowing they are doomed, the ranger commander suddenly spins around and draws his blade, screaming out that he will buy them time and challenging the monsters to face a true warrior of Vanlerhart. Ignoring his comrades' desperate screams to run, he stands his ground alone against the charging pack. But raw courage is useless against such overwhelming, monstrous force. A bloodbath unfolds right beneath the massive castle walls as the orcs tear the brave rangers to shreds one by one. Agonizing, desperate screams echo through the freezing valley. High above them, Andreon and the commander can only watch in stunned silence as their men are slaughtered in the snow. Steeling his heart against the carnage, the Count turns and barks a cold command to his guards. Besides the active sentries, absolutely nobody is permitted to go down there. The merciless order makes the remaining soldiers tremble with grief, forced to watch their brothers die in the cold. Standing on the cold edge, the Count asks his nephew if he is going to question why they did not save those men. Andreon sighs heavily, explaining that it is obviously a trap, and sending troops out would only get them slaughtered too. Andreon looks down in quiet contemplation, understanding the cruel reality of this war. Standing beside him, Vincent grinds his teeth and adds that these beasts do not care at all about how many of their own kind they lose in the process. They want to drag this out and slowly starve us, and with winter only just beginning, we cannot afford to make a single reckless move. Before anyone can reply, a panicked scream from a sentry shatters the heavy silence. The wolf riders are closing in again. From the misty snow, the massive orc pack looms closer and closer to the castle walls. The lead wolf drops the body of an injured ranger right onto the bloody snow in front of the fortress gates. Talk about a massive provocation, and it leaves the guards on the walls completely speechless. One scout quickly raises his telescope for a closer look, only to freeze in sheer terror. That supposedly dead body lying in the snow is actually starting to move. They are still alive, he screams, throwing the entire guard tower into absolute chaos. Meanwhile, those 7 eerie wolf riders just stand there in the distance, watching with sinister grins. Staring at this strange enemy behavior, the Count mutters that this winter feels entirely different. Vincent spits in anger, noting how these mind games are definitely not their usual style. Andreon narrows his eyes as a heavy dose of suspicion hits him. Could that wretched elf woman have a hand in this mess too? Before he can think further, heavy, booming footsteps echo through the snow. Emerging from behind the riders is a massive red-skinned orc with bulging muscles. Clutching a torn crimson war banner, he glares at the fortress walls with eyes full of pure, unadulterated malice. Feeling the terrifying pressure radiating from the beast, Andreon pales as cold sweat breaks out. That aura is unreal. The giant slams his war banner down, unleashing a savage roar that shakes the valley. A trembling Vincent turns to his father, stammering that they might be setting up some brutal execution. But Andreon stops Vincent with a firm hand on his shoulder. Stepping forward, the prince calmly explains that this is no execution, they are actually demanding a formal duel to the death. Watching the massive beast roar his challenge below, a wide, knowing grin suddenly spreads across Andreon's face. Sigrun's mysterious warning about an ancient sleeping power in these mountains finally clicks, and Andreon realizes what they are up against. Below them, the beast screams for an honorable fight to reclaim their glory. Andreon just scoffs, feeling pretty amused by how this giant keeps screaming his lungs out down there. Vincent looks incredibly skeptical, asking if those beasts are really holding hostages just to force a duel. Andreon nods casually, confirming that is exactly it. Seeing the matching looks of absolute disbelief on both the Count and Vincent, Andreon sighs, thinking they really are father and son. Even their skeptical faces look identical. Rather than arguing, the prince walks straight to the edge of the wall, declaring that he is about to prove it to them right now. Taking a deep breath, Andreon suddenly roars out in the ancient tongue of the orcs, accepting their challenge. He commands everyone except the duelists to step back 200 paces and dismount. Hearing a mere human speak his native tongue absolutely shocks the orc leader. He glares up, roaring in total confusion about how a human could possibly know their sacred language. Andreon just stares down coldly, shouting back that he carries no such blood. He demands the beast answer him and state their terms. Feeling the prince's immense authority, the orc leader lets out a low growl of agreement. They will comply, but warning him that any dishonor will cost Andreon his life. Turning back to his bewildered men, Andreon casually asks if they finally believe him now. The Count stands completely frozen, utterly dumbfounded after hearing the chubby prince speak fluent monster tongue, asking what kind of madness he was just shouting. The northern commander can barely believe his own ears, his mind spinning at this absolute absurdity, but before he can even argue, a shocking sight below makes him gasp out. Wait, look at that! Under the stunned gaze of every soldier, the entire wolf pack is actually backing down. Staring at a scene that hasn't happened in decades, the Count mutters that throughout all his years guarding this frozen wasteland, he has never seen anything like this. Walking past his stunned uncle, Andreon calmly tells him to save his shock for later, before laying out the enemy's terms. It's a simple 5-on-5 duel, but their fighters must be chosen from the very squad that clashed with them in the mountains the other day. Realizing what this means, the Count immediately turns to his son, asking if he's referring to their recent skirmish at the foot of the mountain. Vincent instantly steps up to take the command. Right behind him, an angry ranger salutes, begging to join so he can avenge his fallen brothers in arms. But Andreon quickly waves them off, telling them to hold on because he is claiming 2 of those spots for themselves. The soldiers protest in shock, warning him of the danger, but the prince simply asks who else is going to translate for them. That shuts them up. One guard begs him to at least take another elite fighter, but Andreon flatly refuses, casting a glance at the silent female knight Awen. He knows exactly how much she wants to fight. Awen, he calls out, "You're ready for this, right?" She smiles and bows. As they prepare to march out, the Count pulls him aside, highly suspicious, demanding to know where on earth he learned their language. It's a historical moment, the first time in his entire life he's seen a human actually communicate with these beasts. Andreon just turns with a pretty sly grin. Just diligent studying, he laughs, but he warns his uncle to completely drop any foolish ideas about resolving their problems through peaceful talks. This is a rare, extreme exception. Only the high-ranking orc nobility serving their king are ever taught this ancient, sacred language. Right on cue, the impatient leader bellows from below, asking if they're ready yet. Andreon yells back that they are on their way. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, Andreon casts a sharp look at the screaming giant and gives the order to head down. Vincent and Awen follow right behind him, ready for war. Nothing in this world is truly a coincidence. The second Andreon steps out of the gates, the massive gears of a new destiny begin to turn. And get ready for this, even the elusive elf messengers have suddenly returned after centuries, carrying some pretty dark hidden agendas of their own. Meanwhile, in the frozen north, the long-dormant Orc King has officially awakened after 400 years. Slowly, the heavy iron gates of the Winter Castle begin to open. No matter how chaotic this world gets, Andreon knows he doesn't need to stress over the big picture. He proudly struts forward, flanked by Vincent and Owen, a smug grin plastered on his face. Right now, there is only the battle ahead of them, where a massive legion of wolf-riding beasts stands waiting in the freezing wind. The massive chief steps up, giant axe in hand, radiating an almost suffocating aura of death. He glares down at the young prince, asking if he is his opponent. Seeing the prince entirely unfazed, the beast chuckles, growling that his soul is easily the strongest of the bunch. He is definitely worthy of a true warrior's death. Your flesh and blood will surely make a rare and delicious feast. Drawing his shining sword Damarung from its scabbard, Andreon sneers with a cold chuckle. How amusing, he thinks, that the very first opponent to acknowledge me without any prejudice is actually an orc. But seeing the massive size difference, Vincent suddenly rushes forward to shield Andreon. Your Highness, that monster is too overwhelming for you. Let me face him instead, he screams. But before he can even touch the enemy, a devastating shockwave slams down. It sends Vincent flying backward into the snow, leaving him with only a single cry of agony. The Orc Wolf Riders seize the moment to launch a relentless assault. In the chaos, female knight Awen leaps forward, shielding Vincent with her body to help him get back on his feet. Meanwhile, Andreon just stands there in silence, his razor-sharp gaze locked onto the giant orc leader looming closer. Raising his blade burning with blue flames, Andreon yells out that these orcs will not take turns like polite knights. Everyone, fight with everything you have and try to stay alive. With that, he bravely charges straight at the orc leader. Total chaos erupts across the snowy valley. Vincent, the royal knights, and Awen draw their swords, plunging into a deathmatch against 7 fierce orc wolf riders to hold the defensive line. Vincent strains every muscle, blocking a massive axe blow from a giant orc. Capitalizing on the split-second distraction, Andreon leaps high into the air, unleashing a devastating downward strike. Yet the orc leader still stands tall, sneering at them with pure contempt. How disappointing, he mocks. Your actual strength is pathetic compared to that massive aura. Facing the giant's provocation, Andreon slowly stands straight as a brilliant blue mana flares up across his shoulders and chest. Smirking with absolute confidence, he whispers, "Well, let's see about that." Instantly, a dark purple-red flame erupts, completely wrapping the young prince in a surge of raw energy. Andreon focuses his mind to truly feel the battlefield. From the high fortress walls, the burning hatred and angry screams of hundreds of rangers against those wretched orcs echo straight into his consciousness. Those deep-rooted emotions are incredibly similar. Every single one of them shares a desperate desire to tear those monsters apart and avenge their fallen comrades. That massive wave of shared hatred instantly transforms into endless power, fueling a fierce dark blue fire that wraps around Andreon's sword. This power feels like a gift to the Avengers who once roamed the endless plains. Andreon grins, thinking to himself that no matter how much he doubts it, coming to the north was absolutely the best decision he ever made. Watching the orc leader wildly swing his axe as he charges, Andreon raises his glowing sword, channeling his immense magic power. He coldly declares, "Thanks for waiting, you noble green-skinned bastard. You are the perfect sacrifice for my requiem." Instantly, his system screen flares to life, announcing that the soul requiem is now activated. As the duel begins, the orc guards roar and rush forward. Vincent shouts, pouring every ounce of strength into his sword to clash directly with a giant warrior. Their blades collide with furious wind-tearing force, sending sparks flying everywhere. Even though he is straining to block the giant's heavy attacks, Vincent refuses to back down. Vincent forcefully slashes the giant back, roaring in anger. Panting heavily amidst the chaos, he is shocked to realize these orcs are actually coordinating their attacks with incredible teamwork, something absolutely unprecedented. But his doubt quickly turns to pure horror as a violent crimson aura, burning like hellfire, erupts around the orc leader. This dark energy is terrifying, far surpassing any corrupted orc warrior he has ever faced before. Yet even when facing this terrifying monster, Prince Andreon remains completely calm. His icy blue eyes lock onto the target before he charges like lightning, swinging his sword to block the leader's heavy blow. Look at Vincent, he is completely speechless. He simply cannot believe the prince, once dismissed as a useless weakling, possesses such terrifying strength. Standing tall in the snow, Andreon smirks. "You can call me mediocre all you want, but you are nothing special either. Is this really the best a self-proclaimed loyal warrior of the king can do?" That insult strikes a heavy blow to the orc leader's pride, driving him into a mad rage as his crimson aura flares more violently than ever before. The beast swings his massive axe with destructive force, roaring that he will devour Andreon's flesh before the excitement fades. An earth-shattering collision shakes the entire valley. The giant's brutal red aura collides directly with Andreon's blazing blue mana. The deafening sound of clashing steel echoes across the snowy valley as Andreon, his face turning red from the sheer strain, blocks the heavy blow with his sword, fully determined to end this monster. The orc leader can only gasp in shock. What? Closing in with lightning speed, the young prince delivers a devastating fatal slash. The giant orc leader screams out in pure agony. In the distance, the terrified wolf riders begin to step back, completely overwhelmed by the young prince's oppressive aura. Andreon steps toward his thrashing opponent, silently thinking that since he borrowed the ranger's power, giving them the vengeance they craved was only fair. Coldly raising his blade, Andreon bids him farewell. His very last breath, the orc leader only manages to stammer out, "Our king." But just when we think they won, everything shifts. Andreon suddenly freezes, feeling a terrifying pressure locking onto him. Staring at the blood-red fog rising from the snow mountains, his face tightens. "It is you," he whispers, "that ancient entity rumored to dwell on the other side." Just as Awen and Vincent rush over to check on him, Andreon suddenly yells out for them to get back. His sharp warning makes Awen freeze, right before the ground begins to violently tremble. Terrifying shockwave hits, forcing Awen to brace herself, while the soldiers behind panic under the suffocating pressure. Andreon watches the horizon in shock as a blood-red light bursts. Before he can even speak, a terrifying shriek rips through the air. A giant spear wrapped in a red-black mist flies from the peak straight toward the fortress. Facing the destructive attack aimed straight at him, Andreon does not dodge. He quickly decides, "I will stop it myself." Raising his sword, he pours in every ounce of mana to block the giant spear. But when the two forces collide, the sheer pressure makes Andreon's eyes widen in absolute shock. The brutal force of the spear keeps pushing down, making the young prince's entire body shake violently. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he realizes this is too much for him. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, blowing Andreon away. Witnessing this horror, Owen spins around in panic, screaming out for his highness in despair. The brutal shockwave sweeps the fortress, blowing away snow and stone. Vincent turns pale with cold sweat, terrified by the sheer destruction of the attack. He angrily yells out, "Damn it, what is happening here?" Vincent looks in shock at the giant spear planted in the fortress as the soldiers panic around him. Ignoring the chaos, he quickly spins around to shout and ask if the prince is all right. "Is his highness all right?" she cries. Through the ruined snowy valley, Awen frantically runs around searching for him. She finally spots Andreon lying motionless, half buried under the freezing snow, and rushes to his side in panic. Owen tremblingly presses her fingers against his neck, only to realize with absolute horror that she cannot find the prince's pulse. Refusing to let death take him, Owen desperately shakes him and begs, "Your highness, please wake up." Realizing it's a matter of life and death, she leans down to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to bring him back. Her desperate struggle finally pulls off a miracle as Andreon's body suddenly twitches, and he wakes up coughing violently in sheer agony. Seeing Andreon breathe normally again, Awen breathes a quiet sigh of relief, softly watching the wounded face of the resting prince. Deep in thought, she silently wonders, how can someone with such an iron will and insane power look so small and young in reality? Right at that moment, Vincent rushes over to check on his condition. Awen shoots him a pretty sharp look of disgust, thinking he's incredibly slow to arrive. Hearing Andreon weakly whisper her name, she quickly leans in close. Even though his body is screaming in pain, Andreon grinds his teeth and growls. What honor do those filthy orcs have? The only good orc is a dead orc. Clutching his chest, he curses the excruciating pain from his wounds and weakly orders her to finish every last one of them. Understanding her master's intent, Awen snaps to her feet. As Vincent approaches to ask what the prince said, she immediately draws her weapon. Crackling lightning mana erupts around her sword and round shield as she delivers the cold order. His highness says to end this match right now. At that exact moment, Vincent and the knights charge, quickly wiping out the remaining 7 wolf-riding orcs. Wait, here's where his legendary stubbornness kicks in. Andreon wakes up in a comfortable bed, yet he immediately sits straight up in absolute fury, grinding his teeth. Those damn orcs. Vincent stands right by the bedside, asking if he's all right. Andreon frowns, weakly muttering that his whole body aches, his hand hurts. But clutching his chest, he grinds his teeth. Right here hurts even more. I am absolutely furious. This humiliation is simply too massive for a former great sword god. That battle wasn't even a proper direct duel. He only had to face a single giant spear thrown from an incredibly long distance. Yet here he is now, completely bandaged up like a pathetic wreck. Right then, Vincent places his hand over his chest and bows deeply in absolute respect. "Your Highness, thank you. Thanks to you, we were able to save our allies who had already given up. I am truly grateful." Staring at his cousin's sudden serious expression, Andreon looks away, pretending to be cold as he mutters, "Yeah, whatever." He silently thinks this gruff guy is acting completely out of character with those cheesy words. Vincent quickly regains his serious composure to report the urgent situation. "Your Highness, while you were unconscious, an orc army arrived and set up camp just 1 kilometer from the castle. It is indeed a little early, but it's not a force the Winter Castle cannot handle." Vincent pauses, asking thoughtfully, but what on earth was that giant spear from earlier? As it flew out from the mountains, Andreon reveals in a low voice that the monster who threw it is a king born to unite every single orc in the mountains. This shocking news completely stuns Vincent. A king? How is that even possible? Orc nature is to challenge their leader whenever they get the chance. Andreon smirks coldly and asks him back, "Do you even know what the orc king is called?" Does he have a special name? Seeing Vincent completely dumbfounded, he quietly replies yes he does. He is an entity born purely to fight, to trample over absolutely everyone. An incredibly greedy creature whose sole purpose is conquest. That monster is hailed as a god of war. That is the title of the beast leading this absolute madness. But get this, even while recovering in bed, Andreon gets absolutely zero peace as his knights crowd around his room arguing tactics. One worried knight even warns that stepping outside the gates is suicidal. I will draft a strategy focused entirely on fortress defense. Another knight quickly adds also, we must recall the Black Spear cavalry as soon as possible. And as for our army stationed on the other side of the mountains, when should we ask them for reinforcements? Annoyed by the endless whispering in his ear, Andreon suddenly bolts up and snaps, why are you all making a scene in here when there is a perfectly good meeting room? His sudden outburst makes the knights freeze instantly. Yet, a bold young knight still steps forward with a stack of documents. There are some things we need your highness to approve. We need your help. Your highness, this is the very first time we have ever heard of someone calling himself the Orc King. Standing nearby with crossed arms, the count nods in agreement. That seems to be the case. Immediately, the knights crowd in again, shoving papers at him. How should we handle this part, your highness? Please approve this one first instead. Your highness, this section too. Drowning in sudden paperwork, Andreon sighs inwardly. These guys are such a pain. Do they even care about his recovery? It isn't until late at night, when everything is sorted, that the knights finally bow and leave. Thank you, your highness. Please rest well. As the door finally closes, Andreon lets out a deep sigh. What a long, exhausting day. Flopping back onto the bed, he groans, I swear you people are milking a sick patient dry. Glancing sideways, Andreon notices the count is still standing there in silence with a quite serious face. He softly asks, do you have something to say? The northern commander is silent for a moment, then slowly speaks up. Is what you just showed us that epic power you were talking about? He is deeply shaken, recalling the giant blue flame roaring so violently. Given Andreon's initial mana capacity, that blue flame unleashed a level of pure destruction way beyond anything normal. Andreon sits up. That is right. He looks straight at his uncle and asks, so, what do you think after witnessing that? Facing his nephew's question, the count remains silent, arms crossed by the window. Watching his deep frown, Andreon knows his mind must be in absolute chaos. After all, he was once someone who fiercely rejected the power of a magic heart. He can only obtain that power if he completely abandons the beliefs he has protected his entire life. The count pauses before finally asking, can Circle Knights actually use that epic power too? Seeing his uncle's conflicted face, Andreon smirks, casually firing back, aren't you being a bit too greedy right now? He explains further that with the mana chain technique, Circle Knights can already accumulate mana far more easily, quickly, and stably than those with a magic heart. Yet now, he greedily desires the power of epic songs, a supreme privilege reserved solely for those who gather mana in their hearts to reach transcendence. It is not allowed for Circle Knights, and yet you must have had a reason to show me the power of that epic song. Complete silence. Staring at his uncle's expression, Andreon feels a wave of complex emotions wash over him. This man once rejected him entirely, yet now he shows a deep trust that feels almost like a heavy burden. Andreon sighs softly, getting out of bed as he speaks. Do you know what? Elves are also absolutely crazy about these epic battle songs. Andreon slowly explains that since the elf race lacks the ability to write poetry themselves, they often borrow other people's epics to blend into their sword dances. Turning to look at his uncle with a smile, he reassures him, so even if you cannot write or recite the epic, simply executing it is completely possible. Andreon steps close, pointing his fingers straight at his uncle's armored chest as he asks, you might not have a magic heart, but haven't you been training something your entire life? He explains that mana circles naturally possess a strong resonance with each other, and if you know how to run them, they can absolutely become a perfect instrument to play the music of war. Andreon casually slips past Count Bevan and heads outside. He wonders if this conversation will actually give his uncle the breakthrough he needs, or if it is just a pipe dream. There is no way for him to know. Watching the young prince walk away, Count Bevan and the female knight Awen fall silent in deep thought. After all, finding a new path is entirely up to the Circle Knights themselves, not him. Andreon stops in his tracks, turning back to see Count Bevan and Awen still lingering behind. Sweat drips down his face as he sighs in sheer exhaustion. Why on earth are they in my room again? Later that night, while sleeping soundly in his massive royal bed, Andreon suddenly bolts upright, gasping for air in pure panic. He sees his armored maid, Adelia, standing respectfully by his side with a glass of water. Andreon immediately asks about his uncle Adelia. How is he doing? Adelia softly replies that he left while the prince was asleep. Now check this out. Taking the glass, Andreon asks if he acted strange. Honestly, she has no clue. Andreon silently mutters to himself that his uncle must have been agonizing over this for ages. But just as he is thinking about how starting fresh is never easy and requires real struggle, a loud, sharp knock suddenly echoes at his door. The door swings open and Count Bevan walks in, calmly noting that the prince is awake. But in the very next second, a blinding, brilliant blue mana explodes outward, completely wrapping around the Count's body. It is the overwhelming presence of a warrior who knows absolutely no fear. A beast ready to face an entire army of thousands with nothing but a single sword in his hand. Right across the Count's armored chest, his mana circle flashes with a blinding light, radiating the breathtaking aura of a true master swordsman. Watching this absolutely shocking scene from his bed, Andreon is completely stunned. He silently realizes this man has finally forged a strong soul worthy of his powerful physical vessel. The gloomy look on the Count's face is totally gone now, replaced by absolute serenity and unwavering determination. Placing his hand solemnly over his chest, he bows deeply with absolute respect before his nephew, declaring that thanks to him, his eyes have finally been opened. Thank you, my lord. This sudden, massive change of heart from his usually brutal uncle makes Andreon break into a cold sweat. He casually wonders if people who change this fast are about to kick the bucket. Noticing the prince's weird expression, Count Bevan asks if he is feeling unwell. Andreon quickly waves his hands to deny it, but deep down he mutters to himself, even though 400 years ago he was a legendary sword that absolutely nobody dared to challenge. Yet now he is just an ordinary, low-level swordsman, nowhere near a true master. But he is definitely not throwing a tantrum about it. Is that clear? He is not jealous at all. Seeing his uncle's earnest attitude, Andreon just clicks his tongue. Fine, he thinks. It is probably my fault. This old man is such a pain, and he really does not want to argue. Getting straight to the point, Andreon asks his uncle what he has actually achieved. Count Bevan stands there, silently looking at his nephew, before slowly admitting that he still has not fully grasped that concept of performance, but he has set one clear milestone in his mind. Both of them then turn their gaze out the window, staring at the freezing, snow-covered mountains of the north. The Count decides he will head in that direction. Witnessing his uncle's dramatic change, Andreon can only shake his head in disbelief. It is like saving a drowning man only to have him demand his luggage back. Andreon narrows his eyes, realizing his uncle's target is that bastard up on the mountain. Sitting up straight, the young prince firmly warns him that the target belongs to him, so he better not think about stealing his prey. Facing his nephew's stubborn attitude, the Count just lets out a faint smile. He casually agrees that it is all his before turning around and walking away. Strolling along the windy fortress wall, the Count mutters that he has so many questions he wants to ask, but he will not. Seeing how the prince understands the orcs and elves so deeply, he believes that when the time is right, Andreon will tell him. Seeing that rare, warm smile on his uncle's face, Andreon breaks into a cold sweat, thinking that the man has changed way too much. But right at that moment, a panic knight rushes in, screaming wildly and shattering the peaceful atmosphere. The orcs have arrived. This emergency report instantly sends massive shockwaves through the entire fortress. Their estimated numbers far exceed a few hundred. In fact, it is a massive army of several thousand beasts. At the base of the wall, the savage orcs are rushing forward like a devastating storm. Facing this existential threat, the warning horns begin to blow frantically. Up on the ramparts, commanders shout orders for archers to take their positions and prepare their arrows. The Count stands silently next to Andreon, staring out at the horizon. From the horizon, a deep crimson energy surges upward like absolute hellfire, staining the snowy white sky red. This suffocating dark pressure is so incredibly intense that even the battle-hardened Count turns pale with fear. Cold sweat drips down his face. What an absolutely terrifying battle spirit. Is that their war god? From the center of that brutal dark mist is a colossal orc clad in spiky black armor, wielding a massive skull staff that radiates pure terror. Yet Andreon maintains a completely calm face, coldly replying that the monster is merely the vanguard of the war god. Hearing his nephew's explanation, the Count narrows his eyes in absolute seriousness. Andreon continues in a low voice, revealing the enemy's identity. They belong to one of the most savage orc tribes serving the king. He is their strongest general, famously known as the ultimate nightmare for both knights and master swordsmen. Below the wall, the giant monster roars, literally shaking the entire earth. His crimson eyes glow with sheer savagery, showing a sinister grin filled with bloody, razor-sharp fangs. This is the bloodthirsty chieftain himself, a monster famous for hunting down and slaying knights. Just like how knights use mana to fight, the orcs possess a savage energy called battle chi. Let me tell you, to temper and boost this power, these crazed beasts constantly throw themselves into endless wars and carry out bloody massacres everywhere. Yet among this incredibly brutal race, unique mutants with extraordinary talent occasionally emerge. They possess shocking battle chi from the moment they are born. They are far more sensitive to battle chi and bloodlust than anyone else, even seeing invisible energy with their bare eyes. The orcs deeply revere this unique energy, calling it the Awakened Eye. This notorious Night Slayer down there is a natural-born leader who wields that exact terrifying power to its absolute limit. He might be completely clueless when it comes to standard military tactics or complex battle strategy, but his savage instincts allow him to slaughter enemies far more efficiently than anyone else. Those glowing red eyes can see through everything, from the fatal weaknesses of this winter castle to the hidden locations of legendary weapons. Standing on the ramparts, Count Bevan turns to Andreon, noting that the prince has never been wrong, but he still needs to see it with his own eyes. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he looks down at the battlefield, wondering if that orc actually deserves his terrifying title of the Night Slayer. Seeking his answer, he channels his entire pool of blue mana straight into his spear. With a fierce swing, he hurls the weapon down with destructive power, aiming right at the orc chieftain. But facing this powerful attack from the northern commander, the mutant orc merely snorts in total contempt. He swings his massive, brutal blade, effortlessly deflecting the lightning-charged spear, sending it crashing deep into the cold snow without taking a single step back. Seeing the Count's strongest strike brushed aside so easily, a nearby knight freezes in absolute shock, trembling as he speaks. How could he block that so effortlessly? He is a total monster. Answering the Count's provocation, the orc grabs the thrown spear and hurls it right back at him with terrifying speed. The Count instantly feels a suffocating, heavy pressure radiating from the returning weapon. His face completely tenses up as he directly confronts this brutal, overwhelming strength. The northern commander silently realizes that while he does not know this monster's true origin, the orc clearly possesses an unyielding will, refusing to submit to anyone. He turns and asks Andreon if he knows how to deal with this terrifying Night Slayer. Andreon just scoffs and answers, "I do not get why you think that. Looking at your face, you look exactly like a knight who has just been gifted some legendary sword of myth." Sure, that mutated orc has some special eye ability to see through everything, but things in this world are not always what they seem on the surface. Besides, no matter how patient he pretends to be, an orc is still an orc. If you dangle a sweet piece of bait right in front of his face, he will absolutely bite. Back in the castle war room, Andreon's bait plan is instantly rejected. Too dangerous, but the prince calmly explains his logic to the worried generals. "I told you, cheap tricks will not work on this guy. First off, we have to exclude the Winter Castle Rangers and Knights. In his eyes, you guys do not look like easy prey, and he will never take the bait. But sending recruits means total slaughter. They will die instantly. See, our squad is the only choice. We have the solid training but lack real battle experience. If we just take down their commander, the rest will be a total piece of cake." But the royal knights are still terrified of the prince dying, begging him to stop. "Even so, your highness does not need to act as the bait yourself." Another voice quickly chimes in, saying the Winter Castle can easily push them back without running such a crazy dangerous risk. Vincent warns, staring at the Crown Prince's bandaged arm. "Your injury is still not fully healed yet," but Andreon just casually shrugs it off as nothing. Seeing his careless attitude, Vincent cannot help but feel highly suspicious. Andreon squeezes his fist tight, sweat dripping as he forces a confident grin. "Sure, it hurts a bit, but once the fight starts, I will control it." His pure stubbornness makes Vincent sigh in total defeat, but then Andreon's eyes turn sharp and deadly serious. He drops his voice and warns, "Our real enemy out there is not the Night Slayer. But look at this while they are bickering here. Over on the other side of the snowy mountains, a far more terrifying, evil presence is creeping closer to the castle. Step by step, Andreon warns his uncle, if we do not end this fight quickly, the Winter Castle will fall on the next wave. After thinking it over, the Count sets a strict deadline of 1 week. If the enemy does not strike by then, all military deployments go back to normal. Hearing this, the prince just smirks with a pretty devious grin. Understood. Standing quietly in the corner, Adelia listens closely. She grips her sword hilt, a cold determination rising in her heart. It is finally time for our secret weapon to enter the fray. The Count turns to order the entire army to prepare for battle, raising his voice to emphasize, "Listen up. Our main goal is not to wipe them out, but to lure their commander right out into the open." Down at the central wall, the Count loudly commands, "We hold them off as long as we can until he shows himself." Just like that, a heavy war atmosphere completely blankets the fortress. From the eastern ramparts all the way to the western wall, the soldiers and knights stand in formation, fully prepared for the incoming clash. As a massive wave of giant orcs charges wildly toward the walls, the commander's voice rips through the cold night, "Archers ready." Instantly, tens of thousands of flaming arrows rain down like a storm, burying deep into the howling beasts thrashing below. But what absolutely drives the northern soldiers into a state of pure rage is seeing the shields the enemy is holding, making one fighter scream out in bitter hatred. "Those bastards, how dare they flaunt the relics of our fallen brothers like that?" Facing this disgusting provocation, the Count screams at the top of his lungs, "Keep firing, do not stop." On command, the wall archers draw back and unleash another angry torrent of arrows, swearing they will never forgive these monsters. But there are just too many orcs. They throw massive wooden ladders against the walls as a terrified soldier yells out, "Damn it, there are too many of them." They are scaling the wall. Hand-to-hand combat explodes as the monsters swarm up the ladders, with soldiers screaming themselves hoarse to push them back. Just as the defense line is about to break, the brave female knight, Awen, leaps into the fray. With cold, precise slashes, she cuts down creature after creature. Her eyes burn with determination as she barks orders to the surrounding troops, "Knock down anyone trying to climb up." Awen's perfect timing stabilizes the wooden ladders area, sending orcs tumbling to the ground below. All across the fortress, the deafening roars of battle continue to echo. The royal soldiers and northern knights fight in perfect sync to hold the line. Orders fly back and forth. Cut the ropes. Get more rocks to the catapults. Do not let them reach the top. Still, the massive waves of orcs keep roaring, flooding forward like a relentless tide under the deep red northern sunset. This siege at the Winter Castle is getting incredibly brutal and tense. The giant orcs keep swarming like a flood, trampling everything in their path. The royal troops are completely exhausted, panting heavily as they fight for survival. They curse in frustration, damn it. Their numbers are not dropping at all, and we have not even spotted a single trace of that Night Slayer yet. Even the fierce Knight Owen is starting to gasp for air under this suffocating pressure. But as everyone grows weary, Andreon just flashes a pretty confident smirk, thinking he has definitely realized it by now, that this wall is the weak point of the Winter Castle. Suddenly, from high above, a pack of vicious orc wolf riders leaps down, smashing right through their defensive line. Terror rings out, "Wolf riders!" Seeing the danger, Andreon instantly commands Owen, "Take them down." Without a second thought, she responds, "Yes, Your Highness." As Andreon draws his legendary sword from its sheath, it is time to release the real bait of this entire plan. A brilliant blue mana and a roaring red fire soul erupt, completely enveloping the young prince. He pours all his power into activating the Fire Soul Anthem. Standing tall in the center of the battlefield like a blazing god of war, that blinding light instantly draws a pair of sinister, glowing red eyes from afar. Suddenly, this massive, sky-swallowing crimson aura surges outward, targeting Andreon's flames. You can practically feel that suffocating pressure as Owen gasps in shock at this insane energy. Watching from high on the wall, the Count mutters, "Just as I heard. The first phase is a success." Staring at the dark energy rushing his way, Andreon simply smirks with pure, arrogant confidence. "So you finally showed up." Right on cue, a massive figure cloaked in a bloody crimson mist steps forward. The dreaded Night Slayer has officially entered the battlefield. The hulking beast roars, swinging his brutal broadsword down with a provocative scream. "At least you did not run away." The mutated orc sneers with utter contempt. "Your little tricks mean nothing to me. Fight me with everything you have got." In response, Andreon focuses his mind, causing the brilliant blue flames of his battle anthem to flare up intensely. Seeing the young prince's exploding battle power, the giant orc leader laughs maniacally. What an incredible spirit. But Andreon only flashes quite a wicked smile, suddenly shouting out a command. Now, instantly, a massive net woven from heavy ropes drops from the sky, tightly wrapping around the orc leader's giant body. Snared in the sudden trap, the behemoth can only grunt in disbelief. He struggles wildly, but the spiked net completely locks him down. Behind him, the royal knights jump into action, screaming out to pull the ropes together. Bound tight in the thick ropes, the massive orc leader roars in absolute fury. "You coward, do not ruin an honorable duel. I wanted to see something truly worthy of your spirit." Ignoring his furious screams, the soldiers shout commandingly, "Pull with everything you have got." The royal knights put their entire weight into holding the ropes tight, leaving the trapped commander roaring in sheer anger. Even bound tight, he thrashes around like a maniac. That bastard's raw, terrifying muscle power actually cracks the earth beneath him. Watching their perfect team attack, Andreon nods in approval. "Nicely done, Owen." Down on the battlefield, a royal knight struggles to shout, "I cannot hold him any longer." Looking down at the monster's wild thrashing, Andreon gives a cold command. "If you cannot hold him, then fall back." With those words, the young prince strolls down with absolute authority, walking right up to the orc leader pinned to the dirt. Andreon crosses his arms, looks down, and sneers. "It suits you perfectly." Lying there like that, he smirks with a devious grin. "Now you actually look like a real orc." That sharp insult stabs straight through his pride, sending the orc leader into a blind rage. He roars like a beast, eyes burning crimson with pure bloodlust. The orc flexes, ripping through the massive ropes binding him, and swings a furious, heavy fist straight at Andreon. Right when the battle hangs in a deadlock, Count Hatz suddenly leaps into the fray, weapon ready, blocking the giant orc leader's lethal attack. Spotting his new opponent, the beast shows no fear at all, only growing more thrilled as he goads him. "Up close, you look even more savage." Even so, the northern commander remains completely unfazed. Dropping into a low stance right in front of Andreon to shield him, he commands, "I will handle this thing from now on." Andreon takes a step back, but he has no intention of running away. He answers his uncle, "I am not leaving him entirely to you. I will be right back." The Count unleashes a massive surge of lightning mana, diving back into the fight with a challenging grin. "I am not so sure I can keep this ugly bastard alive until you return." And just like that, an earth-shattering battle explodes between the brutal orc leader and the mighty northern commander. Count Hatz's lightning-infused sword clashes violently against the beast's giant blade, creating massive shockwaves. Watching from a safe distance, Andreon wipes a smear of blood off his face, silently analyzing the match. So that is how it is. 4-chain knights are said to be on par with actual top-tier players, and that claim is absolutely true. Watching the blue mana swirling violently around Count Hatz, Andreon is completely sold on his strength. That is the peak realm of a swordmaster who has achieved unity, where his mind becomes one with the blade, allowing mana to flow naturally wherever his absolute will directs it. But let's be real here, this mutated orc leader has a third eye that senses energy instantly. Against a cheat code like him, standard strength just is not going to cut it. Looking at the blood on his hand, Andreon tells himself, I have to hurry. Turning on his heel, he quickly strides down the castle's dark corridors to fetch some very special backup, because he knows there is someone else far better suited to face this brutal Night Slayer. It has to be a fighter driven by absolute raw instinct, someone whose body reacts and moves completely on autopilot long before a single conscious thought can even form. A swordmaster with a mind so wild that no enemy could ever read or predict her movements. Stepping inside a dim room, Andreon stops right in front of a figure curled up tightly in the corner. He looks down in silence and gives a firm command. It is your turn now, get out there. Unleash Adelia. Hearing her master's voice, Adelia Bayan flinches, shivering inside her heavy suit of iron armor. Andreon holds out a cloth stained with fresh monster blood and speaks in a low tone. The owner of this blood is your target. Staring at the dark crimson stain, Adelia's eyes widen in sheer shock. The crazed blood of the great sword Marquise descendant instantly stirs, making her entire body tremble with intense excitement. Adelia leaps to her feet, ready to dive into a bloody slaughter to offer her master a glorious victory. Her body suddenly erupts in a blazing orange aura of raw mana. Watching from behind, Andreon muses. Having just one of these crazy traits is already terrifying enough. Right on cue, the system window flashes, notifying the activation of her berserker trait. Adelia's eyes widen, instantly glowing with a sinister reddish-gold wave of pure killing intent. And it does not stop there. Her bloodlust trait triggers right after. Wrapped in roaring orange flames, Adelia lets out a wildly crazed, bloodthirsty grin, fully awakening the brutal instincts of a true, unhinged warrior. Meanwhile, back on the front lines, another chaotic shift occurs. The battle atop the Winter Castle walls is raging with absolute breathless intensity. Pouring his entire strength into his sword, Count Hatz clashes head-on with the orc leader, but every single strike is blocked with effortless ease. The Count realizes in shock that what he thought was just an illusion is very real. That green bastard is reading every single move he makes. So this is the terrifying power of his opened eye. The orc leader smirks with absolute arrogance, finding his opponent's struggles to be quite amusing. With a sudden burst, he unleashes a devastating counterattack, completely shattering Count Hatz's defense. Just as Count Hatz staggers back, muttering in utter disbelief, a sudden blur of golden hair streaks across the field at terrifying speed, unleashing a brutal sword strike right at the giant beast. This wild newcomer is none other than Adelia, and her sudden entry leaves the Count completely speechless. Was she not just Andreon's quiet little maid? Seeing Adelia now, with eyes blazing with wild bloodlust and a savage, maniacal grin, the Count cannot help but shatter at the massive contrast. Is this crazy look not a world away from her usual gentle, timid self? But Adelia's complete lack of form or rules leaves the orc leader entirely on the defensive, desperately trying to block her wild, unpredictable strikes. Throwing away all warrior pride, she just keeps hacking away. Adelia swings her sword with absolute madness, carving through the air like a butcher, forcing the giant orc back as he roars in sheer pain. Witnessing this horrifying onslaught, Count Hatz still cannot believe his eyes. How is this even possible? Andreon simply shrugs it off, telling him to just think of her as a berserker. The main reason a regular sword fighter can press a monster who easily shrugged off a true master is because of Adelia's highly unique, bizarre traits. With her butcher trait active, she simply swings and hacks at anything in her line of sight, with absolutely zero higher thoughts or martial arts techniques behind her movements. The same logic applies when her bloodlust trait takes over. Watching her charge at him like a raving maniac, the arrogant orc leader still foolishly believes that no matter how many times she swings those mindless strikes, they will never be able to touch him. But that massive beast made a huge mistake. You and I both know a true psycho doesn't think when she fights. The giant orc leader suddenly gasps in horror as he gets slashed deep. It turns out that his mind-reading eye, the very skill this Night Slayer took immense pride in, is completely useless against someone fighting on pure primal instinct like Adelia. Clutching his heavily bleeding arm, the giant orc shudders at her bizarre, deeply unsettling combat style. She just keeps mindlessly charging forward like a lawnmower, completely ignoring his incoming strikes without even trying to block. Watching Adelia laugh hysterically in the middle of her raging mana flames, Andreon smirks. Being called a monster by an actual orc, now that is what I call a solid compliment. He steps forward, gripping his sword hilt, and glances over at his uncle. Well, uncle, if you are done resting up, then let us finish this. Without wasting another single second, both Andreon and Count Hatz charge forward in perfect, deadly unison. The lethal combination of the prince's sword strikes and the northern commander's crackling lightning mana creates a crushing pressure, cornering the beast. The orc leader roars in absolute fury. How dare you? Lowly creatures like you should not even dare to raise your eyes before a king. Channeling his brutal battle aura, he swings in an earth-shattering slash, triggering a massive shockwave across the battlefield. As Adelia collapses from exhaustion, Andreon quickly leaps in to catch her. Watching this bizarre scene, Count Hatz can only wonder what on earth that bastard is planning next. Right at that moment, a massive crimson battle aura erupts violently around the orc leader. The Count realizes with shock that this surging energy is the collective battle aura of the orcs gathering in one place. But Andreon quickly notices the terrifying reality. He is not gathering his allies' energy but pulling back his own massive battle aura that he previously dispersed. The orc leader's red eyes flare with malicious intent as he lets out a primal roar. Even if I am never allowed to stand before the king again, I will not let his majesty's honor be tarnished. Even if I can never look upon my lord's face another time, I swear I will protect his holy reputation with my very life, keeping his name pure from disgrace. Sensing an extreme threat, Andreon instantly shouts for his uncle and Adelia to rush forward and support the defense. Facing his enemy's fierce, death-defying resolve, the young prince declares with absolute certainty that he will show them the full, devastating extent of his power. In that exact instant, a brilliant surge of neon blue mana erupts, completely wrapping itself around the young prince like a blazing column of light. Andreon raises his precious sword, starting to chant a majestic chilling war poem. I pile up the pale green corpses to scale the mountain peak, and beneath it a pool of dark crimson blood forms standing before it. I shall honor your fallen soul. Each chanted line echoes through the air, perfectly blending with the lightning-fast sword strikes of Count Vu and Adelia as they aggressively cut down the orcs. But just as Andreon's blue flames are about to finish the fight, a brutal crimson force crashes down from the sky, splitting the battlefield. The massive impact triggers a violent explosion, forcing him to grit his teeth and struggle to hold his ground. Feeling that familiar, sinister dark energy surging through the dust, Andreon is absolutely furious when he realizes the coward behind this cheap sneak attack is none other than Han. The young prince grits his teeth in pure anger, wondering why that complete bastard dared to interfere so blatantly in a sacred duel. But just then, Count Vu suddenly begins chanting the solemn war poem with incredible majesty. I pile up the pale green corpses to scale the mountain peak. Hearing his uncle chant these legendary words, Andreon stands frozen in absolute shock. But in that exact moment, a strange phenomenon begins to unfold. The magic circle on the Count's chest suddenly flares with a blinding light, unleashing wild arcs of blue mana that completely envelop his body. Count Vu continues to hum his war song, chanting that a pool of deep crimson blood forms below. The Count's heavily scarred face tenses as his eyes ignite with a terrifying blue light. Wrapped inside a massive storm of swirling blue mana, his black cloak flutters wildly against the fierce falling snow. Now Andreon's voice joins with the Count's sheer will, their combined chant echoing across the frozen battlefield. I stack the pale green corpses to climb the mountaintop, and, beneath it, a pool of dark crimson blood forms standing before it. I shall honor your fallen soul. Feeling the heavy vibrating energy in the air, Andreon looks down at his armored hands in complete disbelief. He suddenly realizes the massive mana flowing inside his uncle's magic circle is actually resonating intensely with his own mana heart. Shivering from the raw feedback, Andreon wonders what this strange, overwhelming sensation could possibly be. The sheer pressure of this massive resonance forces him to bend over from a sharp, sudden pain. But this awakening power does not stop with just the two of them. Amidst the chaos, the magic circles on every knight, ranger, and foot soldier across the fortress ignite simultaneously. The entire army moves as one single beating heart, roaring the war chant in unison to honor the brave souls of those who have fallen. You can practically feel the hype building here. Standing in that brilliant glow, Andreon is completely stunned by this unprecedented resonance. From above, the blue mana of hundreds of soldiers weaves together, forming massive ribbons of pure energy that blanket the entire winter castle. That force is far too brutal and destructive to be called a mere poem. Yet its soaring melody is too beautifully structured to be considered just an ordinary song. Instead, it feels like a proud, heroic military march, carrying the silent prayers and deep, hidden sorrow buried within the heart of every single northern soldier. This massive resonance explodes outward, unleashing an unprecedented surge of energy like a grand, legendary epic. Pouring all of his mental focus into the spell, Andreon chants the war song, letting it echo across the freezing skies. I pile up the pale green corpses to scale the mountain peak, and beneath it, a pool of dark crimson blood forms. Standing before it, I shall honor your fallen soul. Amidst the deadly, howling blizzard and the bone-chilling wind of this harsh northern winter, the entire fortress of Winter Castle seems to tune into the exact same frequency of unyielding resolve. Every single flaming arrow raining down and every desperate sword swung by the brave defenders is supercharged by this newly born battle poem. Witnessing this incredibly shocking, historic transformation on the front lines, Arwen is left completely frozen in awe. The first battle epic of the North, the great winter anthem of the Four Seasons poem, has officially been born, unleashing a terrifying power that has never existed in this world until now. Standing tall, Andreon fearlessly faces the massive orc leader diving straight down from the sky like an enraged monster. The young prince's cold blue eyes lock onto his target with deadly focus. As his opponent closes in, Andreon delivers a decisive, devastating slash, his blade carrying a colossal wave of blue mana that shears right through the giant beast. Suffering a mortal blow, the orc leader coughs up blood and falls, whispering a final oath to his king before being completely devoured by blue flames. The heavy corpse of the Night Slayer collapses, burning fiercely in the blue fire right before Count Vu's completely stunned eyes. A brand new battle poem has been written in blood and snow, perfectly fitting the unyielding legacy of Winter Castle. Standing in the wind-swept valley beneath a deep crimson sunset, Andreon sheathes his sword, looking every bit like a true, sovereign king. With the deadly duel finally over, the corpse of the orc commander lies still as the bright blue flames slowly die down. Standing nearby, Count Vu and Adelia are still reeling in shock from the prince's absolute, overwhelming power. Suddenly, the roaring cheers of the royal soldiers shatter the silence as they yell out that the commander is dead and the prince has won. But before they can even celebrate their victory, Andreon's expression tightens with sharp gravity. Down at the fortress gates, a panicked soldier screams in absolute terror that the massive main gate is cracking. Before the warning even finishes, the massive wooden gate is smashed into 1,000 pieces. Another ferocious giant orc bursts through the ruined entrance, triggering panicked screams from the guards. Seriously, these monsters never take a break. Facing this fresh wave, Andreon calmly draws his legendary sword again, blue mana flaring around him as he casually mutters that they really aren't going to let him rest. Andreon turns back with a dry look, asking if anyone actually needs a break. Drawing his razor-sharp sword, Count Vu responds with absolute confidence, declaring they are fully prepared. Standing beside him with eyes blazing with terrifying battle intent, Adelia flashes an excited smile and tells him to give the word. Andreon smirks with total confidence, raising his sword high to issue a thunderous command to the entire army. Charge! A brutal, bloody melee instantly erupts right at the entrance of the fortress, shaking the snow-covered mountains and the frozen valley around them. Royal knights and northern soldiers throw themselves into the fray, absolutely determined to hold the fortress to their very last drop of blood as the morning horns echo across the freezing peaks. Atop the freezing walls of Winter Castle, the vicious clash continues as defenders fight tooth and nail to wipe out the savage, scaling orcs. After a grueling, absolutely relentless struggle, a weary knight shouts in triumphant victory that the ramparts are finally cleared. But looking at his panting comrades, Vincent silently realizes that everyone has reached their absolute limit. Standing amidst the bloody ruins, he coldly mutters that there is no time to rest. Pressing a hand to his heavy armor, he focuses on channeling the power from his newly awakened mana heart, driven by its strange pounding rhythm. Vincent's cold eyes flare with a sharp blue light as he issues a decisive command to leave only a skeleton crew on the walls. Such a reckless, daring decision catches the weary knights completely off guard, but before they can even argue, Vincent raises his glowing golden sword and lets out a thunderous roar, abandoning all caution as he charges right out of the gates. His heroic, fearless command instantly ignites the fighting spirit of the entire army. Deafening cheers echo across the fortress as the soldiers charge down from the walls, shouting for everyone to follow the first prince. Right at the very front of the charge, Andreon leads them, blue mana swirling wildly around his body. Watching his broad, confident back, the soldiers are filled with deep admiration, especially since he is still just a teenager who has not even had his coming-of-age ceremony, having fought in only 3 real battles. What is it about this young prince that makes everyone follow his lead so blindly? This magnetic, mysterious charm has completely won over the elite knights he personally chose. Yielding their bodies to the intense resonance, they let their hearts beat as one with his, ready to fight to the end. As the swirling snow and raw bloodlust finally begin to settle, everyone slowly wakes up from their state of absolute, hyper-focused adrenaline. They look around, completely dazed by the ruined battlefield. Countless monster corpses now lay scattered across the snowy ground beneath the winter fortress. Standing entirely alone in the freezing valley, Andreon silently walks up to the massive body of the dead orc leader. Reaching out with his heavily armored hand, he firmly grabs and rips the enemy's tattered red war flag from the dirt. This ultimate, hard-fought trophy is finally theirs, marking a glorious milestone for the entire northern army. Standing tall, Andreon proudly raises the tattered banner high in the air and lets out a massive victory roar. Instantly, the knights and weary soldiers erupt in absolute joy, shouting that they won and praising the prince. Shouts of "Long live the first prince" shake the freezing northern night sky. Watching this incredible comeback unfold, Vincent lets out a relieved sigh with a soft smile, amazed that the entire enemy horde has been completely wiped out. But right in the middle of all this celebration, things take a sudden worrying turn. A soldier suddenly collapses right onto the frozen dirt, making everyone around him panic. What is happening? Wake up, is this guy actually smiling? Another answers, no, he just passed out too. It turns out that resonating with that powerful sword song completely drained their mana and stamina, leaving soldiers collapsing into the snow from pure exhaustion. Another soldier quickly screams for backup, yelling that he knew they had pushed themselves way too far and begging others to help carry them inside. Watching them, Count Hatz remarks with immense pride that this is a truly breathtaking heroic epic. But Andreon casts a quiet glance over at his uncle and softly corrects him, saying that it is no heroic epic. It is a song of war. With those final words, the young prince finally loses the last of his strength, eyes closing as he collapses forward. Count Hatz immediately orders the men to carry him to camp for some rest. At the same time, the Count somberly commands his men to gather their fallen brothers for a proper, respectful cremation. However, the dead orc commander's body must be kept separate for other purposes. Watching silently from a distant snowy peak, the elf Sigrun observes the entire scene. She wears a pretty devious smile, whispering to herself that a song of war is fitting, and he always finds ways to surprise her. A sinister gleam flashes deep within the elf's violet eyes. Sigrun slowly strokes her chin, already scheming up her next dark game to test the young prince even further. Unleashing a thick, swirling wave of dark red mana, she awakens a terrifyingly massive entity slumbering deep in the shadows. Sigrun whispers for it to take its time, smiling at the thought of this dangerous gift helping Andreon grow just a bit stronger. Meanwhile, their brilliant triumph over two elite legions only marks the start of an even rougher storm. Even though the 3rd Legion and the Rangers have completely secured the area, House Hats must scramble to prepare for the next battle. The harsh reality is that even if they combine every last soldier they have, they are still massively outnumbered, making any attempt to defend the fortress almost entirely impossible. This urgent update quickly reaches the capital. At the royal court, Marcus B expresses deep respect for the incredible victory achieved by House Hats, yet he cannot help but wonder why such a powerful family is suddenly begging for reinforcements. Right on cue, a rather chubby noble scoffs in mockery, arguing that House Hats has successfully guarded the border for over a century on their own and claims they are just exaggerating the danger to stir up unnecessary trouble. Facing the court's blatant skepticism, the representative of House Hats steps forward, confidently announcing that he has brought undeniable proof directly from the front lines. Now check this out. As that massive wooden chest creaks open with a heavy groan, the entire royal court gasps in absolute horror. Inside lies the giant orc commander's severed head, brought back by the first prince himself. The northern messenger proudly presents the terrifying trophy to the quiet assembly, revealing the monstrous skull sitting inside. This beastly commander was easily more than twice the size of any normal fully grown orc warrior. He continues his grim report, stating that according to the first prince, there is an even larger monster lurking out there, a beast at least 3 times this size, known simply as the Orc King. The shocking news of a gargantuan horde closing in on their borders sends waves of worried murmurs through the room. Sitting regally upon his throne, the king demands that everyone understand the pretty serious weight of this situation. But a dark-haired noble quickly steps up, slamming his hand onto the wooden chest with a look of pure contempt. He scoffs at the idea, arguing it is ridiculous for the first prince, who picked up a sword barely a year ago, to play war god. He openly accuses House Hats of fabricating stories for cheap political gain. This blatant insult instantly infuriates Marquis B, who refuses to let it slide. Slamming his own hands down, Marquis B stands up and roars at the noble, telling him to shut his mouth and stop insulting the brave souls who have quietly guarded their northern borders for generations. The heated shouting match only stops when the king slams his hand onto his throne. With a firm, commanding voice, he states that Count Hats is no fool to spread lies, meaning the situation is indeed extremely critical. To combat the threat, the king strictly orders the mobilization of troops and supplies from all neighboring northern domains. He also commands Count Palatine to hire elite adventurers to reinforce their lines. On top of that, the king commands that the corrupt noble children Andreon captured earlier be thrown straight onto the battlefield. They will have to fight and wash away their sins like ordinary foot soldiers. Hearing this, the northern messenger bows his head in deep frustration. He bitterly realizes that even with their kingdom hanging by a thread, royal family still refuses to deploy the central army. Is this really the respect they show to the very shield that has protected the realm for over 100 years? Just as the room falls into a heavy silence, a loud, confident voice echoes from the main entrance. Wait just a moment, please. The grand doors swing open to the utter shock of the entire court, and stepping into the hall with an incredibly commanding presence is Second Prince Maximilian Leonbeck. Clad in dark gray armor featuring a brilliant golden lion crest and a striking crimson cape, he marches forward with absolute purpose toward the throne. Meeting his father's complicated gaze, Maximilian places a hand over his chest, declaring that he will lead his own order of knights to the north. But before he departs, the king calls him aside for a highly confidential mission. The king instructs him to take a detour near the Allen estate. That is where he has secretly stationed the Iron Lion Knights and a portion of the Central Army, operating under the guise of mere mercenaries. Maximilian is to take full command of this hidden force. Accepting the royal order, the prince bows respectfully, promising to carry it out. Yet a nagging question remains on his mind. He looks up at his father, asking why the king acted so cold and indifferent in front of the court if he had always planned to send such a massive army. The king sighs deeply and explains that openly sending the Central Army north would make the hostile Bone Empire highly suspicious of their motives. They would instantly accuse the crown of conspiring with House Hats to secretly raise a rebel army, providing the empire with a flawless excuse to launch an invasion. Their kingdom simply cannot afford to make any more concessions, and they absolutely cannot leave even the slightest opening for their enemies to exploit. Placing a gentle hand on his shoulder, the king calls out to his son, urging Maximilian to always walk a path of true righteousness. Only when you walk that righteous path will those who are truly loyal to the Leonbeck name naturally step forward to serve you, and to secure that very future, we must ensure the northern border stands absolutely unbreakable. Feeling his father's immense hope, Maximilian tightens his fist and vows to defend that land with his very life. But the king quickly cuts him off, warning him that this mission will be far from easy. Since Count Hatz has openly declared his support for Andreon, the north has basically become hostile territory for Maximilian, making any move there quite dangerous. Hearing this, Maximilian frowns and asks if his father is being a bit too harsh on his own brother, who is still royalty. That question clearly hits a sore spot, making the king let out a heavy sigh. He sharply reminds his son never to forget the terrible damage that so-called brother brought upon their realm. That useless brat heartlessly sold out the kingdom's entire future to the empire, yet Maximilian still tries to defend him. Your Majesty, he was only 13 at the time, yet the Emperor immediately cuts them off, cold and unyielding. I do not want to hear another word, every single detail is still burned into my mind. To the king, that bitter betrayal remains a bleeding scar. How could he ever forget the sight of his most loyal knights, forced to snap their own swords right before his eyes and shatter their very own mana circles? Every time he closes his eyes, the nightmare returns as if it happened yesterday. Andreon and those smug nobles, their mocking laughter still rings in his ears, ensuring the king never forgets for even a single second. Seeing his father still consumed by rage, Maximilian tries to calm him down. He heard his brother deeply repented for the past and has been working tirelessly. He even heard his brother achieved incredible feats up in the north. But the emperor only scoffs in pure disappointment. He did not repent, he simply forgot everything he did. Besides, what does it matter if he gnashes his teeth in anger or sharpens his weapons now? The emperor's voice chokes with raw pain and fury. Those loyal warriors who sacrifice themselves can never reform their mana circles again. Am I supposed to tell those proud knights to learn some cheap, low-grade mana from common mercenaries? He declares fiercely, even if there were hundreds or thousands of Andreons, that boy could never replace the loyal souls sacrificed back then. Turning his back to the window, the king decides, go north immediately, Maximilian. Before Montpellier can interfere, the second prince, fully aware of his heavy duty, bows and accepts the command. I will obey, father. Soon after, the departure of the reinforcement army becomes a desperate race against time. Led by Maximilian, the army marches silently into the freezing north. Even as exhausted soldiers collapse under the brutal speed of this march, they cannot afford to stop for even a single moment. Watching the unyielding resolve of the young second prince, Antoine, captain of the Silver Fork mercenaries, cannot help but feel a deep sense of respect. He quietly remarks that despite being a pampered royal, the prince is remarkably tough, especially since his body was never trained like a mercenary. Accompanying Maximilian on this grueling march is Kieringer, vice captain of the Iron Lion Knights. Seeing the young prince panting heavily from sheer exhaustion in the bitter winter cold, the knight rides up close with a worried look, asking if his highness is holding up all right. Maximilian braces himself, gripping his weapon tight as he determinedly replies, Sir Ohim, I am fine. Right now, every single second is incredibly precious. Ohim smiles reassuringly, noting that with the snow falling like this, they must be getting close. Suddenly, the rumbling of carriage wheels cuts their conversation short. Just ahead, a line of carriages and travelers is trudging through the heavy snow. His eyes narrow as Maximilian raises an eyebrow in deep suspicion. Those people refugees. Realizing something is clearly wrong, Ohim quickly orders a knight to ride ahead and find out exactly what is going on. Obeying the order, the knight dismounts and approaches the crowd. Hey you there, did you all come from Balahard? One of the traveling men trembles as he looks up, totally startled. Yes, that is right. The man stammers. The count ordered an evacuation, telling us to prepare for the absolute worst. Hearing this, the knight presses for news from the front lines, but the man just shakes his head helplessly, asking how they could possibly know. The soldiers told us to leave, so we left. Hearing this grim news from behind, Maximilian is left completely shaken. Prepare for the worst? Now think about this, if Balahard is actually preparing for the winter castle to fall, the entire kingdom is in huge trouble. Maximilian knows they cannot waste another second and quickly orders his men to speed up. We have to speed up. The army presses forward, plunging into a raging blizzard deep within the desolate valley. The bone-chilling cold has the soldiers at the back shivering and complaining about the fierce storm. Now I see why the winter castle has such a notorious reputation. Maximilian grits his teeth, forcing himself through the howling, freezing wind that tears at his ears. Right then, through the roaring of the storm, a deep, haunting melody suddenly echoes in his ears. The silent, frozen mountains and valleys. Maximilian is completely transfixed as the sound of voices and heavy rhythmic footsteps crunching on the snow draws closer. An army clad in dark armor looms out of the blizzard. Leading them is a red-haired knight, singing loudly snow-covered mountains, frozen valleys stained red with blood, silent walls standing still, with only the dawn bugles calling them to battle in the distance. Proud, heroic anthem of the northern soldiers continues to echo through the bitter winter sky, standing before the flame until their bodies burn, waiting for spring to arrive. Maximilian turns to Ohim in disbelief, asking if those are indeed Balahard soldiers. Just then, the leading red-haired knight freezes as he spots the royal reinforcements. His mid-song chant cuts off into a startled gasp. "Oh, spring, huh?" Instantly, he waves his flag, barked out commands for his entire squad to fall in. Stepping forward, the red-haired knight drops to one knee in a solemn, respectful salute. Loyalty. 3rd Legion, Balahard Rangers, 17th Platoon. Scout Jordan reporting it is an absolute honor to meet your highness, the Second Prince. Seeing the Northern Patrol, the Second Prince Maximilian greets the Balahard soldiers with a friendly smile, telling them it is a pleasure to meet them. Jordan quickly salutes back, explaining they are on patrol. Since the weather is so brutal, he suggests the reinforcements leave their heavy carriages behind and push ahead, promising to guide them personally from here. As the entire group trudges through the raging blizzard, the deep, powerful voices of the northern soldiers echo once again, singing of the distant battle horns at dawn, pushing through the winter storm, searching for warmth. Maximilian initially thought they were just traveling troubadours, expecting northern men to be rough and hostile. Witnessing this display, he curiously asks Jordan about the song. With pride, Jordan proudly explains that it is the Poem of Winter, the official marching anthem of the 3rd Legion. He eagerly adds that belting out the anthem keeps them warm in this flesh-shearing cold, which is why everyone sings with all their might on the march. Then he casually drops a total bombshell. By the way, the first prince himself composed this song. We only added our own lyrics at the very end. This revelation leaves Maximilian completely dumbfounded, muttering in disbelief if his brother really wrote it. Jordan cheerfully shares that when the first prince arrived, the blizzard was just as fierce as today. Yet he personally carried a wounded soldier on his back, walking for an entire day. Jordan chuckles softly, adding that he is glad such measures are not necessary for the second prince this time. All Maximilian can do is offer a strained, polite response. "Oh, I see." But internally, his mind is in absolute turmoil, realizing this northern soldier speaks of his brother with such deep, unexpected respect and warmth. Right then, Jordan suddenly stops in surprise as the blizzard abruptly dies down. He chuckles, explaining that the weather here is always incredibly unpredictable. It torments you relentlessly only to clear up the exact moment you reach the city gates. Jordan recalls that it was the exact same when the first prince arrived, and he was absolutely furious about it. But since it is over, let us just take it as a good omen. But then, as they step forward, you will not believe the horrific sight waiting for them. The legendary Winter Castle is practically reduced to a pile of smoldering, broken ruins. The once fortified stone walls look as though they were hastily patched together after surviving some utterly devastating attacks. Orc corpses are piled high like garbage, with fresh blood staining the white snow, completely uncleaned. Witnessing the brutal aftermath of the horrific battle that had just transpired, Maximilian begins to tremble, cold sweat pouring down his face. While Maximilian is still reeling from the sight of the ruined fortress, the first prince, Andreon, walks out of the gates alongside the female knight, Awen. Spotting Jordan standing there, Andreon immediately barks out, "What are you doing idling at the gates? Slacking off again?" Seeing the first prince, Jordan quickly bows in greeting. Jordan salutes, teasingly noting that the prince looks like he did far more than just a simple patrol, hoping he did not cause trouble again. The remark instantly irritates Andreon, who points a finger and snaps, "Keep your nose out of my business." In the middle of their bickering, Andreon suddenly stops as he notices a group of strangers standing right behind them. Narrowing his eyes, he asks who they are, which finally makes Jordan realize his mistake. Jordan quickly rushes forward to introduce them, explaining that this young man is the second prince. Then, he turns back toward Andreon and points him out as the first prince. Sensing a weird, heavy silence between the two of them, Jordan scratches his head in total confusion and asks if they actually do not recognize each other. Facing his younger brother Maximilian, Andreon smirks and views brothers meeting after years apart, and honestly, they do look pretty similar. But unlike Andreon's completely casual attitude, Maximilian is standing there absolutely frozen, utterly stunned, looking at the powerful presence and new appearance of his brother, who was once dismissed as useless. Maximilian suddenly thinks of the heroic legendary Grand Duke of the North. They truly look like they were cast from the exact same mold. The knights march forward, their heavy boots stepping over stone tiles stained with blue blood and the scattered corpses of dead orcs. Staring at the destruction all around them, Second Prince Maximilian can only gasp, muttering that a brutal battle must have just happened. Walking right beside him, First Prince Andreon stays completely calm, casually replying that it happened 3 days ago and adding that he will get used to it soon. That cold response, it stings. Maximilian tightens his grip on the royal flagstaff. Looking down in deep thought, a massive wave of doubt fills his mind. He wonders just how many brutal battles these northern soldiers have survived to be this completely unbothered by hundreds of dead bodies lying right in front of them. Noticing the young prince looking so incredibly tense, Jordan, the red-haired knight, laughs out loud quite warmly. He jokingly yells that once you fight a few living orcs, these dead bodies actually start looking pretty pleasant. That battle-hardened humor only makes Maximilian break into a cold sweat, totally unsure of how to reply. But right at that moment, Jordan looks up ahead and happily announces that it looks like their welcoming party has finally arrived. As the massive iron gates of the fortress slowly creak open, their maternal uncle, A majestic count clad in dark armor stands waiting amidst a line of solemn, black-armored soldiers. Stepping forward, he solemnly places a hand over his chest to salute, proudly welcoming the royal family of Leon Beck. Face to face with this legendary northern commander, Maximilian quickly regains his polite royal composure, smiling back and noting that his uncle still looks as cool as ever. Right after the quick greetings, Jordan raises a large war horn and blows a long, echoing signal. That deep, heavy sound echoes throughout the fortress, prompting the black flags bearing the crest of the north to be raised high along the castle walls. The entire fortress roars to life, shouting a grand welcome and celebrating the eternal bond with the royal family. Seeing this massive, heartfelt welcome from the northern army, Maximilian's face completely lights up with pride. Raising the royal banner high, he proudly announces to the crowd that on behalf of the royal family, he wants to express his deepest gratitude for their incredible hardships and endless sacrifices. Those sincere words from the young prince make the rough northern soldiers smile with genuine pride. Standing in the back with his arms crossed, Andreon smirks with quiet satisfaction, happy to see that his younger brother actually knows how to carry himself like a real leader. Not wanting to drag out the welcome ceremony in the freezing snow, the count turns and tells everyone to head inside quickly. Inside, Maximilian quickly starts feeling a bit uncomfortable. He notices Andreon sitting right across the table, staring at him with an intense, unblinking glare. Raising his wine glass, Maximilian politely asks if his brother has something on his mind. Andreon just shrugs and says it is nothing. Trying to break the awkward silence, Maximilian asks if staying here has given him any trauma. Completely contrary to his brother's worry, Andreon flashes a huge, excited grin. He happily declares that he absolutely loves it here because there is always a fight and endless monsters to crush. That surprisingly violent response leaves Maximilian smiling helplessly, wondering if his older brother is even mentally sane. Before his brother can even process this, Andreon drops a massive piece of meat onto Maximilian's plate, telling him to eat fast because tomorrow he might not even be alive. Dropping another cold sweat, Maximilian tells him that is making it pretty hard to swallow. Watching his nephew's bizarre behavior, the count sitting nearby can only let out a tired sigh. He dryly mutters that even his annoying, frustrating personality is identical to before, and that it is rare to see him caring about others. Shifting the focus back to why they are here, Maximilian sets his glass down with a very serious expression. He demands to know the exact status of the Winter Castle right now. He explains that while he only got a quick glance on his way in, there must have been at least 1,000 dead orcs scattered all along the castle walls. Hearing the prince's concerns, Vincent speaks up in a heavy tone, explaining that the monsters attack them every 4 days. The waves vary, but their numbers never drop below 500. A young knight sitting at the table quickly chimes in, wondering if constant battles like that mean the enemy must have suffered some pretty devastating losses of their own by now. But any hope they have is instantly crushed by Andreon's cold headshake. Looking serious, he flatly tells them that the enemy numbers are not decreasing at all. In fact, they are actually growing. Even as they speak, their numbers are steadily climbing. Vincent's face darkens as he shares a scary report from his scouts, explaining that they have been tracking the approaching orc groups and have already confirmed at least 9 different Legion flags. He drops a terrifying statistic that completely freezes the dining room. The enemy force is currently estimated at a minimum of 18,000 troops. As heavy footsteps echo down the corridor, Maximilian quietly mutters to himself that the situation is far more dangerous than any of them had originally anticipated. Despite the intense looming war in the north, Maximilian notices something quite strange. The local people do not seem pessimistic at all. He quietly looks over at his older brother, a wave of complex emotions rising deep inside. Even though they are blood brothers, they never had a real chance to connect growing up. Yet the man Andreon is proving to be right now is a far cry from the terrible, useless rumors spread back in the capital. Is my brother possessed? Maximilian wonders. Just then a nearby soldier quietly leans in to whisper a secret. Andreon once visited Iron Lion Castle. While he was there, Andreon challenged the elite members of the Legion to dozens of consecutive duels, and he did not lose a single match. Think about how insane that is. Andreon has grown even stronger since that day. Stunned by this mind-blowing piece of news, Maximilian immediately demands to know why such an earth-shattering event was never whispered about outside. The soldier explains that the first prince simply did not want any rumors spreading, so he actively kept the whole thing hidden. Staring thoughtfully at his brother's back, Maximilian realizes that true talent never just appears overnight. After all, hiding a strength you already possess is always much easier than pretending to have something you lack. Watching Andreon sit there looking quite mysterious, Maximilian cannot help but wonder what else his brother is hiding. But there is no time to ponder, as an emergency war council is quickly called. One of the reinforcing generals is pretty skeptical, openly questioning if this Orc King actually exists. He wonders if it is just a slightly more ferocious and cunning beast than the usual monsters they fight. Another officer chimes in, demanding to know if anyone has actually laid eyes on this creature. Despite all their doubts, Andreon remains completely unfazed and calm. He casually tells them to look outside at that massive pillar. Andreon explains that the giant object flew straight from the distant Sate Mountains all the way here, revealing it is actually a spear thrown by the Orc King. This shocking revelation instantly sends a wave of disbelief through the entire council room. Since the distance to those mountains is incredibly far, they would much rather believe it was launched by a heavy siege weapon than thrown by hand. Facing everyone's doubt, Andreon calmly lays out two scenarios. Either the enemy controls a beast capable of operating siege weapons, or they are dealing with a monster so terrifying it could literally hurl a colossal spear right through a mountain range to strike this very spot. Sitting majestically in his large armchair, Andreon folds his arms, giving the crowd a sinister smile before coldly asking which option they prefer to believe. In the Winter Castle meeting room, the atmosphere suddenly turns completely frozen under his intense pressure. He glares directly at the gray-haired minister from the reinforcement unit and delivers a cold ultimatum. If they do not believe his words, they should leave immediately. Without giving them a chance to reply, the eldest prince firmly states that what they need right now are allies to fight alongside them, not an interrogation squad coming to lecture them. Andreon's sheer authority makes the gray-haired minister tremble as he quickly bows with a hand over his chest apologizing. He claims he had no intention of doubting the prince, but the news was just too shocking. He begs for forgiveness. Watching this powerful minister submit to the brother everyone once called useless, the second prince, Maximilian, stands nearby completely stunned by the sight. Seeing the extreme tension, the count slams his hand hard on the table and calls for a temporary break. As the generals begin to disperse, Andreon gets up to leave, but Maximilian approaches him from behind and calls out, "Royal brother." As his older brother turns around, Maximilian asks curiously, noting he heard Andreon was the very first to notice the strange behavior of the orcs and the presence of their king. Andreon shrugs with indifference. Smiling softly, Maximilian boasts about his own knowledge, claiming he has always been fascinated by ancient histories and asks if his brother read about it in some forgotten old texts. Hearing his brother's question, Andreon glances over and thinks to himself he was just going to give a random excuse, but this explanation actually sounds surprisingly reasonable. A smirk plays on his lips as he realizes this is absolutely perfect, especially considering the terrible rumors that used to surround his current body. After all, he was a guy who stole the founding king's sword just to show off, ended up stabbing himself, and desperately practiced obsolete magic techniques. In the eyes of the public, the old fat prince was nothing but a foolish clown obsessed with ancient legends of the founder. Andreon analyzes the situation. Anyway, putting that aside, so this guy is the second prince of Leon Beck. Flashing a devious smile, Andreon realizes he now fully understands why the king always treated his eldest son like a massive thorn in his side. After all, compared to the utterly useless and scandalous Andreon, the second Prince Maximilian is the absolute opposite in every possible way. He is righteous and kind, possessing a gentle but incredibly resilient and strong personality. Maximilian's natural potential is more than enough for him to be called a genius across various fields. If my past life friend Lionel had the traits of a cold iron-willed monarch, then Maximilian possesses all the innate qualities of a wise king destined to rule a peaceful country. But Andreon gazes ahead in deep thought. A brutal era is fast approaching, a dark time where mere intellect is nowhere near enough to survive. The green-skinned king has officially arrived. The evil elves are slowly showing their faces, signaling a bloody, chaotic era about to sweep across the continent. Any ruler who wants to lead the world through absolute madness must be different. That ruler must be someone who can turn timid sheep into proud lions, ready to ruthlessly slaughter wild wolves to defend their borders. That leader needs to be strong and savage, absolutely identical to me. Because I am the Watcher who witnessed countless wars and dark ages throughout history, standing above it all. And I am the one who personally ended those endless wars. Now look at this sudden shift right after returning to the fortress from an epic victory. Andreon grabs his bright red war flag to show off to Vincent. He proudly yells, "Hey Vincent, I won, I have 19 flags now." But Vincent just glances over coldly, immediately throwing a bucket of ice-cold water on his excitement. "I have 26 already. You are still pretty green," he says. Refusing to lose to his cousin, the fat prince immediately uses some twisted logic. A legion flag should count as 10 unit flags. With that math, I have 28. Vincent smirks mockingly, using the exact same logic against him, saying by that rule he has 35. This sharp reply leaves Andreon completely speechless. He rolls his eyes, shouting in pure frustration, "What?" Watching this childish squabble, a nearby soldier cannot help but click his tongue, asking His Highness if he feels a bit shameless doing this. The black-armored soldier adds a sarcastic remark, pointing out that the commander spent many years accumulating those flags, yet the prince expects to surpass him in just a few short months. Exhausted after the brutal battle, Andreon groans wearily, "I am completely dead tired. What do you guys want from me now? Why have you not left yet?" But the northern soldiers have grown quite close to the prince by now, so they show absolutely no fear. They step closer to tease him, asking His Highness not to tell them he is tired just from beating up a few orcs. Another soldier chuckles deviously, bringing up past boasts, asking if he did not once say those orcs were not even worth being a side dish. The constant teasing makes Andreon turn red with anger. What kind of person do you take me for? Watching this chaotic scene unfold from a distance, the second Prince Maximilian falls into deep thought. He thinks it is wild for a royal to exchange casual jokes with ordinary soldiers, but you have to admit, it looks pretty wholesome. Right at this moment, Andreon points directly at them and barks an order. Alright, today the reward of cleaning up this messy battlefield belongs to you guys. This ruthless decision from the eldest prince makes the soldiers burst into tears, crying out about how utterly cruel he is. Maximilian quietly watches everything, a deep sense of admiration growing inside him. He realizes that although his brother's attitude is quite reckless and harsh, the eyes of those northern knights and soldiers are filled with absolute respect. Ignoring their loud complaints, Andreon waves his hand and barks, "Are you guys not moving yet?" The soldiers scramble to start cleaning, running away with funny faces while shouting that they are going right away. Maximilian smiles to himself, noting they might complain for fun, but absolutely nobody dares to disobey his royal brother. What else could be shining in their eyes when they look at him if not pure, genuine admiration? While he is lost in deep thought, the royal knights approach from behind, bowing respectfully to greet him and saying how glad they are to see His Highness safe. The lead knight smiles with immense relief, expressing admiration. He did not expect the prince to fight so bravely in his very first battle, admitting even he was deeply impressed. Hearing these compliments from his subject, Maximilian hesitates. He quietly looks at the proud, glowing faces of the knights accompanying him, whispering that he understands they are proud of him. Suddenly, memories of the people he met in the luxurious royal capital flood his mind. In that luxurious place, everyone showered him with the sweetest, most polite praise. But Maximilian bitterly realizes their kindness and admiration was nothing more than empty flattery, the kind given to some child who shows a bit of talent. It is completely different from true respect, that ultimate majesty born from raw courage on the battlefield which his older brother Andreon now possesses. That harsh comparison makes the second prince blush with embarrassment. He hangs his head in helpless self-blame, whispering that it is truly shameful. Witnessing his brother's shocking transformation, Maximilian silently observes him and thinks to himself, while his royal brother has already been recognized as a real man for a long time. Just then, the silver-haired knight with long hair steps up to Maximilian's side to ask for permission. He asks if they can officially pay their respects to the eldest prince. "Go ahead," the prince replies, as the knights joyfully bow and express their deepest gratitude to His Highness. They immediately rushed over to surround Andreon, showering him with highly excited praise. "Your Highness, you looked absolutely badass back there. You seem even more ruthless and decisive than you used to be, quite unlike your old self." This sudden warmth from the Iron Lion Knights caught Andreon off guard. Why are they acting so friendly all of a sudden? Across the field, Maximilian walked over to explain things to his dark-haired guard. "I heard they volunteered to come here," the dark-haired guard said with a respectful smile. "That is indeed correct, Your Highness." Maximilian silently watched the knights, chatting happily with his older brother, a deep feeling of silent admiration swelling inside him. They willingly set aside the legendary reputation of the Iron Lion Knights to throw themselves into this brutal, highly dangerous mission in the freezing north. Maximilian smiled and thought to himself, "I think I finally understand the reason they volunteered to come here, despite these terrible conditions." Just as he was lost in thought, his guard spoke up softly, warning him not to rush too ahead. Turning his head slightly, he replied with a gentle smile, "I'm just a bit surprised." He looked out into the far distance, where the magnificent capital was still bathed in incredibly peaceful sunlight, totally unchanged from their usual days. Yet here in the freezing north, a brutal and bloody war of survival was playing out every single day. And check this out, those orcs humanity always dismissed as mindless beasts have actually built their own powerful, formidable kingdom. Right there on that brutal battlefield, the bloodline of the Leonberger family is quietly taking deep root, growing into a massive, sturdy tree. No one back in the luxurious capital could have ever imagined such an incredible thing. That night, outside a warm, fire-lit tent in the snowy camp of the reinforcements, two soldiers stood on guard. Inside, a gray-haired, middle-aged man bowed with deep respect before Andreon. "It is an absolute honor to meet you like this, Your Highness. I am Antoine, the leader of a mercenary group." Andreon, now out of his heavy armor, sat casually on a large armchair. "I see, are you currently bound by a contract with the royal family?" Antoine bowed and reported, "Currently, we do indeed have a long-term agreement." With a sharp raise of his eyes, he asked quietly, "What happens after?" Antoine gave a bitter smile. Is there any point for a mercenary who could die at any moment to plan that far ahead? Faced with that indifferent attitude, Andreon calmly made a sudden proposal. "Then sign a contract with me." Antoine was quite surprised. "Your Highness, my mercenary band might be nameless, but we do not come cheap." Andreon smirked, his smile carrying a highly sinister edge. "Your price, you say?" He slowly stepped closer, pointing directly at Antoine's glowing chest. "The mana you accumulated through those crude methods, I will help you unlock its true potential. No one will ever look down on you again for using some low-class technique." Andreon, a crude mana heart built from such basic refining methods, could only reach mid-tier at best. The path that crude energy was leading Antoine down was nothing but a fragile sandcastle built on highly contaminated mana. Even if they were in the exact same realm, the difference in their quality would be completely night and day. Brilliant blue mana erupted around Andreon as he sat majestically in his chair, unleashing an incredibly suffocating pressure that deeply shook Antoine as he stood right before him. But as a veteran of the battlefield, Antoine was not easily swayed by empty words. He fired back, "If talk alone could do it, I would have become a swordmaster long ago." Andreon narrowed his eyes. "Are you rejecting me?" "Well, that depends entirely on who is asking," Antoine replied, placing a hand on his chest and boldly demanding a noble title from the prince as his condition. Seeing the practical attitude of this mercenary leader, Andreon silently approved. Unlike those stiff knights, this guy could actually be useful. He smiled with satisfaction. "Very well." But his next words left Antoine completely stunned. "The contract will last until I take the throne." Andreon then asked him directly, "Do you even know how to use a mana heart?" Antoine smirked and replied with absolute confidence, "Of course I do." He resolutely drew his dual blades from their sheaths, declaring, "Let me show you." Immediately after, he gathered his energy and roared out a battle cry. A fierce silver-gray sword chi erupted with immense crushing force. Facing this violent display of raw power, Andreon stood completely still, quietly observing with an incredibly calm expression. As the light faded, Antoine collapsed to his knees, gasping heavily from pure exhaustion. Andreon blinked in utter confusion and simply let out a quick, "Wait, what?" Antoine forced himself up and proudly raised his blade. "This is the sword poem I possess, and it is actually quite a famous one in our line of work. I had to tail a high-ranking veteran mercenary for 6 whole months just to learn it. It cost me every single penny of my savings, but it has saved my life countless times, so I do not regret it at all." Hearing the mercenary leader's explanation, Andreon asked with a deeply concerned look on his face, "Do not tell me everyone else's sword poems are like this too." Antoine replied nonchalantly, "Well, the output and efficiency vary slightly, but they are basically all the same." That reply left our young prince utterly speechless. For a soul that used to be a legendary sword god, this ridiculous reality was nothing short of an absolute insult to ancient martial arts. Sword poems were originally incredibly sacred legacies, strictly passed down within noble family bloodlines for generations. This was done to prevent unworthy outsiders from ever learning them and degrading the precious core value of the poem. Even within those direct noble bloodlines, the worthiness of the successor was always judged with extreme severity. Yet here are people of this era, daring to trade these sacred poems for mere coins and luxury goods. Nothing could degrade and insult the value of a sacred sword poem more than that. But get this, Andreon quietly stared at Antoine, then suddenly announced in a deep voice that he was changing their contract terms to 20 years. Hearing this incredibly long duration, Antoine could only yell out in absolute shock. "What?" Antoine frantically protested in complete panic. "That is basically a lifetime contract. No mercenary group in the entire world would ever sign a ridiculous deal like that. It is completely unheard of in our business." Seeing the mercenary leader panic, Andreon flashed a highly sinister smirk. He casually replied, "Actually, rather than a lifetime contract, calling it a slave contract sounds much more accurate." With that, Andreon resolutely drew his brilliant sword from its sheath. A blinding blue mana erupted violently around his blade, and he began to sing the majestic, soul-chilling verses of his sword poem. "Pile the blue corpses into a massive mountain, let the crimson blood stain the earth. As I stand here to guide your departing soul." His eyes glowed with a terrifying blue light, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that choked the entire room. The absolute crushing power of the song froze Antoine completely in his tracks. Cold sweat poured down his face as Andreon's razor-sharp blade came to a stop right against his chest. Staring down at the trembling mercenary, Andreon asked coldly, "You said you spent 6 months just to learn a single crude fragment of that song?" He pressed his blade closer, declaring with absolute authority, "Then how much is this entire, completed chapter of mine worth? Is it really more expensive than 20 years of your miserable life?" That sharp and terrifying threat left Antoine completely speechless, his head bowed in deep, painful conflict. Andreon quietly sheathed his sword, calmly turning his back to leave while throwing out one last line, "I will give you some time to think." But the moment those words left his mouth, a massive wave of blue mana suddenly exploded behind him. It condensed into the shape of a terrifying beast, glaring down at Antoine with cold blue eyes as the young prince's freezing voice echoed through the room. "I will not wait for very long." Later in the study, Andreon straight up demanded some men from Vincent Ballahard. "I need 3 rangers who know the mountains and 3 of your best trackers." Looking up from his paperwork, Vincent asked in confusion, "Do you not already have scouts with you?" "Your Highness?" Andreon casually replied, "This time I am not going on a scouting mission." Venan freezes at the answer. It is not just a simple scouting mission, and Andreon wears a pretty mysterious smile. He is planning a real hunt. The mountain has more than just orcs. Andreon silently analyzes. The legendary orc war god has been held back for almost 2 months now. Andreon does not know the exact reason, but once a warrior bears that title, he will inevitably start moving again soon. Very soon. He tells himself that his army cannot just sit back and wait for death to arrive. Hearing the prince's bold plan, Vincent slams the table, standing up in protest because this is simply way too dangerous. If anything goes wrong for your highness at a time like this, but Andreon just smiles coldly. Vincent, you said the exact same thing when I went out alone to handle those orc scouts. And how did that turn out? Vincent stands completely speechless, totally silent. He vividly remembers the old warnings from the knights that the Black Mountain orcs are on a completely different level from ordinary ones they usually face. Letting out a helpless sigh, Vincent finally compromises. I will send extra forces to go with you. Please do not reject this request, your highness. Turning away, Andreon casually waves his hand, telling Vincent to do as he likes. Meanwhile, in the corner, his maid Adelia is already wearing heavy iron armor, but her whole body is shaking violently as she grips her massive sword with absolute terror. This is actually Adelia's first time on a real battlefield. Watching the trembling maid stand before them, Andreon and Awen standing behind cannot help but feel pretty worried. Andreon thinks to himself that he expected her to be nervous. But this is way too much. She looks so incredibly pitiful, but there is absolutely nothing they can do about it now. Honestly, this entire expedition is purely for Adelia's own benefit. To Andreon, she still looks way more like a gentle maid than a proper hardened knight. Adelia is a dangerous weapon, a precious sword. You cannot just throw her into any battle carelessly, but she absolutely must awaken as a real knight before the Great War officially begins. Shaking off those deep thoughts, Andreon, clad in his majestic armor, looks back at the crowd trailing behind him in their heavy gear and grumbles. Let's put that aside. Are you guys seriously planning to follow us? Seeing the legendary Iron Lion Knights suddenly show up, Andreon is quite surprised. One knight quickly explains that the second Prince Maximilian personally sent them to support him, and even Sir Dunham is right there in the group. Andreon nods, asking in Tone if he is coming along. Tone smiles and declines but introduces his two best helpers to go instead, the high-level mercenaries named Locke and Zin. And Tone explains that these guys used to live on the mountains before becoming mercenaries, meaning they have incredibly sharp senses. If you order them around right, they will get the job done. Andreon smiles, learning they have unique tracking skills like enhanced scent. He silently wonders if these rugged mercenaries are trying to test his capability as a leader. Without any hesitation, he orders the entire squad to move out. At this rate, Andreon thinks his uncle might demand to tag along too. Suddenly, a deep voice echoes, "Wishing you a safe journey, your highness." Andreon spins around to find Count Banner standing there. Startled, Andreon asks what he is doing here, and the commander gently replies that he had to see him off. Andreon chuckles, thinking this old man showed up so perfectly, he almost thought he was tag-along. He reminds the elder to guard the castle carefully during his absence. Hearing his nephew's advice, Count Banner smirks, proudly replying that he has been guarding this very castle since long before the young prince was even born. Standing right behind him, Vincent steps forward with his hand over his chest, gently asking the young prince to just return home safely. Watching the two of them, Andreon smiles to himself. They really are cut from the exact same cloth. With that, the young prince loudly declares it is finally time to officially set off. Their group marches straight toward the desolate Sword Mountain slopes, where a brutal blizzard is howling. Amidst the freezing snowy slopes, Andreon and his squad hide behind thick bushes to observe the terrain. One soldier leans in close, whispering to the prince to ask what their next move should be. And check this out, before Andreon can even give an order, a massive shadow suddenly stomps down, shattering the freezing ground under their feet. Glowing red eyes and a massive hulking body suddenly appear, forcing everyone to realize with absolute horror that this is an ancient ogre. The sudden arrival of this giant beast makes Awen, Dunham, and Andreon immediately freeze in high alert. An earth-shattering roar echoes across the snowy mountain as the giant ogre charges directly into the orc army, starting a brutal slaughter. Faced with this extreme ferocity, an orc commander still tries desperately to calm his soldiers. Waving his sword, he screams out, "Do not fear, warriors. It is just a common beast." Hiding behind the snowy rocks, Andreon and his companions silently watch the bloody carnage unfold. But the commander's words mean absolutely nothing against the overwhelming savage power of this giant ogre. Watching his subordinates get brutally torn apart, the orc commander goes completely feral. He glares with bloodshot eyes, roaring in pure hatred at the beast. Looking at the chaotic battle below, Andreon just smirks with cold amusement. Oh, that commander is actually quite high-ranking even among the orc nobility, and he is pretty skilled in combat. Roars and clashing steel continue to echo through the snowy valley below. The remaining orcs swing their weapons, screaming out as they prepare to fight to the death. Amidst this suffocating, murderous atmosphere, Adelia stands right beside Andreon, her armored hands trembling violently as she grips her sword. Sensing the intense turmoil from his maid, Andreon glances over. Right on cue, a golden system notification flashes before his eyes. Adelia Bayan's special butcher attribute has officially been activated. The legendary, bloodthirsty instinct of the great Sword Marquis descendant finally begins to wake up. Yet the young prince remains completely calm, whispering, "Not yet. Hold it in just a little longer." Keeping behind the snowy rocks, Andreon holds Adelia's shoulder, whispering we must stay patient and wait until they completely wear each other down. Down in the valley, the savage massacre rages on. Glowing red eyes burn with pure malice through the freezing fog as it swings giant claws, shredding every living creature in its path. This is a true ancient ogre, displaying the terrifying instinct it has inherited since birth. Driven by absolute greed and the raw instinct of an apex predator, the giant red ogre crushes orc heads with his bare hands, stomping on their corpses like a total butcher. Watching the beast howl in the middle of the snowy valley, Andreon signals Adelia, whose killing intent is starting to overflow. Not yet, just a little more. An ancient ogre acting as a butcher possesses raw power equal to a master-level swordsman. Andreon smirks, letting out a pretty dark smile. For someone who is only at the expert swordsman tier right now, claiming he can take down a beast like that sounds absolutely insane. But that is exactly why it is worth trying. After all, a knight's true glory only shines when they turn the impossible into reality. Andreon places his hand on his maid's shoulder, giving a sharp command to Adelia, get ready. Instantly, her combat instincts snap awake and a brilliant golden mana erupts, wrapping her entire body. Adelia's eyes flash with a brutal red glow, focusing every ounce of her spirit to unleash one single decisive blow. Facing the deafening roar of the giant ogre, the swordsmanship she was taught is a legendary technique, once used to strike down colossal giants in the ancient era. After all, this massive creature is nothing more than a savage remnant of those forgotten times. A creature merely inheriting the blood of a giant race extinct long ago. Adelia charges straight into close combat against the giant red ogre, where blood is said to run deep enough to form rivers. Their flesh is said to nourish the soil, making it fertile. An ancient epic song of war against the giants seems to echo through the freezing snow, mixing with the monster's brutal, insane roars. Locking onto her target, Adelia's eyes glow with bloodlust. Watching her from behind, Andreon can only smirk with absolute pride. He raises his sword high, channeling a brilliant golden energy that completely envelops his body. From the flesh and blood of giants, this world shall be reborn. Instantly, the system screen flashes with a glowing notification the Genesis anthem is now being chanted. Golden mana erupts violently, shining like a blinding sun right in the middle of the blizzard. But the devastating power of this legendary Genesis anthem instantly pushes his physical body past its absolute limits. Red warning screens continuously flash across the system. His current level cannot handle the full majesty of the anthem, meaning a massive portion of the chant will be completely skipped. But he quickly forces himself back up, his eyes burning with cold, sharp determination. A glowing gold system screen flashes one final warning: he will only chant a single verse equivalent to half of the anthem. Watching the battle unfold in the heavy blizzard, the brown-haired guard knight silently wonders to himself, why on earth would first Prince Andreon bring a timid, fragile maid like Adelia on this brutally harsh mountain climb? But every single doubt in his mind is instantly shattered. Right before his eyes, Adelia transforms into a completely different person. Her eyes burn with wild, murderous intent as she swings a brutal strike directly at the enemy. With a twisted face of pure excitement and a bloodthirsty smile, Adelia fearlessly lunges straight into close combat with the massive creature. Her overwhelming, bloodthirsty presence leaves the brown-haired knight standing behind her completely frozen in absolute shock. But what blows his mind even more is how perfectly first Prince Andreon supports Adelia as she recklessly charges forward with blind, arrogant attacks. Every single time she leaves herself wide open due to her suicidal, bloodthirsty rampage, Andreon immediately leaps in to cover her flanks and keep her safe. This flawless coordination feeds her frenzy, allowing Adelia to unleash one devastating strike after another into the monster's flesh. Even though Adelia's spectacular achievements on this battlefield are much more visible to the eye, the brown-haired knight knows the truth. Without Prince Andreon's flawless guidance and cover, this entire battle wouldn't have even been possible. The moment the final blow lands, Andreon quickly grabs her from behind to suppress the terrifying madness threatening to consume her mind. Staring at their absolute synergy amidst the ruined battlefield, the knight can only break a cold sweat. There is simply no room for anyone else to step in. Suddenly, his eyes catch a strange movement further off in the distance. Just look at this. Awen instantly draws her blade and shouts, pointing toward the incoming enemy. Watching her bravely plunge straight into the savage orc swarm, the knight is completely stunned by her sheer boldness, turning his doubt into pure respect. He quietly notes to himself that in just a few short months since they last met, she has truly transformed into an incredibly seasoned warrior. But right in the middle of the chaotic battlefield, a massive orc chief clad in heavy iron armor steps forward, letting out a terrifying, savage roar to threaten them. Noticing the beast's odd behavior, the brown-haired knight frowns, realizing it wants to communicate. Speaking in the ancient tongue, the savage orc actually challenges them to determine the victor through an honorable duel. Without a second of hesitation, Andreon steps forward and coldly orders everyone to back off. Seeing the prince prepare to fight alone, the panicked knight quickly asks what about the giant red serpent they just encountered. His question is instantly answered by the sound of brutal, bloody slaughter echoing from behind them. Adelia, with glowing mad eyes and a bloodthirsty smile, is repeatedly plunging her sword deep, savagely butchering the red serpent. The terrifying sight leaves the brown-haired knight sweating bullets as he silently reassures himself that, well, at least that massive threat has been taken care of. Back to the main event, Andreon points his sword at the orc chief and declares in fluent Orcish that he accepts the duel. Hearing the royal prince speak their ancient tongue leaves the giant brute completely stunned. Andreon channels a blazing blue mana around his blade, coldly telling the beast to save its admiration for later and settle their score right here in an honorable duel. The orc chief roars with excitement, telling the human to bring it on. He swings his massive broadsword as he charges forward, but Andreon has already closed the distance in a flash. Watching from afar, the brown-haired guard knight completely freezes up, thinking to himself that he would never have believed this if he had not seen it with his own eyes. Observing the deep red battle aura swirling around the enemy's giant blade, the knight begins to analyze the threat. Seeing the casual ease with which the monster manipulates that dark red energy, the knight realizes this orc is an absolute powerhouse, with strength on par with at least a 3-chain knight. And yet, a monster of that caliber is being completely suppressed by a young teenager who has only been practicing swordsmanship for a single year. Unleashing his full power, Andreon brings down a blinding blue light that shatters the chief's massive blade into 100 pieces, leaving a devastating, deep wound across the giant's chest. A clean, without decisive slash, he severs the beast's arm, sending it screaming in agony as it collapses into the snow. Walking over slowly to point his blade directly at his defeated foe's throat, Andreon lets out a proud, arrogant smirk that truly was a great fight. Witnessing such an overwhelming victory, the brown-haired knight and Owen stand in absolute silence. Andreon sighs softly as he sheathes his sword, but just as he turns to leave, Adelia's trembling voice calls out from behind, "Your Highness." Turning around, Andreon sees Adelia sobbing uncontrollably, her face covered in mud, hands still tightly gripping her massive sword's hilt. She chokes out, asking if the battle is finally over. As the tearful maid tries to lunge for a hug, Andreon frantically raises his hands to hold her back. "Wait, do not come any closer. Stay right there or you will get blood all over me." Cruelly brushed off by her master, Adelia's face turns red as she pouts, complaining that he is being way too mean. Their comedic bickering right in front of the giant red serpent's corpse leaves Vincent, Owen, and the brown-haired knight standing there in utter helplessness. With the battlefield cleared, we follow the group as they resume their grueling march across the snow-covered valleys of the Sword Mountains. Up ahead, the scouts leading the way suddenly draw their swords. Highly alert, the brown-haired knight quietly remarks that the rangers seem to have grown much bolder than before. Andreon rubs his chin thoughtfully, analyzing the situation. With the overwhelming stench of a dead serpent in the air, most low-tier monsters should have fled long ago. Right then, the lead scout raises his hand, signaling the entire squad to stop and take cover against the trees. Andreon lowers his voice as he continues his deduction. If there is something out there that refuses to run even after smelling a serpent, before he can even finish his sentence, massive vibrations shake the entire frozen ground. Emerging from the thick fog and snow, a giant blue beast with glowing red eyes lets out an absolute ear-shattering roar. The grayish-blue monster before them possesses terrifying power, easily matching that of a giant serpent. It is none other than a vicious, savage mountain troll. Over the next few days, Andreon and his squad continue traversing the freezing, snow-covered mountains, surviving several brutal and bloody clashes with local monsters. But just as the constant battles finally begin to settle, a highly bizarre phenomenon suddenly takes place. Andreon's sovereign anthem suddenly reacts violently to a profound change within Adelia Bayan, the loyal warrior who pledged her soul to him. The system screens flash repeatedly, detailing a massive shift in Adelia's traits as she weaves a brand new song of courage. Driven by absolute loyalty, Adelia offers a portion of her karma and her new song up to her master, allowing Andreon to successfully acquire several sacred verses of the anthem. Standing silently in the freezing snow, Adelia bows her head, her heart weighed down by deep grief and a dark, bitter truth: the day her hunger is fully satisfied will never come. Sensing something is off, Andreon immediately activates his mind's eye ability to pull up and inspect Adelia's status window. Staring at the listed attributes, he is utterly shocked to discover that alongside Berserker and Butcher, Adelia has now awakened a terrifying new trait: gluttony. Looking at his maid standing with her head bowed and her eyes glowing with an eerie light, Andreon breaks into a cold sweat, dreading whether the hunger she craves is for human blood. Dealing with her bloodlust was already giving him a massive headache, but now this bizarre trait has been thrown into the mix. Andreon was pretty satisfied. This journey had brought him quite a few unexpected gains. Without stalling, he decisively ordered the entire squad to head back to the Winter Castle. But as they approached the silent fortress under the cover of night, Andreon suddenly froze fully on guard. Massive explosions and raging fire suddenly erupted from the Winter Castle, while the loud clashing of metal echoed through the night. The fortress was under brutal attack. Watching the chaotic battlefield from afar, the brown-haired night guard spoke in a low, serious voice. It looked like they were walking straight into a war zone. He turned to Andreon, asking what his next move was. Without a single moment of hesitation, Andreon confidently drew his sword, smiled, and declared that they would charge straight in. He quickly set up their formation. He would lead the Rangers right down the middle, while Dunham and Awen covered their flanks and protected their rear. Down in the valley, a giant orc commander was roaring savagely, directing its troops to storm the walls. Staring at the enemy horde, Andreon's eyes burned with determination as he locked onto his target. That big guy over there is definitely the commander. With sky-high courage, the group charged down the slope, sprinting straight toward the monster army with a loud, ringing battle cry. We take down the leader first. That is it for today, guys. If you enjoyed this ride, don't forget to hit like and support the channel.